pin him down on two key points. In principle, does the government accept that these children should be repatriated and are a British responsibility? And second, subject to not putting British officials in harm's way, that such repatriation, possibly with the help of UNICEF, could and should take place?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. Certainly we would want to work with agencies, and he'll forgive me, I'm not going to specify which agencies, and he will know, since he has been Secretary of State in the relevant department, why it is that we do not want to specify which particular partners we're working with in this particular instance. But to deal with the protection of our own people, of course, we're not going to put civil servants at risk in this. That would be unreasonable. We have a duty of care towards them. In terms of repatriation in principle, I think he's tempting me to make commitments in a piece that is fast moving. I would refer to the point I made in response to the Right Honourable Lady around the legality of this and the separation of family members, and I would say that it would be wrong in principle to separate family members, but as I said earlier in my remarks, my opening remarks, we consider each case on its merits. These are all individual cases, and I think it would be very wrong to give sort of a blanket assessment of the position that the government would take.
Stephen Gethin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks, the honourable member, for securing this incredibly important question. Can I also pay tribute to the aid agencies working in some extraordinarily difficult circumstances. One of the most chilling briefings I've ever received came in at the weekend when I was reading that children, small children, have died on their way in their camps from hypothermia, pneumonia, dehydration or complications from malnutrition and illnesses. Small children. Now, winter and war are closing in on these children at the moment. The honourable member just in the last question raised a very good point. Does the UK take responsibility for British children? I'm wondering if he can answer that in terms of the principle. Also, what discussions has he had with the states who have been able to evacuate children already, and why is the UK not done? So what lessons has he learned? And finally this. The Foreign Secretary said to me when I raised this question with him previously, he talked about security considerations. Will he disregard security considerations around children who are about 5 or 6 years old? And will he set out the plans to bring these children home?
I thank the honourable gentleman who puts his points in his usual effective and forceful way. It is right to point out that the UK has been right at the forefront of applying international development funding to this dire situation in northeast Iraq. We are right at the front of the league table, and I think it's important to say that. So particularly as winter approaches, it's of vital importance the British public know that their money is being spent to alleviate as far as they possibly can this dire humanitarian situation. In terms of other countries, I'm not going to be drawn on others, because it's invidious to do so, and it's very easy just to pluck out a couple of countries from the air and say we're not doing as well as X or Y. Let me be clear, we're doing what we can, given the difficult circumstances on the ground, of course within the rule of law, for vulnerable children in northeast Syria. This is a piece that is rapidly developing, rapidly changing, and of course we keep all things under review. I hope that's helpful to the honourable gentleman.
Mr. Crispin Blunt.
Speaker, declaring my interest both as an expert witness in the defence of John Letts and Sally Lane in respect of the non-provision of consular services in that region, evidence that was unchallenged by the prosecution, as well as my interest in respect of a visit to the region with 3 other parliamentary colleagues with the All-Party Parliamentary Group 5 weeks ago. In Al Hul camp, we were told there were 16 British families there. And I have to say to my right honourable friend that every single day we delay in actually bringing these children home is a day extra of trauma that we are going to have to address at great expense in the United Kingdom. But we must take up our responsibilities both to the children and to ourselves in order to protect our future security.
Yes, I do pay tribute to my honourable friend's first-hand experience in Syria and the efforts he's made to better understand what's going on. I have to say that the situation in northeast Syria is difficult and unpredictable. We have a ceasefire at the moment. I hope it endures, because if that ceasefire does hold tonight into tomorrow and to the future, I think the situation becomes much more permissive in terms of trying to deliver assistance where it's necessary, and also dealing with the cases that he has referred to, and in particular the orphaned children, the unaccompanied minors who are deeply vulnerable. I agree with him entirely. As every day that goes past, it's these children potentially getting even more and more deeply disadvantaged, and I want this resolved. At the moment, we are working with agencies to do what we can. In the event this ceasefire holds, I think things will hopefully move a lot more rapidly, and we'll be able to do more.
Anne Clwyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Surely now is the perfect time to facilitate repatriation. Ceasefire, lull in the fighting. Now is the time to get them out. And can the Minister tell us what numbers he's talking about? We don't want the wool pulled over our eyes yet again, because I understand that only 3 of the children are orphans out of the 60 who are British families. So what numbers are we talking about precisely? We don't want just 3 children taken out, we want the 60 taken out and their mothers.
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman who has taken a very long-term interest in this, and I do pay tribute sorry, the right honourable lady. My apologies. I mean no disrespect to the right honourable lady. At least I got the first bit right. What I would say to her is I would diverge from the pretext of her question, which is that we haven't been doing anything. I can tell her, though I'm not going to be drawn on the detail, that we actually have over the past 4 days. Now, the ceasefire finishes tonight. Now, I hope that it endures, in which case things become, I think, a lot more permissive, a lot easier. We hope that is the case. I'm sorry to disappoint the honourable lady, going to be drawn on precise numbers. I don't recognise the figure that was given earlier on. I do respect the authority that has produced that number, but I can't confirm a number anywhere in that region. And I also, I'm afraid, do not want to be drawn in this forum on the precise cases, the 3 that she has referred to. She will understand that we are actively trying to do what we can for them, and I don't want to prejudice anything that we do in country by saying something at the dispatch box that might prejudice that. But I'm perfectly happy to have a conversation with her in private.
Alistair Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for the question and say how much I sympathise with my right honourable friend in dealing with it, because he, with the Foreign Secretary, has the responsibility in this House actually to work out the practicalities of the respective duties of care of those he would send to rescue those who are trapped in this situation abroad with their needs and everything else. However, could I say to my right honourable friend, sometimes the sheer practicality of difficulties can mask a failure in government to make the decisions it needs to make. And I think particularly this is about the mothers of the children. It has seemed to me over a period of time that we have to recognise an international responsibility to take back even those who have been indoctrinated and radicalised in order to protect the children, and that we should have the resources to be able to deal with them as well as to protect the children who are the only innocents by and large in this situation. And could he reassure me that in government now there is a clear decision being made with the Home Office to bring people back and they should be cared for here?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. He will know that we're trying to better understand the situation in Al Hol in particular at the moment, and to try to identify those who have British nationality, their position, their wishes, and in particular trying to enumerate those who might be considered to be vulnerable in this piece. What I said earlier was we're approaching this on a case-by-case basis. Genuinely, that is the case. It is not easy because our access is obviously imperfect. I hope very much that if this ceasefire holds, then we will be able to do more than perhaps we have been able to do up to this point.
Speaker, the Minister has alluded several times to the 5-day window expiring tonight. Can he outline, even in general terms, what steps he expects to take this afternoon and this evening before that expiry?
Minister.
Well, as I said in my remarks earlier on, we have been working over the past several days, indeed for some considerable time, to better understand the situation in Al Hol camp in particular. That is to say, to satisfy ourselves, we know who's there, who we might have responsibility for in some way or another, moral or legal, and work up a plan on how to deal with that. That is irrespective of the ceasefire, but the ceasefire is important because it makes things a lot easier when we're planning trying to get in place a plan to assist those who we think we have a duty towards.
Any more than?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand very well the ethical, legal and practical difficulties of repatriating children, especially those that are not orphans. Many of the partners that we work with would not want to take a child from their parents, even in these circumstances. But surely our hand would be strengthened in being able to do the right thing if taking a child to a war zone and all the horrors that accompany it were seen as a form of child abuse. Would the Minister please ask government lawyers to look at this to see whether we can strengthen our hand in taking children back who are not orphans, and also that we have more in our arsenal to be able to prosecute those who have taken children overseas?
Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend. She's fully familiar with all of this territory. Of course, some of the children will have been born in Syria. So I think that probably just illustrates the complexity of this that I referred to earlier, and why we need to take an individual approach to each and every case. In general, of course, it is absolutely right that a child should not be separated from its mother in particular. I think that's a very, very strong principle that we should adhere to. But as I say, this is rapidly evolving, and we have to consider each case individually.
Richard Burden.
The Minister has acknowledged there's absolutely no time to lose here. And whilst the current ceasefire presents a particular window of opportunity to move on these repatriations, will the Minister accept that the two camps where the majority of UK national children are currently living, access was possible and repatriation was possible before the ceasefire and is likely to be possible for a little while afterwards? And whilst he is not prepared to be drawn on the performance of other countries, all the indications are that a number of other countries are able to get their nationals out quicker than we are managing to do. Why is that?
Well, I'm not sure I would agree entirely with what I read in the Guardian newspaper, and I would certainly disagree with the characterisation that he has portrayed. It's just I have no evidence to suggest that the UK is in any way being dilatory in trying to return vulnerable children to the United Kingdom. It's absolutely not the case. We will continue to do what we can, and have been very active up to this point in trying to work out the next steps. All I can do is to reassure him on that point.
Sir Michael Fallon.
Whilst we should certainly care about the children, we should also continue to worry about some of the parents who still constitute an extreme threat to us here in the United Kingdom, and against whom our armed forces have spent 5 years trying to protect us. Can my honourable friend say what work is being done in the coalition to ensure that some of those parents are not inadvertently released?
Minister.
Well, I regret that the Turkish incursion has really not helped this position, in that it is likely that some of the places in which these foreign fighters have been held will become, should we say, a little more porous as a result. I think early suggestion that this would mean that the doors were opened and that they were simply released had probably been overdone. That's not our sense at the moment. But certainly it does pose a very real risk. And I think my right honourable friends, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, are being absolutely right in saying that public safety must be ensured, and we would want to see those who may have committed offences brought to justice. Our view is that such cases should be tried close to their alleged crimes, and that remains our position.
Shukramuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the right honourable gentleman on bringing this urgent question and agree with every single word he has said. Can I ask the Minister, in the event that we are able to repatriate these children, of course, as has already been said, they have witnessed and seen and experienced things no adult, never mind any child, should have to experience. They are likely to be suffering from quite severe psychological and physical conditions. What package of support will be put in place for them in the event that we actually bring them home? Because they are going to need all the help they can get.
I'm really pleased the right honourable gentleman has raised that. He's of course absolutely right, and I think safeguarding is vitally important when these children return to the UK. He will understand, since he is a constituency MP as I am, that local social services are principally responsible for the care of vulnerable children. That will remain the case in this case. And we would be working with these statutory agencies to ensure that children who are repatriated to this country, who may be traumatised in ways that most of us can barely imagine, are given every care that they require. And I suspect it will be ongoing and very lengthy.
Sir Hugo Swire.
Can the Minister clarify whether there is a legal distinction between those children born in the so-called caliphate and those taken there? And for the avoidance of doubt, can he also clarify that the government today is talking solely about unaccompanied and orphaned children? Because if we are introducing the element where a parent is involved, that opens a whole range of other possibilities and challenges.
Mr.
Well, my right honourable friend is right to touch upon the legality of this, which is complicated. But we're clear there are British nationals in camps in Syria that have the rights of he would expect from a British national. If they are born of British parents, they would naturally be expected to have British nationality, just like any other child born in any other country. To deal with the distinction between unaccompanied children and other children, which other right honourable members have made today, our principal concern, our priority has to be unaccompanied and orphan children. They are the most vulnerable, and that's where our attention chiefly is at this moment. However, I would say to my right honourable friend, who's got some experience in these matters, that this is a bigger piece of work that I hope will be made considerably easier in the event that we have a sustained ceasefire when the current ceasefire ends this evening.
Mr. Andrew Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rather than dealing with children on a case-by-case basis and risking some of the parents being released and causing further mayhem, isn't the solution to repatriate all UK citizens, and if any are guilty or suspected of commission of offences, putting them on trial?
Well, I have to say from my conversations with my international interlocutors yesterday, that does not appear to be the approach taken by most countries. What I would say to him is that the government clearly has a duty to protect the public, his constituents and my constituents, and that's at the forefront of our mind. In terms of dealing with foreign terrorist fighters, our view is very firmly that any alleged crime should be tried close to the scene of those alleged crimes. Justice is best served by that, and that's what we are attempting to achieve. He has to accept that repatriating foreign terrorist fighters makes it more difficult to mount successful prosecutions and thus protect the public.
Maria Miller.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right that these British children are vulnerable, innocent minors. But that's the case whether they're orphaned or not. So can my right honourable friend really be clear what DFID funded partners are doing to ensure that we've identified all British children who are caught up in this appalling situation, and that it is the government's objective to make sure that they have identified them, because we have an obligation to them all, and our duty really should be clear to them.
Minister.
Yes, well, we want to assist all vulnerable children. I hope I've made that very clear. Now, the reason I said I didn't recognise a 50 of 60 wasn't because I was trying to obfuscate from the dispatch box, Mr. Speaker. It's because we genuinely don't know, and it is extremely difficult to determine who they are and how many there are. That is a piece of work that is ongoing, and I hope that a more benign situation in northeast Syria will assist in that process, so that we will indeed be able to provide something like an individual service to those who are in the camps, particularly those who are most vulnerable and their family members. And that's what we will seek to achieve to do. But her point is absolutely well made.
Angela Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has made a great deal of his hope that the ceasefire will hold. But of course it may not hold. So can I ask him, how is the Foreign Office planning to respond to the end of the ceasefire in terms of its processes for repatriating those British children?
Well, that process is not dependent upon the end of the ceasefire. My point was it's made a great deal easier in the event that the security situation on the ground is more benign, more permissive. It makes our job a great deal easier. But our work, in terms of repatriating in particular the priority cases, which have to be orphans and unaccompanied minors, will continue nevertheless.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister set out a number of the practical challenges involved in acting in this area, but can the Minister confirm the reports that many of us have heard that a number of other countries, including some of our allies, are already in the process of repatriating children from that area of Syria? And can he confirm whether they're adopting a similar approach that he seems to be adopting today, drawing a distinction between unaccompanied children and orphans and the wider body of children who may be there?
I believe that is the case. I do not discern a dramatic difference between the approach taken by countries with which we could reasonably be compared, that is to say, the countries that we habitually speak to in this matter. I think there's a commonality of understanding that we need to ensure that those who are most vulnerable are prioritised. That's what we're doing, and it's a process that is underway, and he refers to a process being underway. I can assure him the UK process itself is underway, and it seems to me to be in parallel with most countries.
Mrs. Madeline Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I trust the Minister's integrity and honesty, and when he has been vague about the actions that are being taken, I accept his assurance that actions are happening. But the House still requires an assurance, not only that those orphans that have been identified will be repatriated, but that we will look at those children who are with their mothers, because they cannot but fail to have been traumatised. Can I also suggest to the Minister he looks at the work of PAM, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, who have been asked by the UN and Washington to look at putting together a system and a scheme for looking at justice for foreign fighters as well.
Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for her comments. Her tone, as ever, is absolutely correct and spot on. Yes, I mean, I agree with her. We need to apply compassion to all in this situation. We also, of course, need to bring justice, who need to be brought before the courts, and I am very interested in the report that she has cited, and I will certainly take a very close look at it.
Tim Lawton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely concur with the comments of my right honourable friend and the Minister that these children are the innocent victims of their parents' actions and we owe them a duty of care. But since the law was changed in 2013, more than 150 children have been taken into the care system in the UK for fear of the risk of radicalisation
from their parents. And if the parents of these children were in the UK, those children hopefully now would be in the safety of either extended family members, the care of expert foster carers, or even adoption. So will he agree with me that if we can rescue these children safely, then we should work to find them safe homes in the UK, whatever the status of their parents?
Minister.
Yes, I thank my honourable friend for that. Now, I think it's a reasonable analogy to draw, because we're dealing with UK law, and these children ultimately will be returned to the UK, and we need to use the same standards and norms and principles, in my view, with these children as we would apply in the UK. I note his point. He will understand that the piece of work underway at the moment is trying to identify precisely where these families are, who they are, and what can be done. The numbers, I do not think, are vast. So unfortunately, no, it doesn't. No, he's right to say from a sedentary position it does not matter. These are individual cases. But the press reporting 70,000 in our Hull camp, for example, gives the impression that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people in the frame for this. I can say without betraying any confidences that would be a grave exaggeration. So we're talking about a relatively small number of people. This should be a containable piece of work, and it is, I can assure him, underway.
Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister tell us, or he will be aware, that there are different interpretations, particularly from those on the ground, of the Ankara-Western ceasefire, and is that hampering the government and agencies' attempts to repatriate children? I want to give a larger commitment that the UK government needs to increase the number of children it's resettling here in the UK.
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. I think he's probably raised something similar before in terms of the vulnerable persons resettlement scheme, which I have to say I'm very proud of. 20,000 people by 2020, I think, is a big commitment, particularly when it's taken along with our financial commitment to this dreadful humanitarian crisis in Syria. He mentions the ceasefire and what has been done. I can assure him we have used every opportunity to do what we can in relation to vulnerable people in North East Syria during this period of time. We'll continue to do so, I hope very much, assisted by a continuation of the ceasefire, and we have to hope for the best this evening.
Dr. Philip Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When one looks at the bigger picture here, the position of these British children, and indeed our national security, has been adversely impacted upon by the invasion of North East Syria by a NATO country, following the exit of North East Syria by a NATO country. Does the Minister agree with me that it is beholden upon all political generations to review how supranational organisations work so that they continue to work in Britain's national interest?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that. He mentions, I think he alludes to Turkey as a member of NATO and its behaviour. All I can say to him is I'm very disappointed by Turkey's behaviour in this respect as a trusted NATO friend and ally, and I would hope very much that it would desist from further incursion into Turkey and de-escalate. Otherwise, I think the consequences are going to be very serious indeed.
Jim Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Children's services are overstretched at the moment in relation to children's services in this country. Will the Minister ensure that adequate resources are made available to deal with this particular situation? And secondly, can I ask the Minister this? Is he waiting for a ruling from the courts in relation to British nationality? Because I've noticed he said unaccompanied children. There could be accompanied children given that result. Has he got contingency plans for that?
Yes, what I would say to the honourable gentleman, I suppose referring to the points I made earlier about the scale of this, I think it's containable. Clearly, in terms of social services, it's a responsibility of local social services to deal with this, notwithstanding the specialist nature of some of the services that will have to be provided to the vulnerable people concerned. But I think I can give him the assurances that he seeks in relation to vulnerable children returning to this country and having what they need in terms of specialist services to ensure their welfare and their rehabilitation.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Kate has written to share her concerns on the intensifying and dangerous situation facing these children stuck in camps. Can he confirm, though, and can he put beyond any doubt that the UK Government accepts its duty of care for these children, and will it take its responsibility for these British citizens?
Yes, I mean, you know, we do look at each case individually. I can give her that assurance, and I don't want to get wrapped up with a strict legalistic interpretation of duty of care. What I want to do is to ensure that we apply our moral duty to do what we can for British nationals, that is to say, innocent British nationals, and I think I can give her that assurance.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm still left a little bit perplexed about, particularly the last response. Can you confirm a yes or no answer? Are all these young British children a legal responsibility to Britain and the UK government, or are they not?
Minister.
Well, I mean, the difficulty is, of course, if they're not unaccompanied, they're not orphaned, they are in the care of their parents. I think he's confusing two things. It is important that we ensure that children, wherever is possible, in this country and anywhere else, remain in the care of their parents. As a parent, I can say that it's vitally important that children remain in a family setting. That's what we will seek to ensure. The state abrogating responsibility for children, I have to say, is an extreme measure, and we will seek, wherever we possibly can, to keep families together.
Thank you. I'm most grateful to the Minister and to colleagues for taking part. Yes, points of order. The day wouldn't be complete without them. A point of order, Thangam Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of order, I'd like to ask your advice about what measures you think the House should be taking to deal with the possible security risk of the government's programme motion, which tomorrow sets us up so that all members, staff and others will all be leaving at the same time when there is no public transport and the likelihood that there won't be enough taxis. Ministers may be able to go home in their ministerial cars. For everyone else, including staff, this is surely a security risk. What advice can you give us about what precautions we can take?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for her point of order. I haven't got immediate advice. I will consult the Parliamentary Security Director and report back to the House as expeditiously as I can. She has raised a serious point. It does warrant a serious response, and a serious response has to be a considered one based upon consultation. I hope that that's helpful to her for now. Yes, of course. Point of order, Justine Greening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House is about to start a vitally important debate for our country's future national interest, and yet we have just a few hours to debate the principles of this bill, and then after that just a few more hours in a matter of a couple of days in this House to table and debate amendments to this bill, which itself is not just a few clauses but 115 pages long with a long explanatory test. This House, Mr. Speaker, has a duty of care to the people of our country to make sure we scrutinise and amend legislation and hold the government to account as appropriate. It is simply not possible to do this under the current programme motion, and yet there is no chance to even debate those issues about what an appropriate amount of time for the programme motion would be. We'll simply have a vote on it. And can you give the House, therefore, some advice around an appropriate amount of time to take on this bill, but perhaps more importantly, your reflections on the importance of the duty of care this House holds to the British people to make sure legislation that we will all have to live under is scrutinised properly?
Well, everybody who has a responsibility to make a judgment, which means to vote on this matter, has an equal responsibility to study the legislation as carefully as possible before either speaking or voting. I recognise the very real constraint that now applies to members trying to discharge that obligation, but doing anything about that is not within the gift of the chair. What I would say to the Right Honourable Lady and others is that the House has ownership of this matter in the sense that the House is ultimately the determinant of the allocation of time. and the House will have to make its own judgment about that. But I do not treat lightly what the Right Honourable Lady has said. If she talks to others and they feel like-minded, well, they must make their own representations or reach their own judgment as to how to proceed. We will have to leave it there, I'm afraid, for now. Order. I can inform the House that I've now considered advice on the certifiability of the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill, Understanding Order number 83J, with which colleagues are all, I'm sure, closely familiar, certification of bills, etc., relating exclusively to England or England and Wales and being within devolved legislative competence, and I've concluded that the bill does not meet the criteria for certification. Order. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill, second reading. Now.
Thank you. I can inform the House that I have not selected either of the reasoned amendments. To move the second reading, I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I beg to move that the bill be read a second time, and that we come together now in the very best traditions of this House to scrutinise this legislation and then take the decision that this country expects to make the verdict of the British people the law of the land, so that we can leave the European Union with our new deal on October the 31st. Mr. Speaker, I of course wish that this decision on our national future had been taken through a meaningful vote on Saturday, but I respect perfectly the motives of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, though I disagree with the effects of his amendment. And I regret too that after Saturday's vote, the government has been forced to act on the advice of the Cabinet Secretary and to take the only responsible course, which is to accelerate our preparations for a no-deal outcome. But today, Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity to put all that right. Because if this House backs this legislation, if we ratify this new deal, which I believe is profoundly in the interest of our whole United Kingdom and our European friends, we can get Brexit done and move our country on. And we can de-escalate those no-deal preparations immediately and turn them off next week, and instead concentrate on the great enterprise of building a new relationship of the closest cooperation and friendship, as I said on Saturday, with our European neighbours, and addressing our people's priorities at home. And I give way with pleasure to the right honourable gentleman.
A number of people before they vote today will be very concerned about various rights which are enshrined in Europe, but which might be vulnerable if and hopefully when we leave. One of those sets of rights will be on rights for working people. Would the Prime Minister give an undertaking? The bill is so we have it on the record. The bill is quite clear. If the government agrees with enhanced rights to working people, that will become the law of the land here. If the government disagrees with a single one or a number of enhanced rights, will he give an undertaking that he will bring those proposals before the House? Will we have the chance to vote and instruct the government to accept them, please?
Mr. Speaker, I can of course give the right honourable gentleman that assurance that not only will this country maintain the highest standards both for environmental protection and also of course for workers' rights, but in the event that this House wishes to have higher standards than those proposed by the EU, or if this House wishes to adopt standards proposed by the EU and the government disagrees, there will of course be an amendable motion to give this House the opportunity to have its say, and we will ensure that that is the case. Mr. Speaker, if we pass this bill tonight, we will have the opportunity to address the priorities not just of our relations with the EU, but people's priorities at home. And I believe that if we do this deal, if we pass this deal and the legislation that enables it, we can turn the page and allow this Parliament and this country to begin to heal and unite. For those like me who believe our interests are best served by leaving the European Union and taking back control, this deal delivers the biggest restoration of sovereignty in our parliamentary history and the biggest devolution of power to UK democratic institutions. I'll give way with pleasure.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for giving way and absolutely recognise that people who voted for Brexit did not necessarily vote on economic lines. However, the government is refusing to publish an impact assessment of this deal. He is expecting MPs to vote for something that we know will damage this country economically without revealing the impact assessment. What does this government have to hide?
Prime Minister.
If I may say to the Honourable Lady, I understand the point that she makes, but she's had an answer, I believe, from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, yesterday. And I think it will be clear to everybody that the best way to avoid any disruption from a no-deal Brexit is to vote for this deal today, to vote for this deal, to get it done. And I think that will unleash a great tide of investment into this country and a demonstration of confidence in the UK economy. And by voting for this deal tonight, we will deliver a powerful, positive shot in the arm for the UK economy. And I hope very much that she does so. Once more, under this agreement, British people will be able to live under laws made by representatives whom they elect and who they alone can elect and remove. Laws enforced by British judges in British courts. I'll give way to my right honourable.
Well, I'm most grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. But he must recognise that the arrangements he has come to for Northern Ireland precisely don't deliver that for the people of Northern Ireland. Of course, that may be a matter where in Northern Ireland opinion will be divided as to whether they want it or not. But the reality is that the vassalage clauses, as I think were described by the Right Honourable Member of the Leader of the House in the past, are going to continue to apply to Northern Ireland after the transition is ended for the rest of Great Britain. How does he square that with the recovery of sovereignty promised to the entirety of the British people?
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, but I think we can square that with very simply by pointing out that, yes, of course, there are arrangements, transitory arrangements for some aspects of the Northern Ireland economy, but those automatically dissolve and are terminated after 4 years unless it is the majority decision of the Assembly of Northern Ireland to remain in alignment with those arrangements, either in whole or in part. And the principle of consent is therefore at the heart of these arrangements. Under this bill, British farmers will escape the frequently perverse effects of the Common Agricultural Policy. British fishermen, liberated from arcane quotas, will be free to fish in a way that is both more sensible and more sustainable. And this House will be free to legislate for the highest possible standards. I'll give way with pleasure to the Right Honourable Lady of.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be well aware that there are actually 4 pages in his bill which address and enlarge the responsibilities of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Northern Ireland Equality Commission. That's all very well and good, but there is not a single sentence in this bill which explains the new consent process contained in the Prime Minister's Brexit deal. I say very clearly to the Prime Minister, do not take the people of Northern Ireland for fools. We are not fools. The Prime Minister needs to explain in detail how his new consent process operates. In detail, please.
Prime Minister.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, and of course the process for consent is set out in detail in the unilateral declaration made between us and the Republic of Ireland, and she will understand that it is, as I have indicated to the House, a process by which There are a small minority of economic arrangements in which Northern Ireland remains in alignment for sanitary and phytosanitary and for manufactured goods for 4 years, unless and until, by a majority vote of the Stormont Assembly, Northern Ireland elects to remain in alignment. Otherwise, for the vast majority of the Northern Irish economy, of course, Northern Ireland exits with the rest of the UK whole and entire, able to do free trade deals from the outset, able to participate in all the other benefits of Brexit. And I hope that that point will commend itself to the Right Honourable Lady. I give way with pleasure to my Right Honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister, and can I congratulate the Prime Minister to getting us to this critical point in the long Brexit journey. Relating to Clause 36, parliamentary sovereignty, could I invite the Prime Minister to confirm the UK will retain its own sovereign military capability as outlined in para 92 and 99 of the political declaration, and not be committed to any EU mission, military initiative or procurement project unless we do so voluntarily?
Prime Minister.
I'm very grateful to my Right Honourable friend, and he alludes to an important change that we've been able to secure in the course of the negotiations, and he is absolutely right that full independence will be retained in that vital sphere of defence and security. I'm grateful to him for drawing attention to it. Let me just make a little bit of progress, if I may, Mr. Speaker. This House will be free not only from the Common Agricultural Policy, but from the Common Fisheries Policy, and free also to legislate to the highest standards. And I think this is a crucial thing for the House to grasp. I will give way with on fish. On fish,
Most great, my Ron, for giving way. Will he give the House a categorical assurance that we will not make the mistake of the 1970s and use our marine resources and fish stocks to be traded as a bargaining chip during the upcoming negotiations? Will he guarantee that we will take total 100% control of all our waters within the EEZ and all our resources, and like any other independent marine nation, will then indulge in common sense negotiations of a reciprocal nature with our marine neighbours on an annual basis?
Minister.
I can happily give my Right Honourable friend, who's campaigned long on these issues valiantly, that assurance, Mr. Speaker, and I can confirm that we will take back 100% control of the spectacular marine wealth of this country, not least the marine wealth of Scotland, which the SNP would discard as senselessly as superfluous catch dictated by the Common Fisheries Policy itself, Mr. Speaker. This House will be free. This House will be free in just a moment. I will give way with pleasure in just a moment. This House will be free to legislate for the highest possible standards. And let me stress that nothing in this bill undermines workers' rights or this House's natural desire to protect our environment. On the contrary, I give way.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way, and I know the Prime Minister has been doing a very good job trying to reassure MPs like myself from towns that voted leave. But looking at workers' rights in this current document, can the Minister explain the loopholes around those workers' rights that don't give us the security that we would need regarding non-regression for communities like mine, manufacturing communities that need those workers' rights?
Minister.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she raises an important point, and people will need reassurance about this. There can be no regression. The UK will maintain the highest possible standards, and let me perhaps make the point more clearly. If the EU decides that it wishes to introduce a new piece of legislation on social protection, then it is, of course, automatic that this House should consider that consider. And as I say, there will be an amendable motion by which the government will give parliamentary time for the implementation of that measure. And that is the opportunity. That is the opportunity that this bill gives us. And in essence, it takes back to this House the powers to decide these matters. And I do not believe that we should shy away from these responsibilities or lack confidence in our collective ability to use these powers for the public good. Because it is thanks to the efforts of Labour and Conservative members that this House is already ensuring that this country does more to tackle climate change than almost any other country in the EU. Our environmental bill will enshrine the highest standards possible. I give way with pleasure to the Honourable Lady from Great Britain.
Thank you, Prime Minister. There is a difficulty. There is a fundamental issue of trust in his word, I'm sorry to say. So if the Prime Minister tells this House that he is committing to reviews of things like unfair dismissal protections, including reducing the qualifying period from 2 years to 1 year, and anomalies in employee terms and conditions in relation to TUPE regulations, will the government please write into this bill the date by which BEIS will begin the consultations on those really important rights?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've already said that we will set out how we would propose to address the concerns of honourable members around unfair dismissals and TUPE. And I do understand the desire of the Honourable Lady to get cracking on this, and I know that my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, is going to be writing to members with more details. But I can certainly commit to her now, across the floor of the House, that we will indeed commit to a date for the implementation of those measures. Our environmental bill, Mr. Speaker, enshrines the highest standards in law, far-reaching, legally binding targets to reduce plastics, restore biodiversity, and clean up our air and water. I give way with pleasure.
The Prime Minister, does he agree with himself when he said we should go into these negotiations with a clear agenda to root out the nonsense of the social chapter, the Working Time Directive, the Atypical Work Directive, and other job-destroying regulations? If that's what he said then, why should we believe a word that he says on this?
Mr. Speaker, because it is absolutely clear on the face of this bill and from what I have said that this country will maintain the highest possible standards and will give this House the collective ability to keep pace with Brussels and indeed to do better. As I say, we have the highest possible environmental standards. We will match those environmental standards that Brussels brings forwards. And indeed, we have the opportunity now to do better, Mr. Speaker. I've stressed for 4 years. No, that's not true. The honourable gentleman says from a sedentary position we've always had the opportunity to do better. He's not. I'm afraid he is mistaken, because there are plenty of ways in which we are currently prohibited from going forward with higher standards. As he may know, under this bill, we will have the power in this House to do something for which I think the people of this country have yearned for years, and that is to strengthen controls on live transport of animals. And I hope that we will do that now. That is currently forbidden, as he well knows, under EU law. On fiscal measures, for instance, which I'm sure he knows, we will now have the power to cut VAT on sanitary products. And as for the protection of workers, Mr. Speaker, we will now be able, under this bill, to take action against employers and agencies who undercut our laws, including where agencies bring in overseas labour from the EU so that local people do not get a look in. And I believe that is currently impossible within the EU. Just for the benefit of the House, I will give way in a second to the Right Honourable. Clause 34 and the accompanying provisions in Schedule 5 include a duty on any minister, to get to the point that's been raised, who introduces relevant legislation to make clear that workers' rights will not be weakened in any way. Whether it is air pollution, tackling air pollution, or enhancing biodiversity, this country can do better than simply by sticking with EU norms. We can achieve our vision of a dynamic, high-wage, low-tax market economy precisely because we champion high skills and high standards. It will be the. I give way to the right honourable lady.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way, and like him, I would like to get out of the European Union as quickly and speedily as possible. But what more can he do to reassure the people of Northern Ireland who are feeling that they are being cut off, and particularly when they could have accepted perhaps some regulations between trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, because that happens at the moment, but have been absolutely astonished to find that trading between Northern Ireland and Great Britain is somehow now treated as if they are sending it to a foreign country. That is not acceptable.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable lady, and I know that it is very, very important that we stress, and I must make myself absolutely clear, Northern Ireland is leaving the EU with the rest of the UK whole and entire, and we have achieved with this deal what I think few people thought was possible, that Northern Ireland is leaving the EU as part of a single customs territory with the rest of the UK. And to her specific point, if I may, Mr. Speaker, to her specific point, there will be no checks between NI and GB, and nor would she expect there to be, and that is made. It is made absolutely clear in Article 6 of the protocol that there was to be. It is up to the UK government to insist on unfettered access for trade NI, unfettered access for trade NI GB. And I give way with pleasure and with respect to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister. It's quite clear that whatever he says about Northern Ireland being in the UK Customs Union, de facto the European Union Customs Code applies in Northern Ireland if the protocol comes into place, which requires exit declarations from Northern Ireland to Great Britain. Yes, it does. The Brexit Secretary said opposite yesterday it had to be corrected by HMRC. So look, what I would say to the Prime Minister is this. Is he saying that at the end of December 2020 that Northern Ireland will not go into the protocol if there's a free trade agreement, and that if we are in the protocol and a free trade agreement is agreed, that we will automatically come out of it, and that will be written into law?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just for the clarification of the right honourable gentleman, I know he raised this already, but there are no checks GBNI. There will be some light touch measures to ensure there's no illegal trade in endangered animal species, and banned firearms, which I think he would agree was sensible. But of course, the most important point is that even these measures evaporate and are terminated automatically. They automatically dissolve unless a majority of the Northern Irish Assembly in Stormont votes to keep them. And furthermore, and to get to his point, of course, there is a further sense in which these measures are transitory, because of course they all may be replaced in the great work of beginning the free trade agreement and the new partnership that we intend to build between the UK and the EU, a work in which I devoutly hope that Northern Irish members will be involved in building a whole UK, whole world free trade policy. That is the prize that is before us, and it will be the UK and the UK alone that will control these vital standards as we leave. And to those, Mr. Speaker, who share my belief in the transformative power of free trade, perhaps the single greatest engine of global prosperity, a new deal enabled by this legislation will allow us to sign free trade agreements around the world. And I will give way with pleasure to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Prime Minister for giving way. Schedule 5A of the Act lists workers' retained European Union rights. The directive on work-life balance for parents and carers is omitted from the schedule, along with many others in the same vein. How can those omissions be consistent with the Prime Minister's commitment to the highest possible standards for workers' rights?
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that we will maintain the highest possible standards, but I would be very happy to study what the Honourable Lady says, but I can assure her that there will be whatever the House believes has been omitted can easily be replaced. And I give way to the Honourable Lady from Don Valley.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. I think across this House we all agree that there is a climate emergency and that the UK must be a leader, not a follower, when it comes to low-carbon living. Now, I welcome the pledge that an environment bill will enhance and not reduce the UK's standards. But will the Prime Minister commit today to reinforce this ambition with a clear non-regression clause, as we have on workers' rights, and write this into the bill? Would that not provide some of the reassurance the House needs about not only protecting but enhancing environmental standards?
Just gave you the nerve.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can indeed make that commitment, and I thank the Honourable Lady for the work that she is doing to champion the environment, and I would just remind her and remind the House that our Environment Bill will set up for the first time legally binding targets and an Office for Environmental Protection to enforce those targets in this country. And I remind her that in the event of the EU, the crucial thing I think that she will reassure her is that in the event of the EU bringing forward new legislation, we will, in this government, bring forward an amendable motion so that the House may choose to match those standards. And Mr. Speaker, I must, if I may, make some progress. This new deal will allow us to sign free trade agreements around the world, encouraging innovation, lowering prices, maximising opportunities for world-beating British companies to find new markets, and bringing good new jobs to communities who for too long have been left behind. And let me repeat, Mr. Speaker, in any future trade negotiations with our country, our National Health Service will never be on the table. But then, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say something not just to those who think that Brexit is a great opportunity, as I do, of course I do, but also to the 16 million who voted to remain. And I identify one in my honourable friend behind me.
In terms of workers' rights, the EU requires employers to offer 14 weeks maternity pay. In the UK, we offer 39 weeks maternity pay. If we wanted to reduce workers' rights, why wouldn't this government have done that already?
I think, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes exactly the right point, that this government is a government that wishes to have the highest possible standards for workers across the country, because that is what we believe that is the right way forward for the British economy. And let me repeat, and I'm glad he made that point, Mr. Speaker. I wish to address the 48% whose concerns must always be in our minds. The revised political declaration sets out a vision of the closest possible cooperation between the UK and our European friends. A relationship, and I quote, rooted in the values and interests that the European Union and the United Kingdom share, anchored in their common European heritage. And to British citizens living in EU countries and to EU citizens who have made their homes here and who have contributed so much, this bill protects their rights ensuring that they can carry on living their lives as before. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Which one was? Thank you very much. The Prime Minister has said, and some of his ministers said, they're against live animal exports. Does this mean Dover to Calais, or longer journeys from GB, Stranraer to Northern Ireland, or longer journeys still to the Hebrides, to Orkneys, to the Shetlands? When he says he's ending live animal exports, what does he mean? We need details on this. Are they the short journeys to the continent only, or longer journeys to Northern Ireland?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. He rather makes my point for me, because of course what he may not realise is that there are currently animals being shipped from this country to Spain, indeed to North Africa, in conditions of extreme distress. And I do not believe that it would be the will of this House, or indeed the will of the member opposite, that we should continue on that basis. And I say to those who care, like me, for the rights of EU nationals living in this country, I argued during the referendum that we should guarantee their rights in this country immediately and unilaterally. And I regret that this did not happen, but the bill today completes that job. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and he's being characteristically generous in giving way. Could I, just so that we're absolutely clear, just ask my right honourable friend again, going back to the Northern Ireland issue, is it his and the government's intention, which I understood it and still understand it to be, that in the phase in which we negotiate a free trade agreement, that we would negotiate that on the basis that Northern Ireland would form a whole and singular part of that agreement and therefore would be treated exactly the same as Kent?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can give exactly that assurance. That is exactly what this bill does, and that's exactly what this agreement has secured. And I give way to the honourable lady from West Lancashire.
Prime Minister, my constituents voted to leave 55-45, but they want to ensure, they want to believe, and it is a question of trust, that there will be certainty and decent rights for all workers as we leave the EU and in the future. I welcome the announcement that there'll be an employment reform bill, but you know, when he's got his pen out in answer to my honourable friend, could he actually set the date and tell us when he's going to put that date in this bill so we know it happens?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I can confirm that we will be doing that, but it's probably best done in the course of the bill, and that we should get on with the debate as fast as possible. Let me come, if I may, Mr. Speaker, before I take some interventions, to our compatriots in Northern Ireland, because this bill upholds in full the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, as Lord Trimble has attested, and our unwavering commitment to Northern Ireland's place, in the Union. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
The central plank, Prime Minister, of the mechanisms for ensuring both communities are protected in the Belfast Agreement is, and I state from the agreement itself, to ensure that all sections of the community can participate and work together, and that all sections are protected. Arrangements to ensure key decisions are taken on a cross-community basis. How does that square with the terms of this agreement, and which have been stated by yourself in this House, that decisions will be made on a majority basis?
Well,
Prime Minister.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and he knows that, and I thank him and his party for the work that they have done to help us to change this deal very, very much for the better. And he played an instrumental role in that. But on the point that he raises, he knows that this is a reserved issue, and I simply return to my point. It is the salient feature of these arrangements that they evaporate, they disintegrate, they vanish unless a majority of the Northern Ireland Assembly elects to keep them. And I think that it is up to members of the Northern Ireland Assembly to assemble that majority if they so choose. And further, there is an opportunity, of course, to vary those arrangements in the course of the free trade agreement and the new partnership, which I hope that he will join us in building together. This new deal explicitly respects the territorial integrity of the UK. It takes the United Kingdom whole and entire out of the EU. And of course there is a set of special provisions applying to Northern Ireland.
I apologise for interrupting the Prime Minister, but a lot of members are bellowing in a rather bellicose fashion at the Prime Minister, but he's already made it clear that at the moment he's not giving way. He's taken a lot of interventions, he may take more, but he's proceeding with the development of his case. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I give way to the Honourable Member for West Belfast.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way, and I have heard clearly not only what he has tried to do this afternoon to assure this House, but also in answer to the question from the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green. How can he square the pledge he has given that says Northern Ireland can fully benefit from free trade arrangements with the provisions in the agreement he agreed at Article 13.8 that require the EU to have a say in whether we succeed from the protocol arrangements?
Because there is absolutely no provision for the EU to have a say, Mr. Speaker, because as he knows, there are special provisions in the agreement that apply to Northern Ireland in respect, as I say, of trade in goods and sanitary and phytosanitary measures, the single electricity market. And the benefit of that alignment, that temporary 4-year alignment, Mr. Speaker, is of course that it allows us to avoid a hard border in Northern Ireland. That is its great benefit. It allows us to respect the Good Friday process. But those arrangements are automatically, may I complete? Are automatically terminated after...
I just very gently say to the honourable gentleman who's had an opportunity, I hope it's a point of order rather than a point of frustration. But point of order, Mr. Semi Wilson.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has claimed to the House today that the agreement does not rule out the interpretation which he has given to this House. But paragraph 8 of Article 13 states quite clearly that any subsequent arrangement between the United Kingdom and the Union shall indicate the parts of this protocol which it supersedes, and that the EU will have a say in that. How can he then claim to this House that there is total freedom of decision on this?
What I say to the honourable gentleman, as an experienced denizen of this House, is that is a matter of consuming interest within the chamber and beyond. But the honourable gentleman is a cheeky chappy, because it's not a matter for adjudication by the chair. He's made his own point in his own way with considerable alacrity, to which the Prime Minister can respond if he wishes and not if he doesn't. The Prime Minister.
Speaker, well, I will. Thank you. I will give way in just a moment, but I will respond by saying just repeating the point, Mr. Speaker, that those arrangements are automatically terminated after 4 years unless a majority of the Northern Ireland Assembly expressly decides to retain any or all of them, so that those arrangements naturally and legally dissolve into full alignment with the UK and with the whole of the UK. So the default position is alignment with the UK, unless, as I say, there is a majority vote in the Assembly against that alignment. And those arrangements can in any event be replaced by the future relationship based on a free trade agreement that we will conclude with the EU. And at the same time, the agreement ensures that Northern Ireland is part of the UK customs territory and benefits immediately from any UK trade deals. And Clause 21 gives effect to those measures in the protocol. And apart from those special provisions, there are no level playing field provisions covering only Northern Ireland. There's nothing in the new deal requiring any different treatment of Northern Irish services, which account for over 70% of the economy. And there is nothing in the revised political declaration which would oblige Northern Ireland to be treated differently in the future relationship with the EU, which we will soon begin to negotiate. And as I say, I will give way with pleasure.
very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way, and I couldn't believe for a minute, Mr. Speaker, that he is seeking to in any way deceive the House. But he has said repeatedly today that there will be no differences between the way in which Northern Ireland is treated vis-à-vis Kent or anywhere else in the rest of the UK. Why then does the impact assessment produced by his own government, slipped out late last night, make quite explicit at point 241 that goods moving from GB to NI will be required to fill in import declarations and entry summary declarations, which will result in additional costs as a result of Northern Ireland? How does the Prime Minister square that fact with the bluster and rhetoric that he is serving out here today?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the House will know full well that these are transitory arrangements, and if the people of Northern Ireland choose to dissent from them, they melt away unless by a majority they choose to retain them. And there will be no checks, as I repeat, there will be no checks GB NI. There is nothing in the revised political declaration that obliges Northern Ireland to be treated any differently in the future relationship. And as I say, I would expect members from Northern Ireland to be involved intimately in devising a whole UK, whole world trade policy. And indeed the whole House. I give way to the pleasure of my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. Isn't the truly fundamental point that to deliver the United Kingdom whole and secure and prosperous out of the European Union, members of this House need to vote for second reading and, yes, vote for the programme motion so it can all be done on time, and then stand firm behind him and his negotiating team so that he has the power to deliver just the relationship which is being implored upon him to put before the House in due course?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend has given excellent advice to the House, and I thank him very much for his support. And I wish to stress to my honourable friends that the whole House will be involved in devising that future partnership. I give way with pleasure to the honourable gentleman from Poplar.
Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for his reassurances about workers' rights and the avoidance of race to the bottom and no regression, and that will be written into the bill because it's a huge issue for many members on this side of the House and needs to be recognised by many members on his side of the House. Can he give the same reassurances on consumer protection and that they will be written into the bill also?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can indeed give the right honourable gentleman that assurance, and there will be no race to the bottom, and for honourable and right honourable members who wish to be involved in the building of our future partnership, there will be every opportunity at every stage for this House to be involved, and quite properly.
Order. There's so much noise in the chamber that I fear that the honourable gentleman from North Dorset, who enjoys the exalted status of the chairmanship of the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, is unable to draw attention to the fact that he wishes to intervene in the debate, and that is regrettable for the honourable gentleman. But I've made the point. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to repeat our unequivocal commitment to consumer standards and protections, which I know will be welcomed by my honourable friend.
Well, it is, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your good offices. Could I say to the Prime Minister, trying to square the difficult circle of delivering Brexit under the umbrella of the Good Friday Agreement and maintaining peace on the island of Ireland was always going to be a big ask. Not everybody will be happy with what the Prime Minister is bringing forward, but all communities should be happy that nobody is talking about a coach and horses being driven through the Good Friday Agreement, and there are no communities, particularly at the border, who are now fearful of a resurrection of violence and bloodshed and hatred. The Prime Minister is to be congratulated.
Prime Minister.
I'm very grateful to the chairman of the Select Committee for his remarks, because I do intend to bring the whole House into the process of decision-making and into our confidence and drawing on the expertise of the House, not least in environmental matters, on which I know the Honourable Lady speaks with great authority.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. Actually, what I wanted to ask him about, he's been giving so many reassurances to Labour members behind me. I wonder if he could give a reassurance to me about the fact of this trapdoor that is at the heart of this Brexit deal. We know that if there isn't an arrangement that's agreed by the end of December of next year, we risk crashing out with no deal. So could he give me the reassurance that he is going to extend that transition and he's going to guarantee now at the dispatch box that we will not crash out at the end of December of next year?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can indeed give her the assurance that there will be no crashing out, because we will negotiate a great new friendship and partnership within the timescale that is allotted. I know that honourable members on all sides of the House have every confidence in this government to do that. They said that we couldn't change the withdrawal agreement in the 90 days that we had, and they said that we'd never get rid of the backstop. They said we wouldn't be able to get a new deal. We did get a new deal. We got a great deal for this House and this country, and we'll get a great new free trade agreement and a new partnership for our country. Mr. Speaker, that is the project that lies before us, ensuring that the great project can begin, of building a new friendship with our closest neighbours across the Channel. That is the common endeavour of our whole nation. And that will begin with Clause 31, which will give Parliament a clear role, including, I hope, the Honourable Lady.
The Prime Minister giving it away. Isn't the case that in order to get a deal with the EU, the Prime Minister had to make a choice over Northern Ireland? And the choice he made was to sign up to EU trading rules in order to get frictionless trade with Ireland and the rest of the EU. And isn't the truth that at the end of all of the negotiations the rest of the UK is going to face, we're going to face exactly the same dilemma? Yes. Remain close, sign up to the rules, in which case we give up our say, so what's the point of Brexit? Or break totally free, in which case what is the price? We have not made that choice. He's done it over Northern Ireland. We face it over the rest of the UK. This isn't getting Brexit done. It's continuing the agony for years to come.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously I have a vision of this country with a very close friendship and partnership with the EU, but obviously also being able to do free trade deals around the world. I do think that those objectives are compatible. I think the way it can be made compatible is evident here in this great new deal that we have done, but it is open to her, of course, to work with us to take it forward. And I give way with pleasure to
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Prime Minister on securing a deal. I never doubted it for a minute. Can he reassure me that the moment this bill receives royal assent, hopefully sooner rather than later, he will work tirelessly, along with the Secretary of State for Bays, to secure the closest possible relationship to European science and research funding programs?
Yes, I thank my right honourable friend and brother very much for what he said, and he has worked tirelessly in that sphere himself. I know how much he values that cooperation, as indeed I know how much members across the House value that cooperation, and we will protect, preserve and enhance it, and indeed, as I say, honourable members across the House are going to be involved in that process, because Parliament is, as I say, under Clause 31, Parliament is given a clear role. And I give way, with pleasure, to the honourable member for Dover.
Thanks, Prime Minister, for giving way. He's been incredibly generous in this debate today. He will no doubt have heard, as I have heard, the dire warnings in certain quarters that if we leave the European Union, there will be problems at Dover and chaos on the roads of Kent. Can he assure the House and me and my constituents that with this deal there will be no problems at the Channel ports and no problems on Kent's roads?
I can indeed give that assurance, Mr. Speaker, and the best way to avoid any problems, whatever, is to vote for this deal tonight. And, Mr. Speaker, with my leave, I'm going to make some progress. Let's pause for a second and reflect on the scale of the choices before us. If we reject this new deal, what would the House be saying to the country and to the world? What's the alternative course of action open before us? To undo Brexit, cancel the greatest democratic exercise in this country's history? Even now, I find it impossible to believe that any Democrat would contemplate such a course. Time and again, this House has promised to honour the referendum. And the fact that the Leader of the Opposition is now proposing a rerun, I think, shows a regrettable contempt for the verdict of the British people. This House has repeatedly rejected a second referendum, and in my view, must emphatically do so again. I know some colleagues have been contemplating certain amendments that are not about delivering a new deal, but rather about trying to change it. And I give way with pleasure to my honourable friend.
Thank you. Will the Prime Minister agree that a referendum took place, a decision was made by the British people? It's up to Parliament to accept that decision and work with it. Not my words, but the words of the Leader of the Opposition.
My honourable friend has encapsulated the point perfectly, and I think that the right honourable gentleman should reflect on what he has said. What message would it send to our European friends? I give way to the honourable member for Wimbledon.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for giving way? He will know that when I worked closely with him when he was Mayor of London, how much he valued the contribution of EU citizens. I have the great fortune to represent a constituency with one of the highest proportion of EU citizens. Could I ask my honourable friend to look again at the arbitrary deadline for the application for settled status?
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to say that the settled status scheme is proceeding apace, and we have every hope that the entire 3.4 million will register by the time of the deadline. But the best way to give all our citizens confidence and security, and to give all our friends confidence and security, particularly the 3.4 million, is to get this deal through tonight, because this is how we protect their rights. And I know that there are some colleagues who want to change the deal and are contemplating some amendments that would change the fundamentals of the deal. And I have to ask the House, what would that say to our European friends about our good intentions? That we're proposing to come back to Brussels to ask for a third agreement, that we will put it to a fifth vote, perhaps after another 6 months or another year. Is there anyone who seriously believes that the EU would reopen the withdrawal agreement again? On the contrary, our European friends could not be clearer. The deal on the table is the one contained in this bill. And the decision for this House is whether to ratify this deal rather than going round in circles in a futile attempt to construct a new one. And then, Mr. Speaker, there is the question of yet further delay. And I know some colleagues have been contemplating the timetable of this bill and asking whether scrutiny should take longer. And I don't think we should be daunted in this House by the task we have before us. But let us work night and day if that is what it takes to get this done. Our European friends are not showing any enthusiasm to agree a delay, or the delay that Parliament has asked for. And I give way to the honourable lady.
Can I congratulate our Prime Minister on achieving this deal? I always thought it would be enormously challenging to get all other 27 leaders to agree to change the deal. But this deal needs to be voted through not only by us, but also by the European Parliament and ratified across Europe. Does he agree with me that if we don't support the programme motion tonight, we add great uncertainty and push up the risk of no deal.
The Honourable Lady is completely right. Those who have argued for 3 years that they are motivated primarily for a desire to avoid no deal have only one logical course of action tonight, and that is to vote for a programme motion that ensures we leave with a deal on the 31st of October. Doing anything else would, I'm afraid, mean this House abdicating its responsibilities and handing over to the EU Council the decision on what happens next. Whether the EU would offer a short delay or a long delay or no delay. The decision would be down to the EU. And I must say the public does not want further delay, Mr. Speaker. This House has discussed these issues for 3.5 years. What on earth will the public think of us if this House again tonight votes not to get on with it, not to deliver Brexit on October the 31st, but to hand over control of what happens next to the EU, closing the path to leaving with a deal on the 31st of October and opening the path to no deal in 9 days' time. Because honourable members claim that they want weeks or months, perhaps even years more, to debate this matter. The public will not be deceived, Mr. Speaker, about the real purpose of such delay. When we are so nearly at the end of this process, are honourable members really going to tell their constituents that at the last hurdle they decided to hand the decision to Brussels? And even if the EU Council were to agree with Parliament on a further delay, what would happen in that period after October the 31st? As the Honourable Lady rightly says, yet more uncertainty that is holding our country back. And I invite honourable members to picture the businesses in our constituencies freezing their investments, the jobs that will never be created, the contracts that British firms will neither bid for nor win, the exports that will never leave our shores. And I give way to my honourable.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He will know that the Mayor of the West Midlands is in very close contact with manufacturers in the area, including Jaguar Land Rover. They are saying that the most damaging thing to manufacturing and industry as a whole is the uncertainty due to delay. They want, not just me, not just the Mayor, but manufacturers want the deal done, and the deal done now.
My right honourable friend is completely right, and the consequences of not getting this done and not voting through this deal tonight is to continue with the creeping paralysis that is affecting certain parts of our economy. And perhaps even worse, if we don't get this thing done, we face the continuing acrimony, the abuse that I'm afraid is still heard on both sides, perhaps increasingly heard on both sides of the argument. The divisions will continue. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Could I start, Mr. Speaker, by thanking the honourable members for Broxtowe and Nottingham East for helping me be noticed. I'm often hard to spot. But could I, and Ilford South, of course, could I bring the Prime Minister's attention to Clause 31, which is basically the amendment that myself and my friend from Wigan put down to the last meaningful vote. However, whether by accident or by sneak, the Prime Minister has managed to add a small addendum, which means that any future vote would have to comply almost exclusively with the political declaration, meaning that this House would be constrained in what it could set as the future negotiating mandate. So could the Prime Minister explain why that's appeared? And could I also ask the Prime Minister on the purpose of scrutiny? This bill specifically disapplies Section 20 of the Constitutional Reform and Governments Act, which requires a 21-day resting period for all international treaties. Why has the Prime Minister taken the decision to do that on this? And is that something he plans to do on any future trade arrangements?
Mr. Speaker, on the honourable gentleman's point about Clause 31. The intention is very, very clear. The intention is to allow the House to participate actively and fully in the building of the future partnership. And I think that if he reads the political declaration, he will see there is plenty of scope within that political declaration for a very active and full participation by all members of the House in devising that partnership. And on his second point about the deadline and the Constitutional Reform and Government Act, there is, in my view, ample time for us to get this done. This House of Commons has been discussing this issue for 3.5 years. And we have chewed over this question again and again. Our constituents will not be fooled by any further delay. They will not understand why that is necessary. And if we delay again, I'm afraid that we will miss an opportunity to heal the divisions between us, and the paralysis will continue. So let me make it absolutely clear. There is no way. No, I won't give way, Mr. Speaker. I won't give way. Mr. Speaker, I won't give way. Mr. Speaker, I won't give way.
I hope it is a genuine point of order. I have me dukes. Point of order, Mr. David Linden.
Indeed, a genuine point of order concerning the programme motion. The BBC Breaking News app is reporting that the Prime Minister has said if he loses the programme motion, he will withdraw the bill. Now, given that the Prime Minister is talking about working with the House, has he given you any notice, sir, if the programme motion falls, that he intends to pull the bill tonight?
The Prime Minister has not given me any indication on that matter, and we must leave him to develop his case. The Prime Minister...
Let me be very clear that, and I come to exactly the point the Honourable Gentleman raises, I will in no way allow months more of this. If Parliament refuses to allow Brexit to happen and instead gets its way and decides to delay everything until January or possibly longer, in those circumstances can the government continue with this. And with great regret, I must go directly to the point that the Honourable Gentleman raises. With great regret, I must say that the bill will have to be pulled, and we will have to go forward, much as the Right Honourable Gentleman may not like it, we will have to go forward to a general election. And I will argue at that election. No, Mr. Speaker. I will argue at that election, let's get Brexit done, and the Leader of the Opposition will make his case to spend 2020 having 2 referendums, one on Brexit and one on Scotland. And the people, Mr. Speaker, will decide. Mr. Speaker, there is another path. And that is to accept... No, I won't. And that is to accept, as I have done, that this deal does not give us everything that we wanted. And all of us can find clauses and provisions to which we can object as we can in any compromise. But it also gives us the opportunity to conclude that there is no dishonour in setting aside an entirely legitimate desire to deliver the perfect deal in the interest of seizing the great deal that is now within our grasp, of seizing the opportunity to begin healing those divisions, to satisfy the aching desire of the British public, that we would just get Brexit done and to move on to do what those who sent us here want us to do, and that is to address their priorities. For 3.5 years, this Parliament has been caught in a deadlock of its... Sit down. Has been caught in a deadlock of its own making.
Order! Notwithstanding the fact that the Honourable Gentleman Member for Kingston upon Hull East must emphatically be the loudest member of any Parliament anywhere in the European Union, he cannot insist that the Prime Minister gives way if the Prime Minister is disinclined to do so. I think the Prime Minister may be approaching his peroration, to which we should listen. The Prime Minister.
I do think I've given away quite a lot during this speech, and I do wish to wind up, because I know that honourable members will wish to make their own contributions, Mr. Speaker, to the debate. For 3.5 years, this Parliament has been caught in a deadlock of its own making, and the truth is that all of us bear a measure of responsibility for that outcome. And yet, by the same token, we all bear a share of responsibility. We all have the same opportunity now. The escape route is visible. The prize the prize is visible before us. A new beginning with our friends and partners, a new beginning for a global, self-confident, outward-looking country that can do free trade deals around the world as one whole entire United Kingdom. The deal is here on the table. The legislation to deliver it is here before us. A clear majority in the country is now imploring us to get Brexit done in this House of Commons. And I say to the House, let us therefore do it, and let us do it now and tonight. And I commend this bill, Mr. Speaker, to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We warned on Saturday that if the House passes the government's deal, it would be a disaster for our country. Now, as we look through the details of the bill, we see just how right we were. Page after page of what amounts to nothing less than a charter for deregulation and a race to the bottom.
That's why they like it.
A deal and a bill that fails to protect our rights and our natural world, fails to protect jobs and the economy, fails to protect every region and nation in the United Kingdom. This bill confirms that Northern Ireland is really in the customs union of the EU and goods will be subjected to tariffs. The Prime Minister said there would be no checks. That was Saturday. But yesterday, the Brexit Secretary confirmed to the Lords European Union Committee that under the government's proposals, Northern Irish businesses that send goods to Great Britain will have to complete export declaration forms. And today, the government estimates, and it's the government's estimate, that exit declaration forms will be between £15 and £56 per customs declaration. So the Prime Minister was, at best, and I'm being generous here, mistaken on Saturday. And Mr. Speaker, the more divergence, the harder that border will become, and the greater danger that will put, or the risk it will put, to the historic Good Friday Agreement.
Does he think we should still leave the European Union? Yes or no?
We are challenging this bill today, and that is the whole point of this debate. And as he well knows, my party's policy is that in government we would negotiate an appropriate deal with the EU and allow the people to decide the final decision on that. And, Mr. Speaker, this deal leaves open... Mr. Speaker, this deal leaves open the possibility of the UK crashing out of the EU without a deal by the end of next year.
Yes. I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I don't disagree with what he said, but does he understand why those of us in seats that voted very heavily to leave, who stood on a manifesto in 2017 that said that we would respect the result of the referendum, feel very strongly that this bill must be allowed to proceed to committee stage so that we can engage in the detail of the debate and see if there is a possibility of getting a Brexit deal that protects our constituents? That for many people back home in towns like Wigan, this is an article of faith in the Labour Party and in democracy, and that those of us who are seeking to engage in the detail do so not because we'll support a Tory Brexit. Our votes at third reading are by no means secure, but because we want to see if we can improve this deal and keep people's trust in our democracy.
I do thank my friend for that intervention, and I also thank her and her colleagues, some of whom represent seats that voted heavily leave, for the engagement we've had, the discussions we've had, and the constructive way in which all that has been approached. I do understand the concerns in those constituencies and those communities, and I know that she will support the principle. She will support the principle of a customs union, which we have placed on record in both our manifesto and since then in the Labour Party. My own view is that we should vote against this bill this evening for the reasons that I've set out. I understand her view that it's possible to amend it in committee. That is always the process in Parliament. But my recommendation would be to vote against this bill. But I do understand and respect the way in which she's approached it and the way that she represents her community and her constituency. And I know that she joins me in being pretty alarmed at the way in which manufacturing industry is under stress at the moment, and in the event of not having a customs union would be under serious threat of remaining in this country.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way on that point. Is he concerned that, of course, for many of those areas that rely heavily on manufacturing, the deal as it's been set out and leaving that customs union and single market inevitably mean tariffs, which inevitably means less manufacturing and less jobs in those areas?
I thank my friend for his intervention, and his constituency, which I know very well, was once a centre of manufacturing in Britain, but the government of Margaret Thatcher put paid to that. And he's right that in the event of tariffs being introduced on manufactured goods, in the event of WTO conditions, the opportunities for sales in the European market, which are obviously huge at the present time, would be severely damaged. So I ask colleagues to think very, very carefully about what I see as the dangers behind the Prime Minister's approach to this, because he doesn't offer a safety net. He doesn't offer a safety net. There's so many people trying to intervene. Can I deal with one at a time, please? Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. The Prime Minister doesn't offer a safety net.
Order! At the very least, it's, if I may very gently say to the honourable gentleman member for the Isle of Wight, a tad tactless when he's just been advised that the leader is dealing with one first, immediately to spring to his feet. I enjoin him to remember his emotional intelligence. The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's any process that allows an intervention on an intervention on an intervention. I think you would probably notice it. I give way to my friend, the member for Ashfield.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Today I am also minded to vote in favour of a second reading, not because I support that deal, but because I don't. And I want to improve the deal so it reflects the manifesto that I stood on, to respect the result of that referendum, but to leave with a with a deal that protects jobs and trade. Does he understand my motivation?
Can I say I thank my friend for that intervention, and having spent time in her constituency with her on a number of occasions, talking to people in her community, visiting factories and enterprises in the area, I fully understand her concerns and their concerns, and I commend her for her work in representing that area and the obvious friendship there is between her and all the people that she represents. I think she is a great MP. And, Mr. Speaker, her concerns are that she wants to represent her constituency and their concerns. I hope that she will understand why I believe this bill should not be given a second reading, but I'm also sure she will agree with me that to get this bill to debate less than 17 hours after it was published is a totally unreasonable way of treating Parliament, and I hope she will also join me in the lobby this evening in opposing the programme motion on this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, no wonder some of the Conservative benches are suddenly so keen to jump on board with this deal, because it opens the door to the no-deal exit that this House has voted against on numerous occasions.
For the right honourable gentleman for giving way, does he understand that the reason why so many of his own side and our own side want to get this through is that we want to avoid no deal, and the best way to do that is to support this deal? So why won't he support it?
I don't know what happened to the honourable gentleman's maths, but so far 3 members have intervened who've expressed disagreement with the bill, but want to get a better deal in order to get a customs union, which is hardly the position he adopts. So I think you should be careful of assuming that all my colleagues over here, who are desperate to represent hard-up communities that have been so disgracefully treated by this government, are suddenly jumping on board with him, because I've news for him, they're not. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. This, Mr. Speaker, is a charter for a Brexit that would be good for the hedge fund managers and the speculators, but bad for the communities that we represent, our industries and people's jobs and living standards. In industry after industry, from chemical processing to car manufacturing, are all deeply concerned about the way in which this bill will operate.
I thank them for giving way. One of the reasons so many of us are concerned about the programme motion is how little time we have to bottom out quite when the Prime Minister tells us that things will be better if we leave the European Union. He himself just said that he would look at the work-life balance EU Council directive, but on the 2nd of September, Bayes already ruled out to me implementing that. It's a directive that would give people carers' rights, for example, care leave, that our constituents don't currently have. So does he agree with me that one of the problems with rushing this through is not just what we will lose, but what we will miss out on, that this Prime Minister will not give any commitments on?
I thank my friend for that intervention, and of course she's absolutely right that whilst the Prime Minister claims there is no intention in his mind to undermine workers' rights, I can't see into his mind, so I don't know, but that's what he says. My friend is quite right. There is no legal protection within this bill for a dynamic alignment on rights with the European Union, on consumer rights, environmental protection, workers' rights, and much else besides. So I just urge colleagues to think very, very carefully on how they vote on this particular bill tonight. I'll give away one more time, and then I will.
I'm extremely grateful to the right honourable gentleman because I treasure the interview he and I gave together before he became leader to Sky News, where the only thing we agreed on is that we should leave the European Union on democratic grounds. What has changed since he became leader of the Labour Party that he can't see that if he votes against this programme motion tonight, if he votes against the programme motion, he and his whole party will be seen as voting against delivering Brexit?
Parliament needs to do its job, and that's what we should be given the chance to do, not rushed into this 17 hours after the publication of the bill. And I would also say, as somebody who, before I came into this House, was a trade union organiser and official, that you don't give up what you've won, you don't give up what you've gained, you protect what you've got and try and get better in the future. This bill undermines workers' rights within our country and our society, and those that vote this thing through in any form in its present way will find that many of the rights that we've now got will be severely damaged.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for giving way? This place can be quite intimidating at times. I came here believing that people who sounded a bit posh and walked around with an air of entitlement somehow knew what they were doing. And if nothing else, I thank the Prime Minister for disproving that at least.
Well said.
I absolutely... Sorry,
I thought you'd finished.
I was catching a breath. The Prime Minister wore me out getting up and down so much earlier on. Members on this side genuinely are agonising over the best way forward in reconciling constituencies that have very different views on Brexit. And I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the work that he's doing to try and retain that coalition. But regardless of where people come from, surely it's important that we make the information on the right information and on the right risk assessment. And isn't it wrong that the risk assessments have been incomplete? And actually the government's own advisers haven't even been able to rate their risk assessments because of the lack of time.
My friend is absolutely right. As a former very distinguished leader of his local authority, he knows the importance of going through documents in detail and understanding and getting a chance to take advice on the implications of them. With the greatest brains in the world, and I'm sure this House does contain the greatest brains in the world, there's no doubt about that, 17 hours isn't very much to deal with 40 clauses and 110 pages of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is trying to blindside this Parliament to force this deal through, and this Parliament must challenge him in doing that.
Thank you. Can I thank my right honourable friend for giving me way? But does he share my concerns that should this bill be passed tonight, it will open up free trade agreements with the US, which will have huge ramifications for our valued National Health Service and for the food that we eat?
I thank my friend for that intervention, and yes, it does. It does, because the only way forward for the Prime Minister then is to go on to WTO rules and then to seek a specialist trade deal with the United States. I don't know if he's noticed it, but Donald Trump does adopt an America First policy. That Donald Trump's attitude towards trade is most generously, I can put it, as one-sided towards the USA. There's got to be no equitable deal with the USA, and those companies in the USA that want to get control of our health service will come knocking on the door to take over our National Health Service. So, Mr. Speaker, I will give way a little later on. This is a bill of huge significance and complexity. It will decide the future of our country and the future of our economy and the economic model that we follow. And to propose a programme motion at the end of this debate will mean that all 68 clauses have got to be considered and voted on within the next 24, 48 hours, starting this evening, is actually an abuse of Parliament and a disgraceful attempt to dodge accountability, scrutiny and any kind of proper debate.
Grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Has he noticed clause 36 part 1, which says it's recognised that the Parliament of the United Kingdom is sovereign, and yet the Prime Minister will not give this Parliament of the United Kingdom the chance to fully scrutinise his proposals?
Well, indeed, my friend makes a very strong case there that a Parliament should have the opportunity to properly scrutinise what the executive wants to do. And I don't think the Prime Minister has really taken that into account in his botched and speeded procedure today and his obsession with getting all this stuff through in a few days. What the officials once said would take 4 weeks to properly scrutinise is now being done in 1 day. I simply say to colleagues on all sides of the House, ask yourself the question, why? So much for Parliament taking back control. Parliament is being treated as an inconvenience that can be bypassed by this government. And, Mr. Speaker, there is a crucial element to this. When we deal with major issues in this House, major issues in this country, we need the information and we need what... If you would hang on a second, I will deal with this, Mr. Speaker. That there has been no economic impact assessment whatsoever made or presented to this House. At the very least, this House should have that assessment and that expert advice in order to scrutinise this bill. The Chancellor of the Exchequer doesn't seem to think it's relevant that this bill and their deal needs this kind of scrutiny, even more so in the light of today's very dire public finance figures.
Way. And he's absolutely right. There has been no economic impact assessment on the basis of this bill. So many of us have to rely on the impact assessment of the last bill, Theresa May's withdrawal agreement, which showed a detrimental impact on the North East in particular to the degree of 7% of our GDP. Yeah. How can this be justified on our industry and our manufacturing in the North East, which is already so far behind the rest of the country?
Indeed, and my friend represents a constituency that suffered grievously from the industrial non-strategy of the Tory government, where SSI Redcar was closed down, where there are huge issues about manufacturing investment all across her region and her constituency. And this House knows full well, and if the members opposite cared to listen, they would know full well that what is proposed will damage manufacturing industry and therefore jobs, particularly in the North East, as the only part of the country that has a manufacturing surplus on trade with Europe and the rest of the world on the North East.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and the Prime Minister shakes his head. But every single member in this House represents people who voted Leave and who voted Remain. What nobody voted for was a wing and a prayer, cake and eat it,
blindfold Brexit with no economic impact assessment on the biggest transformation of our economy in peacetime history. Does my right honourable friend agree that this is completely an unacceptable way to bring forward this legislation? It's not fair on this House, and it's not fair on the people who will lose their jobs as a result.
Commend my friend for what she said and the way she said it. We all represent people who voted in different directions in the referendum or didn't vote at all in the referendum. We all have to represent them. But in making decisions, these decisions, we have to ask ourselves this question. If this deal is good for our country, why haven't they, the government, produced a single scrap of evidence to show that this is the case?
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I'm enormously grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Let me pay tribute to a former Labour leader, Tony Blair, who was the architect of the Good Friday Agreement, which delivered peace and stability to Northern Ireland, much needed peace and stability after 30 years of atrocious violence in Northern Ireland that affected all communities right across the island of Ireland. So I am extremely concerned that the Labour Party, the right honourable gentleman and his colleagues, have anxiety that the Prime Minister's new Brexit deal does in some way undermine the Good Friday Agreement and the achievements of it. So would he please take a few moments to explain his concerns? I think that's really important.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I'm sure she would agree with me, and I'm sure the whole House would, that the Good Friday Agreement was an historic step forward which has brought relative peace to Northern Ireland, and she's absolutely right. My concerns are that this bill does create a customs frontier between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK, something the Prime Minister told the DUP conference he would not do, when it clearly does. It does require the certification of goods before they'd be sent from Northern Ireland to the rest of the UK. It therefore does create a different trading relationship. And whilst there might not be an aspiration at the moment to put any physical customs point on road borders between Northern Ireland and the Republic, I just simply gently say this: the direction of travel is not a good one in this respect, and the member knows as well as I do that as soon as you start that, you end up with seriously undermining the historic achievements of the Good Friday Agreement.
Grateful to the gentleman for giving way. I just want to return him to a simple fact which I'm a bit concerned about with regards to where he's been on this issue. Does he recall that he sponsored once a bill to repeal the 1972 European Communities Act? Can he explain to us now why he has changed such that in this bill he will vote against repealing the 1972 European Communities Act?
Mr. Speaker, I also recall that I strongly supported the social chapter in order to try and bring social justice across Europe. And I just remind the honourable member of his historic achievement of bringing in universal credit and all the damage that's done to so many people in this country. The only economic evidence we can go on is the economic assessment carried out under the last Prime Minister, and that was clear. Yes, then I'll move on.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he not agree with me that we should not vote for anything that could make our country poorer? And this Brexit deal would do exactly that. Does he also agree with me that the previous referendum should have been regarded as illegal due to the overspend by the present Prime Minister? The only way forward is for a people's vote.
Well, people voted in different ways in the referendum in 2016, that is obvious. But nobody voted to lose their jobs, to find their regulations have been damaged and their living conditions have been damaged. The function of Parliament is to hold the government to account and scrutinise this agreement. A bare-bones free trade agreement, which is what the Prime Minister is promising, would dramatically hit our country's GDP and would disproportionately hit the poorest regions and make everybody in this country worse off. And it would lock in the existing privatisation of our National Health Service, and nothing in this bill protects our health service or their public services from future trade deals.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. Does he acknowledge that many EU nationals in this country are really afraid? Afraid because they don't know what their future is going to be. An Italian flower seller in a market in my constituency who's lived here 15 years, has been constantly asked, when are you going home? And today I've had an email from a doctor in the constituency who said there are significant concerns about the tardy response by the Brexit department, for want of a better name for that organisation, in that there's been no confirmation of this German doctor's residency and his status going forward. He is obviously very anxious and distracted by this situation. We need to keep primary care morale up in the current difficult times, and our valued European doctors and nurses need to feel confident about their future within the UK. This doctor has been a cornerstone of the NHS in Wales for over 20 years. My right honourable friend knows very well we are losing doctors and nurses and we can't afford to do it.
I thank my friend for that intervention, and she says it with heartfelt passion, and she's right. There are many people that have come to this country from all over the world, made their homes here, made a massive contribution to our lives and our society, and every one of us owes our health to those people that work in our NHS, whether they come from Commonwealth countries, other countries or the European Union, and they should not be put through the strain either of the Windrush hostile environment or indeed the sword of Damocles that's hanging over many at the moment because they know they only have 5 years definite stay in this country. And I'll just remind the House, it was this party that in July 2016, Andy Burnham, then our Shadow Home Secretary, moved a motion guaranteeing permanent rights and residence of EU nationals. And the Prime Minister was the only Tory to support it at that time. I don't know what happened to him since then. So again, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of trade and investment, will the Chancellor do his job and provide the House with a comprehensive economic impact assessment on this deal? Or at the very least, will he do so before the report stage? This bill, Mr. Speaker, falls hugely short in all areas. I've given away a great deal, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you will all agree, and I'll make some progress. Then I will give way to my friend over there and the member for Brighton. On jobs and manufacturing, this deal will reduce access to the market of our biggest trade partner and leave our manufacturers without a customs union. Members, as we've heard from many interventions, will have heard desperate pleas from businesses in their constituencies, all saying they need frictionless supply trains. So I ask them to do the right thing. Let's work together to make sure a comprehensive customs union is hardwired into our future relationship with the EU.
Jim Fitzpatrick. Speaker, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He knows we disagree on elements of this bill and this issue. As his former whip, with my whip's tie on, can I ask him for an assurance that those members on this side of the chamber who exercise their conscience this evening and don't follow the whip will not have that whip removed any more than he had it removed when he exercised his conscience?
Mr. Speaker, I believe in the powers of persuasion. And tonight I would like to persuade my honourable friend. Come with us, vote against this bill and vote against the programme motion, because I believe, and I think he may agree with me, it's actually in the interests of his constituents.
I'm grateful
grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for giving way. Does he share my concern that this Brexit deal could lead to a loss of freedom of movement within the island of Ireland for international family members of Irish or UK citizens? In other words, it imposes the equivalent of a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic, denying families their reunification rights. Will you acknowledge that this is a barely mentioned but still very worrying aspect of yet another way in which this deal breaches the Good Friday Agreement?
Yes, I understand and accept the member's concerns on this, and she's making very eloquently the case for far more scrutiny of this bill, so I'm sure she'll be joining me in opposing the programme motion this evening, because the programme motion will prevent just that kind of scrutiny. And I note from the programme motion there is only 1 hour allowed for consideration of all Lord's amendments, however many there may or may not be. And I will give way to my quiet and demeaning friend from the demeanour of my friend. No, he's me. His demeanour, not demeanour. On workers' rights, by removing any level playing field provision, the government is asking us to give them a blank cheque at rights at work.
To the House. It's a great relief to the House. I was worried that the honourable gentleman might explode into the atmosphere, which would have been a most unfortunate scenario. Carl Turner.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, for eventually giving way. Mr. Speaker, I was incredibly concerned when I was reminded by my wife earlier today that my wife and I spent longer choosing a sofa than we have to debate this incredibly important bill. But the important point is this. The Prime Minister's own legislative advisor, Nikki DeCosta, has said and had advised him that she thinks this House needs at least 4 weeks to debate this important legislation in order for it to go through both houses. We've just not got enough time to debate this. Would you agree?
Mr. Speaker, my friend makes a very strong point. We got the bill at 8:15 last night, and this afternoon at 1 o'clock we start debating it. It's ludicrous, utterly ludicrous. And then we're going into committee stage, and then it goes to the Lords, and then it comes back, as I said in response to the member for Brighton, for a 1 hour debate on Lords' amendments. These are serious issues that have huge implications for communities, factories, jobs, people. It shouldn't be dealt with in this way.
I'm very grateful for him giving way so many times. Over the last couple of years, members from across the House have asked many questions about the customs relationship between the EU and the UK post-Brexit, but nobody thought to ask a question whether customs arrangements within our own country would be affected. Well, doesn't the honourable gentleman agree with me that the Prime Minister should have, at that dispatch box, apologised to the businesses in Britain that trade within Britain and are now going to have to start filling forms out they never ever would have had to do so before?
Well, indeed, and that's just one aspect of this bill that has been revealed today, and I suspect there's much more that will come up. I do give way to a friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. One of the reasons why we need greater scrutiny is that the relationships in Northern Ireland fundamentally change the decision-making processes as a result of the bill. The stakes are so high, the risk is there evident for us all to see. Does he not agree that we need proper scrutiny and more time to consider this for the sake of peace?
Well, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Northern Ireland peace process, the Good Friday Agreement, is one of the most significant things this House has ever done, and I think we should understand the threat that this brings. Mr. Speaker, I was speaking about workers' rights, and the government wants us to trust them on it. The provisions of this bill mean the government merely has to inform the House if they propose to diverge from EU standards. And am I correct in understanding that no notification, let alone a vote, would be required if the measure is currently contained in secondary legislation? The provisions fall way short of the workers' rights maintenance of EU standards bill that my friend the member for Great Grimsby put forward, and the TUC concluded today, and I quote from them, "This deal does not meet the TUC's test that any Brexit outcome must protect jobs, rights and peace in Northern Ireland. By moving away from a close economic relationship with the EU, the deal would be a disaster for working people's jobs and livelihoods. The deal would not require..." I'm very surprised that the members opposite don't want to hear what the TUC says about this deal. The deal would not require government to maintain existing rights, would not require rights to keep pace with those across the EU, and would leave workers with significantly reduced ability to enforce the rights that they have. And concludes with saying it would do nothing to improve employment rights in the UK now or in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, on environment, they talk about maintaining world-class environmental standards, but actions speak louder than words. So can I ask the Prime Minister, I'm not giving way for a while, so can I ask the Prime Minister, instead of entrenching non-regressional environmental standards into this bill and their deal, why has he instead taken out level playing field commitments? I always say, Mr. Speaker, on all these issues, you don't have to take my word for it. Manufacturers and industry are deeply concerned about this deal. Environmental campaigning groups, green groups, are deeply concerned. And I challenge the Prime Minister to name a single trade union in this country that backs this deal. He knows he can't, and they have made their views very clear, which the TUC... No, I won't give way. Mr. Speaker, that isn't all. What may be the most
Order. The Leader of the Opposition has made clear that he's not giving way at the moment. There is a fine line between beseeching someone and hectoring, and members are in danger of falling on the wrong side of that dividing line. The Leader of the Opposition is entitled to continue with his speech, and he will do so until he is ready to give way. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and I agree on very little, but we both gave way a great deal in our speech. And I'm not going to give way for the moment. That clause, Mr. Speaker, clause 30, makes it worryingly clear if no trade deal with the EU is agreed by the very ambitious date of December next year, ministers can just decide to crash out the UK on WTO terms. This, Mr. Speaker, is not getting Brexit done. It's merely pushing back the very serious threat of no deal to a later date. Let's be clear, as things stand, this bill spells out what is a deeply damaging deal that the Prime Minister has negotiated. And he knows it, which is why he's trying to push it through without scrutiny. So, Mr. Speaker, Labour will seek more time to scrutinise. We will seek a very clear commitment on a customs union, a strong single market relationship, hard-wired commitment on workers' rights, non-regression on environmental standards, and loopholes closed to avoid the threat of a no-deal Brexit once and for all. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's deal should go back to the people and give them, not just the members of this House, the final say. They always say, Mr. Speaker, that the devil is in the detail. And having seen some of the detail, it confirms everything we thought about this rotten deal. A charter for deregulation across the board, paving the way for a Trump-style trade deal that will... No, they don't like hearing this bit, Mr. Speaker, so I'll say it again. Paving the way for a Trump-style trade deal that will attack jobs, rights and protections and open up our precious National Health Service and all the history and principles behind it and other public services to even more privatisation. This is exactly what the Prime Minister set out in his letter to the EU Commission President when he set out that alignment with EU standards, and I quote from the Prime Minister's letter, is not the goal of the current UK government. There you have it in his own words. It's a vision for the future of our country, Mr. Speaker, that my party, the Labour Party, cannot sign up to and does not support. That is why we will be voting against second reading tonight, and if that is carried, we will vote against the programme motion to ensure this elected House of Commons has the opportunity to properly scrutinise this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before I call the right honourable gentleman, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green, and I will take the point of order from Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Affairs Select Committee was due to take evidence from the Home Secretary tomorrow afternoon. I have been trying to speak to the Home Secretary today because she has now informed the committee that she does not want to give evidence tomorrow. And we have offered to change the timing of the session to tomorrow morning. I hope maybe that I can see the Home Secretary nodding. I hope she can now agree to give evidence tomorrow morning, because we have been seeking to get this session in the diary since the beginning of August.
This is a matter of This is a matter of diary management between the right honourable lady and the Home Secretary. But I think the general principle is that if a minister has, for some reason, to duck out of appearing before a select committee, which sometimes has to happen, an alternative arrangement is made. And I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary for signalling with her usual good nature that she is willing to appear before the committee. Well, all right, because I'm in a generous mood. One more. The point of...
I would be very grateful if the Home Secretary can confirm that she's able to do so, because it was due to be on preparations for Brexit.
I think the matter will be resolved speedily. I don't require any help from a member on the third row who thinks he's got some role to play in these matters. He's got absolutely no contribution to make whatsoever. We'll hear now from Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I know that although I'm not on the time limit, it's brief, so I will be as brief as I possibly can to get everybody else in. Can I just say, Mr. Speaker, that some 25 years ago, the Maastricht Treaty finally passed into law, in UK law. I do remember with some fondness on many occasions going through the opposite lobby to vote at that stage against the government, heaven forfend, but I was always joined by the jolly figure of the existing leader of the opposition right now. We shared many a conversation about how terrible that was, and how, given the opportunity one day, we would join together to repeal the 1972 European Communities Act. And I'm sorry, I say to the Leader of the Opposition, I simply say genuinely in friendship, I would love to know what happened in the intervening 25 years that changed his mind about the European Union, and that now he no longer wishes to repeal the 1972 European Communities Act. I miss our friendship, Mr. Speaker, and I would like that to be put on record. As my honourable friend said, it was literally the only thing we ever agreed about. But I want to go on to say that today I am going to... I will do, not just yet, but I'm conscious of time, so very brief. But not just yet. I just want to make this point, that I rise to say to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, A, to congratulate him on what I thought was an excellent speech, and B, to say that I am absolutely, without question of a doubt, going to support this tonight in both votes, both in the second reading vote and, I believe, massively importantly, in the programme motion. Now, of course, at Maastricht, we didn't have programme motions. Some people might recall round here that we had to have 100 hours in committee before we could actually come down and get a limit. Sometimes I wonder if that wouldn't be a good thing, but not tonight. It has to be said, not tonight. And there's a reason, because we've had more than 100 hours in committee over the last 3.5 years. The reality is, if there is anything about this arrangement that we have not now debated, thrashed to death, I would love to know what it is. In a minute, because I promised to give the honourable gentleman. I just want to make the point that for those who say that they don't have enough time in the next few days, because there are so many things to debate, of course they forget, and I see my right honourable friend sitting on the bench to my left, there was a white paper published last year that contained, I think sadly, most of the elements of the withdrawal agreement within it. And that was debated, and it has been debated in meaningful vote after meaningful vote. Many of those things have not changed. Now, I am for one, I'm going to give way to the honourable gentleman, I am for one would like to see more of it changed, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I just wanted to emphasise the need for scrutiny. He said in an earlier intervention that this bill is repealing the European Communities Act 1972. In fact, in Clause 1, it's reimposing it. Surely this ought to be scrutinised properly by the House.
I would say to him, quite rightly, he has known that now for over a year. There's no surprise in this. I certainly have real concerns about this, but I have to say to him, I have known this for some time. This didn't pop up suddenly in my right honourable friend's agreement. We have thrashed this out through white paper, meaningful vote. Honestly, one second, I'll give my right honourable friend. Honestly, we have to ask ourselves the question, when was it this House has not debated that element to absolute destruction? I give way to my right honourable learned friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and I regret I'm on a different side to him on this occasion as I was on Maastricht, but I'm enjoying his speech as much as I did then. Would he accept that until very recently there was no suggestion that England, Scotland and Wales were going to go into their own customs union and single market, that the whole of Ireland, including Northern Ireland, were going to go into a single market and customs union with the continent of Europe. Indeed, that was expressly being ruled out only a few months ago by the present Prime Minister. So that is at the moment due to be disposed of in 3 hours, together with other issues, tomorrow morning. If every member of the DUP tries to speak, they'll be reduced to a 3-minute time limit in their speeches, let alone other members of the House. Why on earth is he, having spent 100 hours over Maastricht, when he occupied quite a lot of the time himself, why on earth is he
3 minutes.
We should not debate such important constitutional issues?
I say to my honourable learned friend, I'm of course absolutely very happy to debate it, because he touches on the one issue that wasn't in the white paper and is different, and I accept that. And I'm sure that had the opposition sat down carefully through the usual channels and discussed the really seriously elements that they might wanted more time, it may have been possible to have allowed that. But the reality is they have taken the position from day one that they would oppose it but make no other propositions. We could, for example, go round the clock, and he and I both agree about that, that the answer is we have time. What's the weekend for? I don't have any problem with that. But I have a simple point to make, which is those who really argue endlessly that there's not enough time are really arguing that they don't like the idea of the deadline of the 31st and they don't want to stick to it. And my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, said, it's in law, we're going to stick to that. So I want to move on for a second. Well, I'm not, because I am conscious others want to speak, and I just want to get through these points. So I might take another intervention, but not just immediately. With due respect to the honourable gentleman, he does intervene a lot. So the reality is that we also spent a lot. I don't mean that rudely, I just generally mean he does intervene a lot. I have to say that there's a very good video doing the rounds. I'm sure my right honourable learned friend probably hasn't seen it, but it would be good if he had, not about him, but about many others who have argued here about one case. And it shows how many people since the referendum seem to have massively managed to change their views. I think the streets of Westminster are marked by the skid marks of politicians who have now done U-turns on the whole position they took directly after the referendum. We had pledges to implement the referendum. I noticed that the Shadow Secretary of State for Brexit has said on 2 occasions when it first came out the referendum would have to be implemented and that freedom of movement would end when we left. Now, of course, they're shifting their position around and they now want to delay it. And more than that, as the Leader of the Opposition said, he now wants to make certain that it can't possibly go through. So that brings me really very briefly to the whole issue, Mr. Speaker, of 2 points that are made. One, the second referendum, which others want to amend this to, and they want more time to do that. I have a very simple point about the second referendum, which is very simply this. Those who want a second referendum, very carefully, of course, argue that it should not contain a question about leaving, which does strike me as bizarre. But the more important point is, why should any member of the public, why should any one of our constituents who voted in the first referendum, one second, can I just pause a second? Why should anybody want to, of our constituents, why should they believe any one of us now having promised them at the time of the previous referendum in 2016 that we would implement it, having then come into this House and voted to implement it and voted for the signalling of Article 50, the letter relevant to that. Why, when we go back to them, should it at all possible for us to be able to say, don't worry, trust us, although we said it to you last time, and although we've now reneged on that, we're going to give you another chance because we think that somehow you might change your decision, and if you don't, you need to trust us that we will stand by the decision that you haven't changed, even though you gave us that decision before. That, frankly, is utter absurdity. I give way to one.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. He did, I think it may have been inadvertently, suggest that those advocating a people's vote or second referendum didn't want to put the option of leaving in it. That is, I have to say to him, entirely inaccurate. And perhaps he'd like to consider this. He believes that this debate should be curtailed. One thing I've learnt is that if you want to get public acceptance of a decision which people don't like, the process of debate is absolutely key. So he is going to maximise the resentments, when in fact the opportunity exists by going back and asking the public to get a confirmation that that is what a majority wants.
I am always grateful to receive an intervention from my right honourable learned friend. I have to tell him where I disagree with him is actually the British people did vote to leave the European Union. So they clearly like it. And they like the idea that we're going to get on. And I don't know who he's talking to in his constituency, but I have to tell you, most of those, even those who voted Remain in my constituency, keep on saying, whatever else we do, let us get this done and done now. And as I come back to the point, and my right honourable learned friend will know full well, because he has played a very significant part in all of these debates over two prime ministers, and he knows very well he has not missed a single opportunity to lay amendments and to debate almost every single part of this agreement that now sits in front of us. Now, I have no problem with that, and I respect him entirely, and he remains a friend. Despite the fact we disagree, I refuse to be rude or be antagonistic. But I simply say he knows that, and he's played his full part. I'm going to give way for the very last time to the right honourable gentleman. I'm sorry.
I'm grateful to him giving way. Isn't one of the real problems this Parliament and the previous Parliament faced that when we voted, for whatever reason, by giving this decision back to the people, we decided not to be representatives, to be delegates, and that on this one issue only, we are delegated to carry out the wishes of the majority. That doesn't mean to say the minority should be actually ignored, but if in fact this place, after saying we should be delegates, why are the same people? Why are the same people advocating a second referendum when we will be delegates when they can't manage the first one?
Do you know, I always love giving way to the right honourable friend in this particular moment because he talks common sense. The reality is, when we passed the referendum bill and then actually confirmed it after the referendum, we made it very clear that although we are a House of Representatives, not delegates, we handed back the power, the sovereign power, which comes from the British people to us for a period of Parliament. We gave it back to them to make that decision. Having made that decision, as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, knows, we now must act on that. And therefore the choice for us comes down to, are we prepared to see this negotiation? As far as I'm concerned, it has flaws and things that I don't particularly like. But I recognise the overarching priority right now is therefore to deliver on the referendum and leave the European Union, and this remains the only way that we can achieve it. So I absolutely agree with him, and I want to now pretty much conclude, and honestly I'm not going to give away more, I've given away enough I think, and that is to just say in passing that also any attempt in the process of this that wants to amend this to a customs union, I argue this point, which is I thought it was made very clear throughout, and actually many of the comments made from members opposite, including the leader and others, as I understand it, were that the customs union was part of that package of leaving. And now others will disagree. I don't say that they're wrong. I simply say this. that I think it was very explicit throughout the whole of the referendum that the jewel in the crown of leaving was to be able to set our own trade negotiations and trade deals. And I believe actually that in taking that power back is a really critical process of taking back control. If we hand that power back, then I think it's an enormous mistake. And I think it also has to be said that I think it somehow, and that will be up to the Speaker, of course, it will be a wrecking amendment, because it is not possible to go back and ask them to change the treaty one more time, because this would therefore wreck the bill. So I have to say there's only one reason for doing it. It's to stop this bill and stop us leaving the European Union. So although others will want to do it, I don't agree with them. And I therefore conclude, Mr. Speaker, I conclude on the basis that this: we all have to make difficult choices. I do want the government to engage enormously with our colleagues from Northern Ireland, because there is very much an issue here about them leaving with us when we strike a future trade deal. I want one second, as I want to conclude, actually. But the point I'm going to make is I think it's really important that we engage them, because we must leave as one union, not separated or separable. I'm going to give way to her for the very last time.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. The honourable member has said to this House that very little has changed and we don't need further debate. But the Prime Minister and members of the government have repeatedly said just a few weeks ago that they would never accept a border down the Irish Sea. This change in this agreement is the most fundamental change to our union since the Act of Union. That merits debate, that merits discussion, and this House needs to listen to that.
Listen, I genuinely agree with the Honourable Lady that it merits discussion, but I also think that the key element to this, Honourable Lady, I'm finishing with this, if you don't mind. The key element to this is, very importantly, that in this implementation period, there are lots of things that many of us dislike, and there are things that I dislike, not least of which is some of those arrangements. But I have to say the key question is surely this: to what degree can her party discuss and agree with the government that when we finally strike that free trade deal, that we leave as one union, we do not continue down with those arrangements? And that is a point of the question I asked earlier. And so I simply say, I conclude on the basis that whilst there are some things that we disagree with and dislike, the honest truth is we are faced, I think, tonight on two votes with a simple question. Do we now want to give the reality to the vote in 2016 when the British people voted to leave the European Union? If we delay it one more time, not only will we have defied them, worse than that, I think, the British people will utterly lose face with this place, which I think has to be their representative body, but it will seem to them it is no longer. Let us get this done and start that process tonight.
Yes, just before I call Mr. Ian Blackford, point of order, Emma Little-Pengelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have serious concerns that there has been some mistake in relation to the printing of the withdrawal agreement. We have repeatedly heard reference in the Prime Minister's speech and to others to clauses and provisions within this where the terrible arrangements for Northern Ireland would disappear on the signing of a free trade deal with the EU. I cannot find those clauses. I took the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, during the Leader of the Opposition speech to look at it again. I cannot find those clauses within my copy. So perhaps, Mr. Speaker, could you give me clarity as to how we can get some certainty? Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, my copy has some missing pages and that this has been some form of printing misprint. Or can the government outline where these clauses exist, because I can't find them?
I'm sorry, but the Honourable Lady, in the course of her attempted point of order, frankly elevates me to a status that I don't enjoy. That's well beyond my limited capabilities to know the precise order of clauses or that which is present and that which is not. My counsel to the Honourable Lady is in the pursuit of her mission, she could make a point of intervening on colleagues who speak with a compendious knowledge of the contents of the bill to seek to extract from her the information that she seeks. I can see many pointy-headed, brilliant brains on the government benches who are doubtless going to rise to celebrate the merits of the bill and whom she could usefully question on this matter. Oh, very well. I mean, whether it will profit her, I don't know, but I am... offering my benevolent assistance within the limits of my modest capabilities. Point of order, Catherine McKinnell.
On that point of order, Mr Speaker, I too noted that the Prime Minister referred to checks and declarations on GB Northern Irish goods being transitory and melting away unless a majority of Northern Ireland choose to retain them. And I also share concerns that that is not, in fact, correct, and perhaps there's been some confusion between the future decision relating to a single market and being in a customs union. Yep. And does it not highlight the challenge we have, Mr Speaker, that not only does the Prime Minister appear to need additional time to consider the real implications of the decisions being taken that will have significant impact, not only on this country, but in particular on our trading relationship with Northern Ireland and also from Northern Ireland to the European Union, and really adds to the weight of the concern about the lack of time to properly scrutinise these issues in this debate.
Well, 2 points. First, I don't sniff or cavil at the concern that the Honourable Lady raises about the allocation of time, but ultimately the House has ownership of time in the simple sense that it determines acceptance or otherwise of the programme motion. Secondly, and please don't take this as a pejorative observation, I'm just trying to take a sort of holistic view of this. What she's really saying is that there are great disagreements about what is or isn't the case. And it calls to mind the fact that people often say, well, give us the facts and then we'll make a judgment. Sadly, it isn't so simple. There is no agreement on what the facts are, and that has to come out, I'm afraid, in the course of the debate, which is well beyond, as I say, the competence of the Chair. If there are no further points of order, we can now proceed, because I think that the Leader of the Scottish National Party is in a state of heightened animation at the prospect of being able to orate to the House. Mr Ian Blackford.
Indeed, Mr Speaker, and as always, and can I say it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green. We don't perhaps agree on the destination that we should be heading to, but he certainly makes his case with passion. But I think, you know, in the points of order that have just been made there, it absolutely demonstrates in what is a absolutely fundamental piece of legislation, which is going to affect all of us, our children, our grandchildren, for decades to come. We must have proper scrutiny. We must be able to tease out the facts of the matter. And it is the case that the government in London has an obligation to negotiate with parties from Northern Ireland, as the Right Honourable Member said, but also to negotiate with the devolved administrations in Edinburgh and in Cardiff. And in that spirit of generosity which is suggested from the government, then there has to be real dialogue and negotiation with all parties that are involved in this. Because the simple fact remains that whilst we on these benches have no desire to leave the European Union, I do regret that over the course of the last 3 years that we haven't had the opportunity to explore in detail a compromise position which may have been staying in the single market and customs union, which in doing so would have resolved many of the difficulties that we now face when it comes to Northern Ireland. And I have to say, and I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for reminding us that we spent 100 hours in committee over Maastricht. 100 hours. More than 100 hours. Mr Speaker, what on earth are we doing? What on earth are we doing? Pushing this legislation through over a couple of days. And I do appeal to everybody, and I mean everybody. I'm looking at members on the government benches. Let this House do its job. Let this House do its job, and let's have proper scrutiny over something which is absolutely so fundamental.
In at the heart of the Maastricht Rebellion, I will simply make a very simple point. In the first place, there was no manifesto commitment to the Maastricht Treaty, and secondly, there was no referendum.
I'm not, I have to say, I'm not sure what the relevance of that intervention was at all. But let me say one more time, and then I'll.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving me way. Isn't one of the most critical points that not only is this a new deal, but I can find no part of it which actually is
meets a single promise that was made by the Leave campaign in the referendum. Not one of their promises has been met by anything in what is a very important new agreement. And it must be right that this place should scrutinise it. Because as we've already heard, not only are people, I'm sure, inadvertently standing up and asserting things which don't appear to be the case, but as all of us look through this huge, weighty document which contains new parts to it, we discover almost on every turn of the page something new that should be scrutinised.
I have to say the Right Honourable Member is absolutely correct. The bill was published last night. It takes time to have effective scrutiny of this. And when I look at the government benches, I can see many those sitting there that if this was happening, if the boot was on the other foot, they would be screaming like mad that this House was not being able to express its democratic obligation to look at things carefully. But let me just look at one thing very quickly. We know that because the transition period is going to end at the end of 2020. And we know that if the government wishes to seek an extension to transition, that it has to apply for it by the summer of next year. Does anybody in this House really think that the United Kingdom is going to be able to conclude a complex trade arrangement with the European Union by the summer of next year, so we can have the security of knowing that we don't need that extension? Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, they are living in a fantasy land if they do that. And it's on that basis, that I say to members all around the House, but particularly opposition members that I know are tempted to vote with the government this evening. Be careful. Be careful. Because what you're doing is you're writing a blank cheque to the Prime Minister and the Vote Leave campaign that runs this government to drive the United Kingdom out of the European Union on a no-deal basis at the end of next year. And friends, there is nothing you can do to stop it. I'll give way firstly here.
I thank him for giving way. He made an excellent point there, but just going back to what he said about the ridiculous timescales, that even if this bill passes, all the stuff that's got to be done by the summer. Yesterday evening, I was in a delegated legislation committee for railway safety. It was a technical paper, and even then the government transition period was 2 years. So I made the point yesterday, it's 2 years for railway safety transition, but this lot think they can get a free trade agreement and future arrangements done in a few months. It's a joke.
Well, my honourable friend is quite correct. It simply is not feasible. It is not feasible, Mr. Speaker, that the government can negotiate from scratch, because let's remind ourselves that none of this has yet started. It can't start yet. But it hasn't started that process of a trade agreement. And you look at the years that have taken place for Europe to conclude trade deals with other countries. Mr. Speaker, it is a fantasy. And anybody that thinks that that's possible is quite simply deluded.
Thanks to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He's making a great stooshy about time in relation to this bill. But was it not the case that the SNP Scottish Government, when it introduced its continuity bill to the Scottish Parliament, operated a ruthless guillotine to prevent proper scrutiny of that legislation? That is the case, Mr. Speaker. They ran a guillotine on that bill. There was a very limited amount of time allowed for debate and scrutiny, and now he complains about that here.
It's a small bill. It was not an international.
Excellent point. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! The continuity bill, which was dictated by the legislation which was going through this place and wasn't an international treaty. That is a completely bogus comparison for anybody to make. And no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that people are laughing. Let me make some progress, and I will happily take interventions later on. No, I'm going to make some progress, and I will. Mr. Speaker, I will later on. It will come as I haven't even started yet. It will come as no surprise to this House that Scottish National Party MPs will not vote for this legislation that seeks to implement the destructive Brexit deal, and I commit all 35 of our MPs to do so. We will be united. Scotland, of course, voted to remain. 62% of those that voted in Scotland voted to remain. Yet again, we are the only part of the United Kingdom being taken out of the European Union, out of the single market, out of the customs union, against our will. England voted to leave, Wales voted to leave, and Northern Ireland is getting a differentiated deal. There may be issues with it, but Northern Ireland is getting a differentiated deal. And that, Mr. Speaker, at the very least, puts Scotland at a competitive disadvantage. Yet Scotland is being sidelined and silenced. Well, Mr. Speaker, Scotland will not be silenced. The SNP are here to fight this toxic Tory government. Scotland's voice must be heard and we must be respected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What about London?
I really have to question. Are Conservatives thinking about these interventions before they make them? Mr. Speaker, Scotland is a country, London is a city. There is a world of difference, and of course, well, it reminds me of the statement that was made by the Prime Minister that a pound spent in Croydon is worth more than a pound spent in Strathclyde. So indeed, what about London? Mr. Speaker, our Scottish Parliament must be respected and have its say on the legislative consent motion for this bill. And if I can say to the right honourable member, that's the difference. Because Cardiff and Edinburgh must provide consent to this bill. That's not the situation for the City of London. Members should note that the Scottish Government has now lodged in the Scottish Parliament a legislative consent memorandum for this bill. It concludes by recommending that the Scottish Parliament withholds legislative consent. Now, Mr. Speaker, we were told after our referendum in 2014 that we were to lead the UK. There was the respect agenda, that we were an equal partner, our opinions would be respected. Yet here we are today, our Parliament, our views disregarded, our rights as EU citizens to be taken from us against our will. I'll give way.
Very grateful to the Honourable. I was going to take it back to what he said. It's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, that we do scrutinise and ask ourselves, is there time for a new deal to be done in the next year before the time runs out? But the same voices that are questioning that now questioned before this Prime Minister coming back with a deal this time. Secondly, the political declaration gives an indication of where we actually want to go. Work has been done. And thirdly, we're dealing with two aligned trading systems that work absolutely together today that need to diverge, rather than two divergent systems that need to come together. It can be done, it is possible, and can I ask him not to refer to somehow, in a year's time, it is the Conservative Party default position to seek no deal. I will not be searching for that. I will not be supporting that.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable member. I have respect for him. I have to say, though, that what has happened with the Prime Minister's deal is it's worse than the previous Prime Minister's one. But don't conflate what has happened over the course of the last few months with the challenges to doing a trade deal. And what I would say to the honourable member is that if the government doesn't negotiate a trade deal in a timely manner next year, there is nothing he can do, there is nothing I can do, and there is nothing a single member of this House can do. It doesn't give you the right to seek an extension because that lasts with the government, and if the government hasn't asked for an extension by the summer, that's it. You're out on a no-deal basis. You're out of Europe. It is the end of the story. Mr. Speaker, the House will be aware that the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales wrote a joint letter to the Prime Minister reminding him that the UK Government is required to seek legislative consent from both legislators for this bill. And the Prime Minister must make it clear that consent will be sought from the devolved institutions and the will of the devolved institutions will be respected. That, after all, was the promise made by the Tory Government to the people of Scotland, that our devolution settlement would be protected and respected, not ignored. A promise, Mr. Speaker, that has already been broken. In their shameful power grab at the time of the EU Withdrawal Act 2018, which gave UK ministers the powers to restrict the competencies of the Scottish Parliament. Well, I can see the minister shaking his head. I'm afraid that's a matter of fact. Unilaterally and without agreement. Mr. Speaker, that was the first time in the 20-year history of devolution that any government legislated on devolved matters without Scotland's consent. The shameful act is a direct and deliberate downgrading of our devolution settlement. It disrespected those that voted in the devolution referendum of 1997 and the Scotland Act that defined the limitations of Westminster's powers and that this place could not interfere without consent, undermining the Sewell Convention, breaking once again the promises that the Conservatives made to the Scottish people. Mr. Speaker, SNP members made their anger known at these actions, and I pleaded on that day, in fact, before you threw me out of this House, and I don't quibble with your judgment, that Scotland will not stand for this, and, Mr. Speaker, we will not. Let members on all benches be warned. Support the government today, and you will show disregard for the Scottish Parliament and the sovereign will of the Scottish people. There will be a price to be paid. It is worth noting in their letter to the Prime Minister, the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales were clear that that extension must be sought.
Thank you to the honourable member. Would he also agree that this particular bill is extremely damaging to people in Wales, and that the rights that he is talking about in relation to Scotland should be absolutely afforded to Wales? This bill is totally damaging to the people of Wales, to the farmers that many of us represent, and to those businesses. And I thank the honourable member for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Well, I'm most grateful, and she makes a very valuable point. And I want to thank the Welsh Government, who have worked hand in hand with the Scottish Government, because quite simply our rights are being diminished by what this Government is doing. And we have a responsibility, not just across government in the devolved areas, but across party, to work together to make these points. Because it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the devolved institutions must be given the full opportunity to scrutinise this legislation. And the fact remains, actually, that the Scottish Parliament is on recess. It is having to be recalled because of the desire of this place to ram the legislation through at short notice. So here we are today with this government pushing on ahead. And, you know, people watching can see the chuntering and the shouting and the complaining and the laughing, which we get every single time that we're in this place from Scottish Conservative members. The UK Government is ploughing on against the requests of the leaders of the Scottish and Welsh Parliaments. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this Prime Minister has no respect for devolution. Well, that should come as no surprise to us, because the Conservatives have opposed devolution every step of the way. A leopard does not change its spot. At every step in the Brexit process, Tory governments have sought to frustrate parliamentary scrutiny, to frustrate our government, but they simply don't care. The Prime Minister doesn't care about process, about Parliament or about the rule of law.
On that point, the honourable gentleman give way.
I'll give way up here, then I'll give way here.
I'm extremely grateful. He's been very generous in giving way. There have been some press reports that the SNP are abandoning the idea of having a second referendum, but in that joint letter, but in that letter which he quoted, the joint letter between the First Minister of Wales and the First Minister of Scotland, I'm pleased to say that they both called for that referendum and for an extension in order to allow it to happen. Can he confirm that that is still the case and that is still what the SNP's position?
We've been full square behind the people's vote over the course of the last year, and indeed I spoke at the rally in London on Saturday, so I absolutely stand by the words of our First Minister in that letter.
On that point, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and a number of people today have raised concerns about the lack of scrutiny and the lack of time to look at this bill. And of course, the honourable gentleman has pointed out that Scotland has been ignored in this process, a nation that has voted significantly to remain in the EU. But does he share my concerns that in amongst all this, we continue to forget, conveniently for some perhaps, that the fact is that this referendum across the UK was won in a very, very narrow margin. And the Electoral Commission has said that electoral law was broken and that has been swept under the carpet. And I call into question the legitimacy of the result at all.
I think there are very legitimate questions to be answered, and my honourable friend is quite correct. Mr. Speaker, I'm conscious of time, and I have taken a number of interventions. I'm not far from the end, but I wish to move on and conclude. Mr. Speaker, it is really. Thank God for that. That's what we get from the government side. That's the disrespect which is shown to the Scottish people, and perhaps they should stand up and put it on the record. That, Mr. Speaker, is an absolute disgrace. Mr. Speaker, it is simply an insult to democracy that the government are trying to push this bill through on limited time. And I urge members, I urge even those on the government benches to ask themselves, is this really how they want things to be done? Even the previous Director of Legislative Affairs at Number 10, Nicky da Costa, stated in May that this bill would take more than 4 weeks. So, Mr. Speaker, what's changed? Moreover, it was agreed that this legislation must not be passed until the UK Government have published an economic impact assessment of their deal. Yet on BBC Breakfast on Saturday, the Brexit Secretary Stephen Barclay confirmed that no economic analysis has been done by this government on the final deal. Mr. Speaker, that is the height of irresponsibility. No economic analysis on a deal that is going to have a fundamental impact on the lives of all our citizens. Each and every one of us in this House knows, because we've seen the evidence, we've listened to the expert, there is no such thing as a good Brexit. In every scenario, Brexit threatens jobs. It risks environmental standards. It risks workers' rights. It unravels the cooperation, the opportunities, and importantly poses questions over the future values that the UK has fostered hand in hand with the European Union. Mr. Speaker, this government is closing its eyes. It is putting its head in the sand, and it's hoping that the sun comes out, the sunny uplands that the Brexiteers talk about. But that is reckless. It is foolish. The arrogance and the incompetence of the government cannot and must not be allowed to go unchecked. Our priority must be today to ensure that an extension is negotiated and secured with the European Union, so this House can scrutinise fully and properly the significant lasting changes this legislation will mean. In closing, I want to touch on some of the substantive points as to why, under no circumstances, will the SNP ever vote for Brexit and this shameful deal. Despite our efforts to compromise, this legislation will take us out of the European Union, out of the single market and out of the customs union. With the Prime Minister's deal, under a free trade agreement, Scotland's GDP would be around 6.1% or £9 billion worse off than if we stayed in the European Union. That, Mr. Speaker, is equivalent to £1,600 per person. That's the cost of the Prime Minister's Brexit for Scotland. Northern Ireland businesses will have easier access to the European single market, while simultaneously enjoying unfettered access to the UK market. There is significant uncertainty as to how the economic impact may play out, but this could see Scottish business losing market share with direct competitors, risk supply chains that may be reorganised to take advantage of Northern Ireland's preferential access to the single market, and may even play a role in location decisions in some cases. The SNP is significantly concerned that the removal of the commitments on environmental protection from the withdrawal agreement and restricting them to the non-binding political declaration opens the door to UK divergence from EU standards. The political declaration remains weak in relation to human rights, and in particular in importance of continuing UK compliance with the ECHR. Mr. Speaker, Scotland will be worse off, unfairly disadvantaged, despite our will to remain. Therefore, I urge members, do not sell out Scotland. Listen to the will of the Scottish people. Protect our devolution settlement. Respect our democratically expressed wishes. Stand by the rights of the Scottish people, businesses, farmers, crofters, fishermen, students, doctors and nurses. Stand by them and vote to stop this disastrous deal and give the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish people their say.
Thank you. Order. We will begin with a time limit of 6 minutes on each backbench speech, though I don't know how long that will last. Sir David Liddington.
Speaker, sir, this bill and indeed the agreement which it seeks to implement represent a compromise. It's a compromise that I believe is acceptable, but I won't conceal from the House the fact that I think for me and for many other members on this side, elements of that compromise are ones that we will find difficult and uncomfortable. But my decision to support the government tonight rests above all on what I and the great majority of members across the House pledged to the electorate in 2016, that we would, however we campaigned and however we voted, respect the decision which they took in the referendum. Now, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that when I looked through the bill, much of it is fairly familiar territory. That's hardly a surprise, since much of it, indeed most of it, ratifies precisely the same negotiated text as was negotiated by my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead. But of course, one significant change has been in relation to Northern Ireland. Now, as my honourable friend, the member for North Dorset, Chair of the Select Committee, said in an intervention earlier, there are advantages to what is in this deal. The guarantee of an open border on the island of Ireland is something that is not only vital to allow trade and indeed normal economic life for people living in the border counties to continue, but is, in my judgment, essential also for the maintenance of peace and security in the border areas, and indeed will be important for the maintenance of the Union in the future. Because when I look at the demographics of Northern Ireland, I, as someone who passionately wants to see the Union continue and grow stronger, concludes that for that to happen, the Union will need to command the support, or at the very least the acquiescence, of a large number of people who either identify themselves as Irish or who are non-aligned in their affiliation. Give way, gentlemen.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. The creation of a hard border, a border across the Irish Sea, is that maintaining the Union?
I want to come on to the point to which the honourable gentleman alluded, but before I do that, I want to say a few sentences about the consent mechanism, and to start by saying that I do understand the disquiet that's been expressed from the unionist benches in this House about the design of that mechanism. But I think, nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that that mechanism gives to Stormont a power which is unique in Europe. No other regional parliament or assembly anywhere else in Europe has the power unilaterally to decide to end the application of a set of European Union rules and regulations to its territory. But having said that, I do want to recognise the fact that elements of the new package as regards Northern Ireland have aroused genuine disquiet and anger in unionist communities across Northern Ireland. There is a perception that they have been treated unequally and that their place in the United Kingdom has been made less secure. And I would ask my right honourable friends on the front bench urgently to seek ways in which to address those concerns and to assert the government's continued commitment to the Union. I give way to the honourable member for Strangford.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. First of all, the opinion of unionists is greatly dismayed at what has happened in relation to this withdrawal agreement. But does the honourable member also recognise the issues for businesses, the agri-food sector in my constituency, who have, for example, Lakeland Dairies, 2 factories in Northern Ireland, 2 factories in Southern Ireland, and yet know the cost implications for them will be enormous. So when it comes to going forward, government has not given this here full consideration. It will impact upon unionists' opinion, it will impact upon business.
Mr. Speaker, I do recognise the concerns expressed by business, though I also note that the view expressed by business representative organisations in Northern Ireland has generally been that Parliament should go ahead with this deal, enact the legislation, but then address the concerns which the honourable gentleman rightly identifies them as having raised. And so I would also ask my right honourable friends to act swiftly to minimise the impact which additional inspections and red tape required by the new policy is going to impose on Northern Ireland businesses. That might include financial support, particularly to SMEs, to enable them to buy and operate new systems, efforts to simplify or de-dramatise checks and form filling required, and also the government to give priority and urgent priority to such measures as seeking a veterinary agreement with the European Union and other such arrangements that would enable the risks to Northern Ireland business to be minimised. But if my honourable friend will forgive me, the time is limited. I believe that this House also needs to take account of the shift that we're seeing in attitudes amongst other governments in the European Union. Sometimes I think that colleagues in this House are guilty of a bit of wishful thinking. Frankly, those governments are no longer hanging on, hoping somehow that the United Kingdom is going to change its mind. They are impatient, they are increasingly exasperated with all political parties and at the ability of the UK political system to take a decision on this matter. As far as the EU governments are concerned, they want this brought to an orderly conclusion as soon as possible in a way that does as little harm as possible to the interests of the EU 27. And that interest includes the future relationship, a constructive and close one, they, like I and I believe most in this House, wish to see between this country and the continuing European Union, because there are strategic challenges that face our country and every other European democracy. And we debate them when we're spared time from debating Brexit, whether it's climate change or terrorism or serious and organised crime or mass movement of people. And we are having, as European democracies, to confront those challenges in the context of a shifting balance of world power, with a Russia which is aggressive and which is actively seeking to divide democratic European states, a China which is assertive and offering both economic opportunity but also championing a model for government and society at odds with that is embedded in our own democratic and liberal values, and the United States, whose unquestioning support for European security and for rules-based international order can no longer be taken for granted. I believe, because of the referendum result, we have to leave, and we need to get on with the task of trying to build a different but close and enduring partnership with our European neighbours and allies, and to work together to meet the challenges which confront us all as fellow democracies in a shared continent. And passing this bill will enable us to take one step closer towards starting on that task.
Jay Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brexit will be bad for our country, and that is why Liberal Democrats will be voting against this bill tonight. We know it will be bad for the economy because the government's own assessment in November 2018 looked at the impact of a free trade agreement arrangement on the British economy and concluded that that would mean that our economy would shrink by more than 6%, an amount which is greater than the way the economy shrank during the financial crash. Now, the Chancellor says that it will self-evidently be good for our country and our economy, but I don't know when we decided to just do away with the idea of having any actual financial responsibility or looking at the actual numbers, because this government hasn't even bothered to do a proper economic impact assessment. And I'm sure we don't all agree with the Right Honourable Member for Surrey Heath when he said he'd had enough of experts. Actually, I would quite like the government to get the experts to look at this. Thank you very much. We know that Brexit will be bad for our NHS. We have already lost 5,000 nurses from other EU countries from our NHS at a time when we face a huge shortage of nurses. We can ill afford to lose 5,000 EU nurses and to lose more in future. And the truth is, freedom of movement is good for our NHS. It is good for our public services. It is good for our economy. I will give way to
the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, but does she recognise that the fact that more than 40% of applicants for settled status are only being given pre-settled status is actually increasing the insecurity of European citizens?
The Honourable Lady is quite right, and the way this country is treating those 3 million citizens from other EU states is shocking. This Brexit deal will be bad for our security, because it will rob our police of the ability to use the European arrest warrant that has already seen since 2004 1,600 criminals extradited back to the UK to face justice. This Brexit deal will be bad for our United Kingdom family of nations. It beggars belief that this Conservative Prime Minister has agreed to a deal which will see a border down the Irish Sea, something he said he would never do. There are people who will try to use this to break up our country, and we must not let them break up our family of nations. Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, we are stronger working together.
Right Honourable constituency neighbour for giving way on that very vital point, that actually by sacrificing the idea of a customs union for the sake of their own nationalist agenda, an English nationalist agenda, they're actually rending the fabric of the United Kingdom itself. What a shameful act by a so-called unionist party.
I entirely agree that the Honourable Gentleman is right. He is saying this government is acting in a nationalist way, and I think the Prime Minister of our country should take his responsibilities to protect the United Kingdom, our family of nations, much more seriously. We also know that this Brexit deal will be bad for environmental protections, because even the weak protections that had been agreed by the former Prime Minister have been removed from the withdrawal agreement and put in the political declaration where they are not worth the paper they are written on. And on workers' rights, the same is true. There are no guarantees or protections that we will retain the advantage that we have as current members of the European Union, nor indeed that we will keep pace with future regulation. I am pressed for time, I'm not giving way further. And I would caution any MPs, in particular friends on the Labour benches, from believing the promises of this Prime Minister when it comes to workers' rights. And I speak as the former Employment Relations Minister in the coalition government, so I do know a little about what I'm talking about here when it comes to what the Conservatives want to do to workers' rights. And you cannot believe the promises that they make on this. And I would just say, who would you rather trust? Who would you rather trust on workers' rights? Would you trust Francis O'Grady and the TUC, who says that this deal would trash workers' rights? Or will you trust the Prime Minister, who has been giving out all of these assurances today. All of these assurances today. He is a man who is prepared to say anything and sell out anyone if it is in his own personal interest. He cannot be trusted, and no one shall be fooled. This Prime Minister is sinking, and a question tonight is, will Labour MPs throw him a lifeline by voting for his bad Brexit deal tonight? People will remember what they choose. We are here because of the bizarre obsession of the Conservative Party with Europe, and the previous Prime Minister, David Cameron, who seemed to make his renegotiation and the decision that we were making about the benefit arrangements for Polish plumbers, rather than the big picture of what is in our interests as a country. This is not a small decision. This is a big decision about our future. We live in an uncertain world, where in the East we have the rise of Putin, we have the rise of China, and in the West we have the uncertain, unpredictable, duplicitous President Trump in the White House. And as he says, in number 10 Downing Street, we have Britain Trump. Should we, in these circumstances, go it alone? Or are we better and stronger working in close collaboration with our nearest neighbours across the European Union, where we share values and we have a community of 500 million people, where we have much more clout on the international stage, where we have a single market for businesses without tariffs, without regulations, and with the ability to stand up to the tech companies to protect our consumers, where we can address the climate emergency with much better abilities and take coordinated action to lead the world on something that threatens our very survival. Together, the future is brighter. This isn't about institutions. This is about who we are. Wanting to stay in Europe is about choosing the kind of country that we want to be. Open or closed, generous or selfish, standing united with our friends or standing alone in the world, saying no to the bully boy populists in the Kremlin and the White House, or following their examples, fighting for our children's future, or closing off their opportunities to live, work and study across the EU. On these benches, we Liberal Democrats are clear. We will continue to stand up for what is best for our country, to let the public have the final say on this bad Brexit deal and give them the chance to choose to remain in the European Union. The most signed petition in parliamentary history, 6 million people saying they want to revoke Article 50, hundreds of thousands marching on the streets on Saturday for a people's vote. People are joining the Liberal Democrats in record numbers because together we can stop Brexit. And whatever the result is tonight, this is not over. I will never give up on our children's future.
John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady, the Leader of the Liberal Democrats, and I do give her and her party credit for consistency. No one has ever been in any doubt as to where they stand on the issue of Europe. Unfortunately, that is not the case for the Labour Party, whose leader, as my honourable friend has already pointed out, actually supported leaving the European Union for a long time, who fought an election on their wish to respect the result of the referendum, and who said consistently that a second referendum was out of the question. I should say to the House, members will already be aware that the honourable member for Cardiff West, who I hope will just pause for a second as I'm referring to him, the honourable member for Cardiff West was forced to abandon his 60th birthday party as a result of the House sitting on a Saturday. What the House may not be aware of is that the honourable member for Cardiff West and I were born on precisely the same day, and that as a result of the programme motion, I have now postponed my own 60th birthday party. However, I suspect, unlike the honourable gentleman opposite. I regard it as a small price to pay, and one that I am very willing to pay, if the result is that we get Brexit done. Members have said that this legislation is being rushed through and there hasn't been time to look at it properly. I can say that I have been privileged to serve as a member of the Select Committee on Exiting the European Union since 2016, and we have spent an awful lot of time scrutinising the process by which the UK will leave the European Union. We looked at the withdrawal agreement as originally proposed by my right honourable friend, the member for Maidstone, and of course Maidenhead rather, and of course we have taken numerous sessions of evidence to examine further. In many parts of the withdrawal agreement, it is similar to that which was put forward by the previous Prime Minister, as my right friend, the member for Chingford, pointed out. However, the major differences between the agreement that we are considering today and the previous one are firstly the changes that have been made to the Northern Ireland Protocol, and second to the political declaration and the direction of travel for our future trading agreements. Like the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, the Leader of the House, and my right friend, the member for Chingford, I did not support the government in the first two meaningful votes that occurred, but I did so on the third one, because I wanted us to fulfil the promise that had been made that we would leave the European Union by the 29th of March. However, my concerns about... yes, I'll quickly give way to my...
I've just wondered if my right honourable friend was aware that the provisions relating to parliamentary sovereignty and also would deal with protection of vital national interests, both of which are included in this bill, would not have appeared in the previous bill.
Well, I'm grateful to my right friend, because I was just about to say why I regarded this bill as being considerably an improvement upon the previous agreement, and he's right to point that out. But it did, the agreement we are considering this afternoon does address the principal concerns that a number of us had, particularly the so-called backstop and the risk that this country could be locked indefinitely into membership of the customs union, which would prevent us from achieving one of the great prizes offered by Brexit, that of being able to negotiate our own trading agreements.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am enormously grateful to the right honourable gentleman for allowing me to intervene upon him. He will, and he has actually alluded to the fact that the new deal brought forward by the Prime Minister contains very different provisions for Northern Ireland. They are particularly different and very complex in terms of the new consent arrangements. That being the case, why on earth does the bill that we are being asked to give a second reading to today not contain a single sentence explaining those very complex consent mechanisms?
Well, I heard the Honourable Lady express those concerns, and indeed our friends from the Democratic Unionist Party, and I take them seriously. The Prime Minister gave an assurance that these measures were transitory, that they were sort of self-dissolving after a certain period, and I hope that he will continue to talk to her and to the colleagues in the Democratic Unionist Party to assure them that that is the case. But obviously I hear what she says about the bill, and I hope that she can receive assurance on that point. If my own right friend will forgive me, I feel I must press on. As I say, I do believe that this is an improvement on what we were offered before. There are still elements that I do not like. I am not happy with the idea that for 15 months we will be, in the words of my right friend, the Leader of the House, essentially a vassal state, taking orders from the European Union without being able to vote on them and continuing to pay in. I am willing to pay that price as long as there is a clearly defined end point, after which we will be free to set our own rules, to reach the trading agreements that I want to see, and no longer subject to the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice. If the right lady will forgive me, I think I must press on. I congratulate my right friend, the Prime Minister, for having defied all the sceptics. My right friend, the member for Penrith and Border sitting next to me, at least has had the grace to say that he was wrong when he said that the Prime Minister could never reach a new deal with the European Union. There are others in the chamber who said it repeatedly who have been less honest in now accepting that. I think I must press on if my honourable friend will forgive me. I do believe, however, that as my right friend, the member for Aylesbury, said, that the European Union have reopened this deal once. They are not going to do so again. When I and my colleagues and the chairman of the Select Committee is sitting opposite me, when we have been to see Mr Barnier, when we have been to see Mr Selmayr, when we have been to see Mr Verhofstadt, they have all asked us, what is it that will get a majority in the House of Commons? That is what they have wanted to know. That is what I hope we will be able to show them tonight, because there is no question, my old friend is right, the European Union are as fed up with this dragging on as I think the entire of the United Kingdom is. They want to get this matter settled. To be honest, those who vote against tonight, I suspect will find fault in whatever deal is put forward. Actually, their agenda is stopping Brexit. This does represent an opportunity, finally, to settle this matter, to deliver what the people voted for now coming on 3.5 years ago. And I hope that, therefore, the House will, at last, vote in favour of this deal that is now before us, and also in favour of the programme motion, in order that we can get it delivered and fulfil the promise by the 31st of October.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman who is the Vice Chair of the committee and with whom I have the pleasure to serve. I can also say to the right honourable gentleman for Aylesbury, he's absolutely right that the vast majority of the withdrawal agreement is as it was before, which is why I cannot understand why the government didn't publish in draft the bits of the bill that have been available in Whitehall for ages, so that members had a chance to read them a long time ago, rather than scrabbling around since 8 o'clock last night, because it would have, I think, dealt with some of the justifiable objections to the speed with which the government is trying to push this through. Now, whether that earlier draft contained Clause 36, which I must say, my eyes widened when I read it, it is recognised that the Parliament of the United Kingdom is sovereign. Now, do we really need to say that about ourselves in legislation? Was that ever in doubt? I suspect the reason it's in there is because it's to soften the blow when certain honourable members on the other side of the House realise, although the member for Chingford made the point that, of course, the European Communities Act is going to be repealed, and then the provisions are going to be stuck back in for the length of the transitional period. The other thing we've learned is about the consequences of the new Irish protocol for trade between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. And I return to the point that was put to the Prime Minister by several members, but to which there was no answer. And that is this question: why is it that goods moving from Northern Ireland to the rest of the United Kingdom will require an exit summary declaration? Because as I understand it, that is only necessary if goods are leaving the customs territory of the European Union. And if that is correct, I thought we were told, it says it in the new protocol, that Northern Ireland will be in the customs territory of the United Kingdom. And so the question is, if Northern Ireland is in the customs territory of the United Kingdom, what are those goods exiting? Because they're in the United Kingdom customs territory. I'm afraid there has been no answer, because I don't think the attempted explanations really are square. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend in what is the most compelling point of the Northern Ireland Protocol, but he'll also be as astonished as I am that in some of the slight impact assessments on the Northern Ireland Protocol, everything about customs administration, VAT, tariffs administration, agri-food regulation, manufactured goods regulation are non-monetised. The government don't even know how much this is going to cost.
Well, I was surprised when I read that in the impact assessment. And the truth is, there are a whole load of questions as to how this is going to work. How will you identify goods at risk, as it is described, of passing into the Republic of Ireland
Well, that is for another day. I will give way one more time, yes.
He wrote in August that it would be utterly irresponsible for the government to be rushing headlong towards no deal. Now that the House knows that actually the government has a deal on the table, surely he and all his colleagues elected on a manifesto pledge to respect the result of the referendum should be supporting this rather than risking no deal. Is it not the case that there is no deal, perhaps, that is ever going to be good enough for him?
Direct answer to the Honourable Gentleman, with whom I also have the pleasure of serving on the Select Committee, is to attempt to say to members the choice has to be between a bad deal, and in my view this is a bad deal, it's worse than the former Prime Minister's deal, and no deal is not a very attractive proposition, and I hope during the passage of the bill, if it gets second reading, we will attempt to improve some elements of it if it progresses when it gets to third reading. I want to turn to clause 30, because this goes to the heart of the point about no deal. Because the withdrawal agreement, as we know, makes provision for the possibility of an extension to the transition period. At present, it will end in 14 months' time. Now, what clause 30 says is that the House can agree to a further extension, but it requires a Minister of the Crown to move the motion in the first place. And the situation I'm worried about is what if the Minister of the Crown fails to come to the House, does not move a motion proposing that the British government should request to the Joint Committee that the extension, the transitional period be extended? The answer is, in 14 months' time, if an agreement had not been reached, we would fall out without a deal. Now, the House has voted on several occasions to make it clear that it is opposed to leaving with no deal, and therefore, and there are arguments on either side as to whether people think that is a good thing or a bad thing. So I flag this up at this stage, Mr. Speaker, because we will need, and I gather an amendment is on its way if it hasn't already been tabled, to deal with that point, because we need to safeguard against it. There is a second related problem to clause 30. What happens if a deal hasn't been negotiated by the end of December 2022, when the two-year extension has been applied for and secured? Now, we would be facing exactly the same difficulty, the possibility of exiting without an agreement at the end of the transition period. And in those circumstances, there's no way under the agreement that the British government can get a further extension. Therefore, we have to find a way of ensuring that a deal is concluded by that time. Now, ministers claim that because of the high degree of alignment, it'll all be done really, really quickly. I would just observe it took 3¼ years to get to this point. It took Canada 6 to 7 years. Michel Barnier this morning said he thought it would take around 3 years to negotiate such a deal. And therefore, I think we will be looking in committee for assurance from the Minister that under no circumstances will the United Kingdom leave the European Union at the end of that transition period without a deal? And I think another amendment may be on its way on that question. It is also relevant to the issue of citizens' rights, which hasn't been raised much in the debate so far, because we could do with clarification from ministers, if the transition is extended, will they also change the deadline by which EU citizens have to apply for settled status? As I said on Saturday, Mr. Speaker, I will not be voting for the bill, above all because of the political declaration. I don't have a problem with the withdrawal agreement because it's not the right approach to take. It's not good for business. And I am, as other members of the House are, very, very surprised that the government has just blithely said we are not going to undertake an economic assessment, and I assume the reason for that is very simple. They did one before which showed that a free trade agreement is the second worst outcome for the economy after no deal, and they don't really want to have to point that out again. And the final point I want to make is about clause 31, because it links to this point about the economic impact of the political declaration. And clause 31 deals with oversight of negotiations on the future relationship. And I say to the House, it appears to give members some oversight, some say over the nature of the negotiations on the future relationship. But Clause 31(13)(c)(3) says, referring to the Minister's obligation to have a statement of objectives on the future relationship, must be consistent with the political declaration of the 17th of October. And I simply point out, if in 1, 2, 3 years' time, the House realises that the objectives of that kind of free trade agreement are not in our economic interest, because we finally realise of the damage that it will do to the economy, and we've seen what businesses have said and expressed concern about, the way this clause is worded at the moment is there is no opportunity for Parliament to get the government to change those objectives, and I don't think that we should accept the bill on that issue as is worded currently.
Mr Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman, the member for Leeds Central. I'm conscious this evening that we're at the end of a long process in which we are all very tired and very weary. And also, we've said some quite hard things about each other, including within our own political parties. And so I certainly wouldn't want this evening to pass without acknowledging, firstly, that those who come forward and argue that we should leave on these terms have a perfectly valid point to make. And indeed, in trying to honour the 2016 referendum result, they have a powerful argument. The difficulty I have in looking at this bill is that I try to cast my mind a little bit forward to what this bill can do and can't do. And I think there's a slight tendency, although this bill is undoubtedly needed if we're going, to lose sight of some of its realities. So, for example, I listened carefully to the Honourable Lady, the member for Ashfield, who said that she was going to vote for the bill, but she wanted to change it. Now, we have to understand that as this is an international treaty, actually the scope for changing the treaty is out of the question. Of course, we can provide some safeguards. We could put in a referendum lock, and indeed I will vote for that in due course, but I don't want to burden the House with that this evening. We can try to change some of our domestic law, but it's a little bit like a letter of wishes to one's children. There is absolutely no guarantee that the children will decide to carry it out. If, as I think and I can understand, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, wishes to follow up this passage of this legislation by a general election, I think I, for one, won't be in this House when it has to come back to reconsider the issues which this withdrawal agreement and bill raise in the course of next year. And nothing that we do can fetter the right of this House to change completely the expression of intentions that we may decide to enact. What I think is clear is that this bill reveals a number of things which I think one can describe as truths. The first one is that the intention of the government, both in the treaty and in the way that the bill is drafted, is to take us towards a free trade agreement which will in reality is likely to be very hard to negotiate and will have to be negotiated in the course of next year. And that as a consequence, the risks of in fact our crashing out at the end of 2020 are very great, because otherwise we will have to lengthen transition, which is described, of course, as being vassalage. And indeed it is a form of vassalage. Actually, it's a rather emotive word, but the reality is that we're bound by the rules and we can't influence them. So I see a very great risk that far from, as some of the arguments are being presented, this is going to bring our problems to an end, I fear that actually we are just postponing these issues in a way that is going to continue to divide us, even though I would very much like it that we didn't. I give way, of course, to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm enormously grateful to the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman for allowing me to intervene in him. The Right Honourable Gentleman has been a great friend to Northern Ireland for a very long period of time. He has been a great defender of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement since it was signed 21 years ago. And so I would be enormously grateful to him if he would explain to the House his concerns, if any, about how this new Brexit deal brought back in triumph by the Prime Minister has caused considerable anxiety in Northern Ireland. that it actually undermines the great achievement of the Good Friday Agreement.
Grateful to the Honourable Lady, and indeed I was just coming on to that as my next point. Because, of course, the other big impact of this legislation is on Northern Ireland. Of course, there is a lock mechanism, and I listened to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who said that it could melt away if there was a double majority, or in both communities, to remove it in 4 years' time. Although it does mean that for 4 years, Northern Ireland is locked into arrangements that the government has decided are not desirable for the rest of the United Kingdom. But what was glossed over is that Section 13.8 of the treaty makes quite clear that any future arrangements thereafter are a matter for negotiation. So the suggestion that we can get a satisfactory free trade agreement for ourselves and then insist that Northern Ireland be included within it is simply wrong. And I have to say that in the context of being a unionist, and I've always seen myself, I think, as a modern unionist, somebody who wanted to recreate the union or help develop the union of the United Kingdom in slightly different ways from those traditionally stated, both in relation to Scotland but also to Northern Ireland. And as I have family coming from both, it matters to me a lot. And I have to say that it seems to me that this is an extraordinary move for a unionist party to do. Because the reality is that the more we detach ourselves through our own free trade or whatever routes we take or crash out, the greater the difference that we are going to emphasise, and the stronger and harder the border is going to be down the Irish Sea. And on top of that, of course there may be some in Northern Ireland who may welcome that for perfectly valid reasons of their own. But for, as I say, for unionism, it's a very odd thing to do. And of course in the Scottish context, it raises a perfectly clear grievance that for Scotland would say if Northern Ireland can have these arrangements, why cannot we? I give way, of course.
Honourable gentleman and learned gentleman for giving way. I've listened to his speeches for a great deal amount of time. I have a lot of respect for the gentleman, but on this issue I disagree, and I would ask him just reflect on the comment that he just made of drawing a parallel between Scotland and Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is a war-torn province that's been subject to a civil war. And it is completely irresponsible for any politician to draw a parallel between Scotland and Northern Ireland in this context. Northern Ireland has a very specific history. It is subject to treaties to maintain peace on the island of Ireland. That's why it's having special treatment. That's why unionists support that. And that's why we're trying to work so hard to have a deal that works for all parts of the United Kingdom. But it's not equivalent to Scotland.
I value my honourable friend and neighbour in terms of our room far too much to ignore what he has to say. But I have to say this to him. My unionism extends to Scotland in a very big way, and I think he knows that. But to ignore, admittedly, one can make powerful arguments to the contrary. And indeed, he and his colleagues, and it's such a pleasure to have them here as representatives, Scottish Conservative representatives from north of the border, has given me such pleasure. But we can't ignore what the arguments are going to be made by those who disagree with us. And I simply make the point that I think enough about the situation to see that that is an argument that is going to be made. And in a context where, on the evidence of the last referendum, on the 2016 referendum, there was a majority in Scotland wanting to remain. And I simply say, therefore, that I think that we as a unionist party it's not that Scotland is the same as Northern Ireland. I want to reassure him on that point. Yes, there are exceptional features to Northern Ireland. But I have to say to him that we are, I think, creating an extra layer of difficulty for ourselves, which we will have to argue our way through. Of course, that may be an inherent consequence of Brexit. It's one of the reasons why I regret so much the 2016 result, although I acknowledge that it is not something that we can ignore, although I've suggested repeatedly, and I won't go over it, that there is a better way of trying to address this issue by going back and getting confirmation that this is what people really want because of the nature and consequences of what we're about to do. And then finally, I come to the final point, which is why I will vote against this bill at second reading, and I don't think otherwise I might have abstained. But I do very much regret the programme motion. It is really treating the House in an insulting way. And it says something about this government, which worries me. I'm a Conservative. Even if I've lost the whip, I remain a Conservative.
And to see a government with a constitutional measure playing really bully boy tactics with this House, it can only be counterproductive to the very aims that the government itself would like to achieve. It is not the quiet government I came in to try to deliver, and I regret very much, therefore, that I will vote both against the programme motion and against the government on second reading.
Mr. Sammy Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, I would love to be voting for a bill today which would take us out of the EU. But unfortunately, we find ourselves in a position where we cannot support this bill. And I want to make something very clear, because the allegations have been made that the agenda of those who will oppose this bill today is to keep us in the EU. I do not, nor do my party, nor does the record of my party indicate that we have any desire to stay within the EU. But what we do demand is that since we are part of the United Kingdom, since we took part in a United Kingdom-wide referendum, that as part of the United Kingdom, we leave on the same terms as the rest of the United Kingdom. And that is not the case with this particular bill today, nor with this agreement. The Prime Minister has said that if we don't agree with this, we'll not get another chance. If we don't agree with this, the agreement will not be reopened. I heard those arguments made before. In fact, the Prime Minister just ignored those arguments before when they were made because he knew that they were untrue. And given the enormity of the issues in this, I don't believe that we should be voting for this bill tonight. There are a number of arguments made. And the first argument is made is that this is our chance to take back sovereignty. It is not a chance to take back sovereignty in Northern Ireland. And indeed, Northern Ireland will be left out of that move towards taking back sovereignty. Let's just look at the facts about Northern Ireland. We will be left in an arrangement whereby EU law on all trade, goods, etc. will be applied to Northern Ireland. We will be in a situation, I'll give away in a minute or two, where we'll be subject, despite what the Prime Minister says, to the full implementation of EU customs regulations. And that means that goods moving from GB into Northern Ireland will be subject to declarations, checks, tariffs being imposed. And now we find out yesterday that despite the promise of unfettered access to the UK market, the checks will occur in the opposite direction for those thousands of firms in Northern Ireland who currently export to GB, don't face any impediments or costs at the moment, and will face them. I'll give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman and fellow member of the Brexit Select Committee for giving way. And he will know that we have had a stream of Northern Ireland businessmen and farmers' representatives come to the committee begging that we deliver a deal and that is the right thing for the United Kingdom and business in Northern and indeed South Ireland.
That's right. But the one thing that they always have demanded was that we have unfettered access to the market, which is our main market. We sell 5 times more to GB than we do to the Irish Republic. And yet we are now finding, as a result of this, and a result of being trapped in the customs union, we'll be subject to those checks.
The honourable gentleman giving way. But should he not also weigh into the balance that a widget maker in Northern Ireland would have access over the border into the Republic, but also would be able to take advantage of any trade deals that the United Kingdom as a whole was able to secure with third countries? Isn't that an advantage he should weigh into the balance?
I'm glad that brings me on to the very next point I wanted to make on the issue of sovereignty. Because although the Prime Minister has claimed that that is the case, the withdrawal agreement makes it quite clear that that is not the case. That access will only be available, according to Article 5, Paragraph 1, will only be available depending on whether or not the agreement or the trade deal conflicts with EU protocols. If it conflicts with the protocols in this agreement, provided the agreements do not prejudice the application of the protocol, those are the only conditions in which we can take part in the free trade arrangements that the government may set up with other countries. So, on the issue of sovereignty, We're part of the EU regulations. We're part of the EU customs code. We've got checks down the Irish border. We are subject in future to any trade deals that the United Kingdom does, subject to whether or not that conflicts with EU protocols. And indeed, the Prime Minister said, oh, but it'll all dissolve if you had a free trade arrangement which would allow it to dissolve. But again, it is made quite clear that only if the EU agree in that free trade arrangement to release us from the protocols can we take the benefits of that free trade arrangement. So that's the first reason. No, I'll not give away because there's not much time. That's the issue of sovereignty, that Northern Ireland will be left as a semi-detached part of the United Kingdom, and of course in the long run the whole focus of attention will move from Westminster to Dublin. Who will we have to speak for us in Europe when these regulations come through? Who will we have to speak for us in Europe when customs rules are affecting us? We won't have the UK government, and increasingly the focus will be to the Dublin government. The second argument that has been made is that, well, you can vote your way out of it. And, of course, the mechanism for voting our way out of it is now a simple majority rule. I never ever thought I would hear a Prime Minister who has insisted that we adhere to the rules of the Belfast Agreement suddenly say, and by the way, the very central premise of the Belfast Agreement. In fact, do you know the first issue that was addressed in the Belfast Agreement? What kind of checks and balances do you have that can protect both communities when it comes to the operation of the Assembly? The very first issue that was dealt with. And here's what the Belfast Agreement said, that in order to give those protections and in order to ensure that all sections of the community can participate and work together, arrangements will be put in place to ensure that key decisions are taken on a cross-community basis. Now, there is no more key decision or no more divisive decision than this issue of our relationship with the EU, and yet the safety valve which there is in the Belfast Agreement has been taken away. The Prime Minister said, oh, it's taken away because it's a reserved matter anyway. These are not reserved matters. Indeed, the very reason why you have a whole section in the bill about what the Northern Ireland Assembly can do and can't do is because they are devolved matters. And yet, on these devolved matters, on this one issue, the government has agreed to take away the central principle of consent, and that, I can tell you, will do damage when it comes to the operation of the Assembly in future. You can't be selective like that, and you certainly can't be selective on an issue like this. The last one, and I nearly choked when the Prime Minister said it, when he told us, well, don't worry about it because all of these changes which will affect Northern Ireland will be light touch. It's not really a boundary down the Irish Sea. They're just light touch regulations. Light touch regulations which require firms to make declarations when they sell goods to another part of their own country, will have to pay duties for goods that come from a part of their own country, which incur costs on them. At least I would have had some respect had the Prime Minister said, I have a deadline of the 31st of October, I have to get it round, I have to get round to it, I'm therefore having to make concessions, and unfortunately Northern Ireland has concessions, and you'll understand. But what I don't take is the Prime Minister thinks I can't read the agreement that has been published, and I can't see in that agreement what the impact is in Northern Ireland, and because of that I'll be
immensely grateful to the honourable gentleman. In a bid to accommodate the maximum number of remaining colleagues, there will now be a 4-minute limit on backbench speeches with immediate effect. Interventions are part of debate, but I simply counsel colleagues to be sparing in interventions because it will stop other people speaking. Sir John Redwood.
Speaker, this Parliament is letting the public down. 3 years, 4 months ago, I and 17.4 million people voted to leave the European Union. We voted to take back control of our laws, our borders and our money, and we are still waiting for that to happen. We were told by the then Prime Minister that he would send a letter announcing our decision immediately after the result, and under the treaty we expected to be out after 2 years, with or without agreements with the European Union. Instead, we find ourselves today having yet another debate after so many Groundhog Days in this place, same people rehearsing the same arguments, as around half the House of Commons, we'll find out whether it's more than half, are still trying to stop any kind of Brexit and are forcing those of us who believe in Brexit to dilute what we are trying to do and delay us enjoying the fruits of our Brexit vision. Now let us look at this agreement, because it is far from ideal from the point of view of a Leave voter. Now I'm delighted that the Prime Minister today reassured us that we will take back control of our fish completely and we will decide how that amazing resource is nurtured, looked after and used by our country, and that is very welcome. I also accept these documents show that we will not have to go into battle with our troops on a vote we have lost, and that we are not about to be sucked in to losing the sovereign control of our government and parliament over our foreign and defence policy. But we are still in trouble with the powers of the European Court of Justice over our laws, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend from Stone for contributing to the legislation, because there is now a sovereignty clause, and I hope it works, and that is a definite improvement. But I am extremely worried by the situation in Northern Ireland.
The honourable member for giving way. Does the honourable member not understand that from as a unionist point of view, we believe that our sovereignty has been removed by this agreement? That to be a unionist in Northern Ireland is very different to be a unionist in the United Kingdom and to be a unionist in the honourable member's constituency. And does he not feel that unionists have been overdone and have been duplicated and deceitful, and how this has been done forward?
I do not like the provisions on Northern Ireland for the reasons that he and his colleagues have set out, and I want the whole country to leave and Northern Ireland to be a full part of the United Kingdom under the same arrangements. And if there are any different arrangements, I certainly want there to be a consent mechanism that is suitable to the representatives from the DUP and the people they represent. And I'm also extremely worried in this set of proposals about the money. We never talk about the money. There's so many MPs who seem to think giving billions away to the European Union is just fine. Taking back control of our money was central to the campaign. Indeed, it was very contentious because people argued about exactly how much it was. But I don't think this has been properly quantified. The liabilities are potentially large and long-lasting, and there is no attempt in the agreement or the legislation to control it.
Could he give us his best estimate of what he thinks this bill could cost?
Well, we are told 39 billion, but I think it's a very low field estimate. I think it would be considerably more than that, and it will stretch many years into the future under some of the headings that we are providing for. But my worry is that the EU will be the main driver deciding what the bill is, because there isn't a satisfactory dispute resolution procedure, and the EU can levy the bill and say it's European law and that they know best what we should be paying. And so I think we have to be extremely careful, and I hope if the bill does make any progress tonight, and that's not looking very likely with some of the things people are saying, there will be considerable concentration in the committee stage on whether there are mechanisms for having better discipline over the money, because we voted to take back control of the money. I want some of that money for hospitals and schools and other public facilities in my constituency, and I would hope many other members of Parliament took the same view, and it would be very galling indeed if we find that we are technically out of the European Union but still paying them a great deal of money. So, Mr. Speaker, I approach this in a spirit of disappointment, but I think the Prime Minister was deeply damaged and undermined by the European Withdrawal No. 2 Act, which greatly reduced the bargaining leverage of the United Kingdom government, and I think people recognise that, and I do think it's a strange piece of legislation which might as well be renamed the Breaking of the Prime Minister's Promises Act, that is permissible. Because surely we either have confidence in our government and the Prime Minister has to be able to keep his word, or we don't have confidence in our government collectively, in which case we can get a different government. And this Prime Minister has said he's going to take us out on October the 31st, has a lot of support for that in the country, and I hope we can find a way here to make that take place. And this Prime Minister said he would leave preferably with a deal, but if you can't get a decent deal, we will leave without a so-called deal. And they're my concluding remarks, that I think this language is totally misleading. There is no such thing as a no-deal Brexit. There is either leaving signing withdrawal agreement or leaving not signing withdrawal agreement. And were we to leave not signing the withdrawal agreement, there's an aviation agreement, haulage, customs arrangements, there's a government purchasing agreement, there is a general agreement on facilitation of trade through the WTO, and so you would have a managed WTO exit, which I think would work extremely well. I want to spend that money in Britain to promote growth and to promote a stronger economy. I want those free trade agreements, which I think we might be able to generate with the rest of the world. And I think if we just left, the EU would want to negotiate a free trade agreement with us, but all the time they think they have a chance of us not leaving. Of course, they're not going to offer anything or be positive about that because they think they might, from their point of view, do something better.
Thank you very much indeed. David Lammy.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, to just have a few moments to make a contribution to this important debate. I think it's now been 1,216 days since the referendum, and it's clear that all of us in this House are weary, fatigued, and some of us are certainly fed up with the Groundhog Day of constant debate about this subject. In my own constituency, just the weekend before last, 2 men were knifed within an inch of their lives. Whilst we were sitting in the debate on Saturday, I saw an email from a constituent who was complaining that his 10-year-old son had just been mugged. I've got to say, Mr. Speaker, I would so much prefer we were talking about the issue of law and order and crime in our country. This morning, the GP practice that served me and my family growing up in Tottenham for, most of my life has been described as inadequate by the inspectorate. Again, I wish we were discussing health in this chamber, not constantly returning to this issue. But as I reflect on where we are, and think also about very good colleagues and friends who are minded on this side of the House to vote for this bill, I think of what connects constituencies like mine and their constituencies in other parts of the country. And it is most certainly a degree of deprivation and poverty that we should have escaped from in our country by 2019, but is very real on our high streets when you look at the proliferation of betting shops, the abandoned shops, when you visit our estates, when you look at the prospects for too many of our young people.
Would you give way? When he refers to people feeling frustrated, bored and fatigued, does he agree with me that none of those things are an excuse for making what could be a very, very bad decision in haste, which is what the government is trying to make us do today?
David Lammy.
Absolutely right, I say to my right honourable friend. As much as this decision is one that needs to be taken, we should not make it in haste, and we should think very, very carefully about the implications for our country. Yes,
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and like him, we have many issues in Coventry, particularly amongst young people with knife crime, and in some instances more serious crimes than that. But would he not agree with me? I find it totally illogical that the government rejects the previous bill and expects us all to support a bill that makes people worse off. And people in Coventry and the West Midlands are concerned about their jobs and concerned about funding universities.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and it brings me to the tenor of what I want to say. On the government's own estimates, we would see a reduction in GDP with a Canada-style free trade deal of 6.7% in our country. And when you just use a figure like that, it almost doesn't mean anything. But you see, in a constituency like, I won't give away, I'm going to make progress. In a constituency like Tottenham, it means everything. It means that the knife crime that I'm worried about could get considerably worse. I don't want the south side of Chicago in Tottenham. It means that the jobs that we need may not be there. I think of these constituencies that good friends represent in other parts of this country. If you leave a 220 billion European market and you leave the single market and you leave the customs union, inevitably you will get tariffs. If you have tariffs, that will inevitably affect the manufacturing that is left. That will mean a reduction in jobs in those constituencies, surely. How will that assist? How will that assist our country going forward? And on the government's own estimates, in the northeast of this country, GDP reduction of 11%. In the West Midlands, 8%. In the East Midlands, 8%. This is massive. This is bigger than the 2008 crash. And the truth is, whilst there's been some recovery in London, there has been very little recovery out of London in parts of the Midlands, parts of the North West and parts of the North East. How could we contemplate, seriously, making this worse for those people? When we talk about a trade deal with the United States, I went on an all-party visit to the United States in July. We sat with Republicans and Democrats to talk about the meat of what a trade deal looks like. They were all clear, and so was the TUC body in America. Of course there will be a reduction in labour standards because their labour standards are lower than our own. They were clear about wanting some of our agriculture. They were clear about pharmaceuticals. They were clear about health. They were also raising issues about Hollywood getting its grip on our creative industries. Why would we do that? How will that help our people going forward? So you get tariffs, you get a massive drop in growth, and yet I stand here prepared to vote for this deal on the basis that we put it back to the British people, and so they can have the final say. Do they want this deal or do they want to remain? So I'm prepared, despite the poverty and hardship in my own constituency, to go for this deal, but on one condition. That's how we get this done. That's how we bring our country together. We actually use democracy to say, do you really want this deal? It is the only way forward. The rest is noise, and as weary as we are, I cannot walk through the lobby and knowingly just wave this through with little scrutiny on behalf of my constituents.
John Barron.
Mr. Speaker, for those of us who felt compelled to vote down the previous withdrawal agreement and deal, I would suggest that this deal has indeed been worth waiting for, and as indicated last week, we'll be supporting it in the lobbies tonight. I think the Prime Minister has proved his critics wrong. The withdrawal agreement has been reopened. The harmful backstop has been removed, and we've secured, I would suggest, a better deal. And all those who previously argued this was not possible should perhaps now reflect. And no one is pretending for one moment that this is a perfect deal. There are aspects of the transition period that I do not like as somebody who voted leave. I question an element of the bill. I question the EU's say over our affairs, given that we voted to leave in June 2016. But I also accept that in any negotiation, compromises are required. And although I have qualms, as I say, about the transition period to December 2020, these are manageable. For me, the elephant in the room was always the backstop. It alone could have trapped the UK indefinitely in a structure of the EU's making. It alone could have denied us Brexit. It alone could have denied us the referendum result. And it alone would have made a bad deal, trade deal, or no trade deal at all more likely. That is no longer possible, Mr. Speaker. Now that the previous backstop has been banished, the pressure is on both sides to agree and negotiate a good trade deal. A good trade deal, therefore, is now more likely, not less likely, because the previous backstop has been removed. It takes two to tango. Both sides can now simply walk away, or, in their common interests, and given their common starting position, it is far more likely that they will negotiate a good trade deal. And no longer will there be any risk to the entire UK of not being able to benefit from trade deals we might strike with the faster growing economies outside the EU, and meanwhile the Northern Ireland border is kept open. I would suggest to the House that concerns about workers' rights are somewhat misplaced, given the assurances provided by the Prime Minister and the fact that such regulations could only be watered down if Parliament voted to do so. I suggest we should have more confidence in our own ability in this place to decide what is right. And such decisions would now be made here in Westminster, not by remote EU bureaucrats. So I urge all colleagues on both sides of the House to vote for the Prime Minister's deal this evening. It makes a good trade deal more likely, and it keeps the Irish border open whilst ensuring the whole of the UK leaves the customs union. And let's be honest with the people outside this Westminster bubble. It has taken three and a half years to get to this point. We still have not left. It is about time we finally delivered on the referendum result. Let us now heal the wounds in this country and move on.
It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I will not be voting for this bill this evening because it is nothing more than a charter for a no-deal Brexit. Mr. Speaker, the safeguards which were in the previous withdrawal agreement that the previous Prime Minister had negotiated, which would have ensured that at the end of 2020, the implementation period, that we would not leave without a deal, have now been removed. It is quite clear that the so-called backstop for England, Wales and Scotland has gone. And the reason why so many right honourable members opposite, who opposed the previous Prime Minister's deal on all three occasions that it came into this House, are now so keen to vote for this bill and this agreement is because it precisely will deliver that hard no-deal Brexit which they absolutely believe in and they have done in some cases for decades. The honourable gentleman referred to the backstop having been removed. But the reality and truth is that for Northern Ireland, the backstop, a new backstop, is actually an arrangement which will be there in perpetuity. And as this House knows, the honourable member for East Antrim and I disagree on many things. But on this issue, I think he's a right honourable. On this issue, we are absolutely as one. And what really concerns me, Mr. Speaker, is that he has made a speech in which he has made a number of assertions about the implications, not just of the bill, but also of the withdrawal agreement. Serious assertions about the impact of it on the Union and, in particular, obviously, on Northern Ireland. And honourable and right honourable members opposite sat and shook their heads, and some of them queried and questioned. And what concerns me is that there will be nothing now, because of this terrible programme motion, which will allow anybody or any committee or any other independent organisation even to scrutinise, to question and check whether his assertions are correct or whether they are false. Having read this bill and that protocol twice, I think he's right, and we need to be sure, Mr. Speaker. I'll give way quickly.
Thank the honourable lady. She did refer to me, so I thank her for giving way. Actually, some of us were nodding our head because there were one or two factual issues that we disagree with the right honourable gentleman's statements, but we are happy to pursue that conversation afterwards. What I would say to the honourable lady is actually, as somebody who served in the Troubles in the 1980s, the Union means a lot to a lot of ex-soldiers on this bench and indeed to members on both sides. We do not take this lightly, I can assure you, but if I genuinely believe this was a threat to the Union, I would not be supporting the bill.
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman, he should listen to those voices from Northern Ireland, and it's not just the DUP, it's not not just the honourable lady who represents North Down. It is across the community. This is a genuine threat, and it is incredible that members of the Conservative and Unionist Party are prepared to vote through this bill with the attendant protocols, which undoubtedly will mean there will be in perpetuity a separate arrangement for Northern Ireland, because there is nothing in this bill that will allow things to change. Mr. Speaker, what I would also ask this: how much better is our country since the time when we had this referendum? Are we a happier, gentler people? Are friends, families and communities more united? Or are we as divided now in a way that we have never experienced? This bill will do nothing to heal divisions. It will actually increase the divides in our society. That is a concern. And I believe with a passion that not one single promise that was made by the Leave campaign has been fulfilled in any way, shape or form. We were promised a deal before we left. We were promised that Northern Ireland would not be treated any differently, and we would promise that it would keep and preserve the United Kingdom. We were made a promise that we would have the same trading relationship that we currently enjoy as members of the single market and the customs union. And none of those things have been delivered in this bill or any of the attendant documents. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the right honourable gentleman for Tottenham, and he and I disagree on so many things, but on this we too are as one. If this is so good, then it should go back to the people, not by way of a general election, which will solve nothing, like the 2017 general election didn't solve anything. This now needs to go back to the British people by way of... Can I just say, actually, I don't mind losing my job, but I do care about the jobs of my constituents, and I will do the right thing for my constituents, their children and their grandchildren, and their jobs. And that's why this matter must now go back for that people's vote. Now we have the clarity on Brexit, and we see what a disaster it is across the United Kingdom.
Boris Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this whole debate, there have essentially, I believe, been two principles. One of them is the principle on how to honour the result of that referendum, and the second is the principle of how to take a deal safely and responsibly through Parliament. And my big beg to the House here, and here I'm speaking to colleagues who voted for Brexit, is let's please, in these very, very final stages, do it properly.
Yes.
This is your great, great founding moment. Right? This thing is an opportunity for you to create an enormous constitutional change which can last for the next 40 years. So please do it properly. Do it properly through the House of Commons. I know that's a very, very difficult thing to say, but this is possible to do. Possible to do. I could make an argument, Mr. Speaker, about the philosophical principle here, but essentially the reason to do this is a reason of trust. We've heard a lot about trust from Brexiteers today, with every kind of reason. There is every reason for Brexiteers to be enraged. They voted to leave. They didn't leave on the 31st of March. They're in a boiling rage. They were promised to leave on the 31st of October. They want to leave. I get it. But it is also really, really important that we think about the other half of the population. And we have to think about how to do this legitimately. This isn't easy to do, but I promise you, as somebody who voted Remain, and has backed a Brexit deal from the moment of that referendum again and again and again and again, right? For no reason at all. I'm not a member of this party anymore. I don't get any bonus points for voting for a second referendum. I literally have nothing to gain from backing this Brexit. I'm backing it for one reason only, which is people voted for it, and I promise to respect the result of that vote. Okay? But in return, people deserve scrutiny. This is a hell of a big document. We cannot pretend that 2.5 days is long enough to scrutinise it. Now, I know there will be many, many voices in the chamber who say we've been talking about this long enough, And that what are we going to scrutinise anyway, and what speeches are we going to hear that we haven't already heard, and anyway the whole place is a talking shop. We cannot think like this. This is our Parliament. We cannot do down our Parliament. This was an exercise, as the Honourable Member for Right Honourable Member for Wokingham has said again and again, in regaining the sovereignty of Parliament. And if it's about regaining the sovereignty of Parliament, then treat Parliament with respect. If we're taking back control from a European court to a British court, treat the British court with respect. If you're taking back control from a European Parliament to a British Parliament, then treat Parliament with respect. If you are taking back control, then show that you are worthy to exercise that control. And all I am asking for is a little patience. 3 days in committee, 3 days in report. You can have it done in the House of Commons by the 31st of October and take it in the Lords. And I promise you, this founding moment for you, instead of being poisoned with the stain of illegitimacy, instead of being associated with bullying tactics and a casual attitude towards the Supreme Court and the monarchy and the Parliament, can instead be done in an honourable, responsible and proper fashion of which you can be proud for the next 40 years.
Jonathan Edwards.
Mr Speaker, it's been obvious to me for some considerable time that Brexiteer politicians have never fully understood the consequences of their own policies. That is why during the referendum they were able to claim they wanted to end free movement while staying within the single market. Why they said that leaving the customs union was compatible with the Good Friday Agreement. Why they claimed the new free trade agreement with the EU would be the easiest in history. And how the British state would be able to sign trade deals around the world based on divergence from EU tariffs and regulations, whilst maintaining frictionless access to the European Economic Area. This bill clearly shows that all these claims are completely false. Because of the obsession of the British government and the Labour opposition on ending free movement, the British state will have to leave the single market. The new FTA with the EU won't be negotiated until after the British state has left the European Union, meaning that this continues to be a blind Brexit. Compatibility with the Good Friday Agreement has only been vaguely achieved by effectively keeping Northern Ireland in the customs union and the single market, ending the economic coherence of the British state. Far from removing the backstop, as claimed by the British Government and the Prime Minister, it is now enacted as policy in the withdrawal agreement for Northern Ireland, a front stop, as some have called it. In my country, people are asking if it's good enough for Northern Ireland, why isn't it good enough for Wales? We now know that it would be impossible to sign trade deals with the likes of the United States without drastically reducing our access to the European market. Writing last week in the Evening Standard, the Right Honourable Member for South West Hertfordshire, the former Chief Secretary of the Treasury, said that assessments indicate that for every £1 that would be gained from international trade agreements, 33 would be lost from loss of access to European markets due to the need to diverge on standards and the extra costs of tariffs. Get Brexit done. That's the latest slogan, Mr Speaker, we've been hearing ad nauseum from the British Government. But allowing this bill to move to the next stages would not mean an end to Brexit. It would not even be the beginning of the end. It would simply be the end of the beginning as we enter phase 2 and start discussions on the trade arrangements. The British Government will be negotiating one of the most complex trade deals in history, different from all the others in history, as it would seek to build barriers rather than break them down. And it hopes to do this in just over a year. The EU's free trade agreements, as have been mentioned many times in the debate already, with South Korea, Canada, Singapore, Japan and Vietnam, have taken between 6 and 8 years to negotiate, with some of them still awaiting ratification.
The honourable gentleman is quite right to draw attention, Mr Speaker, to the EU's free trade agreements. They're probably about the best in the world, but further, any free trade agreements the UK has, say with the United States, is only going to be about a 40th of what they lose the European Union. And in total, from the 6 to 8% they lose the European Union, a free trade agreement with every country in the world is only going to make up about 1.4% of GDP. Huge loss.
Well, the Chair of the International Trade Committee speaks with great experience, and that's why, of course, the British Government are refusing to publish the impact assessments on their deal. That's a quite simple reality to the situation. And, Mr Speaker, the British Government will be negotiating this new FTA from a position of extreme weakness. We all know that at the end of the transition, we will be facing the exact same situation as we are currently facing, further delays and extensions, or face a no-deal cliff edge. My party, Mr Speaker, will be basing our approach to the next stages of this bill on 5 key areas. Firstly, we will be demanding impact assessments on the withdrawal agreement in time for consideration and scrutiny. Secondly, we will be seeking membership of the customs union, not a customs union with the European Union. A customs union would mean that the UK would have to open up its markets to any trade deals that the EU does, whilst not having reciprocal access to those other markets. Thirdly, we will be calling for the UK to remain in the single market. And fourthly, the bill as it currently stands denies the voice of our democratic elected Parliament in Wales, the Senedd. If this government respects the principle and legitimacy of devolution, it would require any future free trade deal struck by the British government with the European Union to have the consent not only of this House, but also of the Senedd, the Scottish Parliament and the Northern Ireland Assembly. As the bill currently stands, Mr Speaker, the Parliament of Wallonia, a constituent part of Belgium, would have more influence over the future trading relationships between the British state and the European Union. That is simply not good enough.
Well said.
Justine Greening.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to make a brief contribution about what is planned in this bill, how the government plans and proposes to take it forward, and then finally where it's taking our country, which seem to be the pertinent questions tonight. In terms of what is planned in this bill, I have deep concerns. I think perhaps as much as any of those concerns, the situation as this bill pertains to Northern Ireland is not something that just should simply be brushed away by those members of my former party, the Conservative and Unionist Party. They are real issues that affect real people, and to just simply, I think, ignore them because it's inconvenient to take them on board is absolutely not only inappropriate, but I think it's ultimately dangerous. I was very much struck by an earlier speech where one of the Northern Ireland representatives from, I think, South Antrim, perhaps, talked about 2 issues that I think go to the heart of the problems we're trying to grapple with, that affect them, but I think have wider application, cross-community concerns. The understanding from Northern Ireland, the Good Friday Agreement, that communities had to go forward together if that agreement was going to work. And we should learn from that in this House. We are a united kingdom, and yet we seek to go forward with this Brexit deal in a way that ignores the very clear concerns of the other nations in this United Kingdom, both of not only Northern Ireland, but Scotland and also Wales. I will give way.
Does my right honourable friend agree that this is a seminal moment where the Conservative and Unionist Party is handing over legal, political and administrative control of Northern Ireland to the EU, almost like the United States handing over control of Alaska to Russia, and giving the people their consent 6 years after this has taken place? That surely cannot be acceptable.
It is very concerning that the rules that Northern Ireland will have to effectively live under in many regards will be set by the European Union, a body that it will not have representatives in. That is a recipe for ultimately something politically failing. And this other point of consent, I think, also matters. It's absolutely unacceptable for people in Northern Ireland to be thrown into an important new political arrangement and mechanism that they have no say over whether it happens to them. But equally, it's unacceptable for the rest of the UK to face the same situation, going into a form of Brexit that many people who campaigned for Brexit, including, I think we have to accept, Nigel Farage, who heads up the Brexit party, feel that this is not the Brexit they campaigned for. He's called this deal Brexit in name only, and I can obviously understand that there's a disagreement over what Brexit means, but it's one of the reasons why it's 3.5 years later and we're reaching this moment now today, because there are many members who campaigned for Brexit in this House, not least the Prime Minister, who held up a Brexit deal by voting against one they did not feel delivered on that referendum result. And I respect their point of view. But it brings me on to the how this bill is being taken forward point, because it is then absolutely, frankly, hypocritical of people who have held up Brexit because they thought it was the wrong one, to then decide their version should be fast-tracked and steamrolled through this House because we've run out of time. It's down to their actions that we're 3.5 years down and we haven't down the road and we haven't moved forward. And it's entirely unacceptable and to ram this through in 2 days. And it simply stores up problems for our United Kingdom in the future, doing it in this way. I see no merit to take, no problem with taking longer, but giving this House of Representatives time to genuinely air the issues that are important about this proposal, have them understood, have a government able to respond to them. We've heard some of them today already, but what I haven't heard is clause 29, for example, which talks about what could be an important role of the European Scrutiny Committee to raise issues in relation to EU legislation that is coming through during the withdrawal agreement period, when we will simply have to take those rules but have no say over how they're set. It says a motion can come before this House and be voted on. What happens then? Nobody knows. These are significant issues, but I think that perhaps the biggest problem I have with this bill is it doesn't address the underlying issues of inequality of opportunity that I believe sat behind and drove many of those concerns that resulted in people voting for Brexit in communities like the one I grew up in Rotherham. I believe in the end we'll have to come back and tackle those. My concern is that Brexit doesn't.
Yes. Thank you very much. Speaker, I'm very happy to follow the Right Honourable Member for Putney after her powerful speech. Mr Speaker, the decision facing this House could not be more serious nor the stakes higher. It is a debate about the kind of country we want to become, the kind of values we want it to enshrine. And so I want to speak out on behalf of all of those who do not share this government's vision of a mean-minded little Britain with our borders closed and our horizons narrowed. For those who do not accept a future that betrays the hopes and dreams of our young people who, let us remember, overwhelmingly voted to remain. I think we should be thinking about their futures when we vote tonight. For those who are concerned about the threat this deal poses to the fragile peace in Northern Ireland. For those who, like me, are proud to stand up for the precious right to be able to freely work and study and to live and love in 27 other countries, who celebrate the role and contribution made by the 3 million EU citizens in our country. For those who recognise that, imperfect though it undoubtedly is, the EU remains the greatest international venture for peace, prosperity and freedom in history. And finally, for those who do not believe that democracy somehow stopped in its tracks 3.5 years ago. Now, as many others have said today, democracy is a process, not a single event. And since that referendum, we have had one general election, 2 prime ministers, and a wealth more information about the costs and complexities of Brexit, and frankly of the lies and law-breaking that stained that poll on the 23rd of June 2016. Now, the Prime Minister has changed his mind on more occasions than it's possible to count, most recently over the prospect of a border in the Irish Sea. I think it is wrong that the British people are apparently the only people who are not going to be allowed to change their minds. Oh, well.
Steve Bryan. Listen to what she says, as always. If another referendum were to come forward, it's not out of the question, I think it's unlikely, but if it were to come forward and it were to, say, confirm a leave vote by, say, 52-48, would the Honourable Lady accept that, or would she continue her campaign?
I would both accept it, and I would recommend that if the Kyle Wilson was the kind of amendment that was put, it would certainly mean that it wouldn't even have to come back to this Parliament. It would go straight into law, and that is what should happen. Mr Speaker, this Brexit is the hardest of hard Brexits. It's led by the hard right and, frankly, the rich and the reckless too. It is yanking Britain completely out of the customs union and single market, the most advanced examples of international economic cooperation in history, and crucially, one that protects us with the strongest regulatory framework on earth, with high standards for food safety, for workers' rights and environmental protection. And, Mr Speaker, the so-called guarantees that were given in Schedule 5A, for example, about workers' rights are utterly worthless. They simply require a Minister of the Crown to make some statement about whether or not workers' rights are going to be rolled back. And if they can't actually get themselves around to making that statement, that's fine too, because they don't have to unless, and I quote, it is practicable. So when it comes to workers' rights, we know what the agenda of this government is, and it's not some kind of conspiracy theory. They've told us, no, I won't. They have told us what their plans are. This is a Prime Minister who has openly said that Brexit offers us an opportunity to regulate differently. And when the Prime Minister says regulate differently, I don't think he means increasing those standards. Call me cynical. This is a Prime Minister...
Honourable Lady for giving way. Does she agree with me that this is a recipe for regulatory chaos, not just between ourselves and the European Union, but within the 4 nations of the United Kingdom, where different environmental standards will apply?
Completely agree with her and thank her for that, and bringing me on to the issue of environment in particular. Again, when we look at the so-called reassurances, we're supposed to believe that the Environment Bill is going to be able to answer the question of how we put in the European Court of Justice. Yet this Environment Bill, when you give it any scrutiny, as indeed our committee, the Environmental Audit Committee, did, shows, for example, that the Office of Environmental Protection is insufficiently independent. It's answerable to government, not to Parliament. It doesn't have the ability to levy the fines, which has been the one thing in the past that has finally made this government come into line when it comes to issues like air pollution. Yeah. The environmental principles are also very weak, because they simply sit there in a policy statement, I have to say, that we haven't even been allowed to see, rather than being on the face of the bill. The sector targets, only 4 of them out of the 10 headline goals of the 25-year Environment Plan, and they don't even have to be met, Mr. Speaker, until 2037. Now, that is frankly inadequate, especially when the interim targets are themselves not legally binding. So let's be very clear that this is all about a race to the bottom on social and environmental standards. But when I say I support a confirmatory ballot and say that I would vote to remain, I don't for a moment mean that we should go back to the way things were before the referendum in 2016. The referendum outcome was a resounding, radical rejection of the status quo, of an economy that brutally fails so many, that forces parents to use food banks to feed their kids, that demonises immigrants and condemns us to climate breakdown. It was also a powerful and furious comment, I believe, on our broken democracy. Brexit laid bare the extent to which our government structures are derelict. When citizens were deprived of a credible representative power that clearly belongs to, or is accountable to them, it led to anger with the most remote authority of all. The EU was blamed for the UK's structural elitism and held responsible as the source of all the powerlessness. And yet Brexit shows no sign of giving us back control or changing the way that we've ruled. Instead, the apparatus of government has been hijacked by the Vote Leave campaign. Mr. Speaker, I recoil from the economic vandalism of this hardest of Brexits. I worry deeply about the race to the bottom, and I understand, though, that a way must be found forward. And so I say to this government, I will compromise if they do. I will not oppose the passage of this bill through the Commons if they attach a confirmatory ballot to it and allow the British people to have their say. 3.5 years after the 2016 referendum, so much has changed, including, I believe, the will of the British people. That is what the vast majority of polls indicate. So if they are so certain that this Brexit is exactly what the British people want, why are they so afraid to put it back to them?
Sir William Cash.
In the time available, Mr. Speaker, I am going to make a few points regarding clauses 29 and 36, because these are the ones which I authored myself in negotiations with the government, because I was so concerned about Article 4 and Chapter 4 of the agreement. In the circumstances, I therefore simply say this. This entire bill is ultimately about sovereignty. I go further and say that we need, therefore, not only to reaffirm that, as these clauses do, but also an increased role for the monitoring and the scrutiny of these arrangements within the framework of this House. We had the ports regulation a few years ago. That was pushed through, as indeed it will, for similar provisions will be pushed through in the transitional period, when the European Union takes control over us in the legislative process, and we will have no means of being able to defend it except by reference to the kind of clauses that I have produced and which I'm glad the Prime Minister has accepted. I'll come to the point with regard to the law simply as follows. Section 1 of the European Union Withdrawal Act is 2018 is clear and unambiguous that we will repeal the 72 Act on the 31st of October. That is the law of the land, as I've said repeatedly. That is clear, it is unambiguous, and it is the law. Lord Denning, our greatest jurist, without doubt the greatest jurist in modern history, specifically stated that where Parliament wishes to assert its supremacy, it can do so by stating clearly that a domestic statute is to apply notwithstanding European law, and this would include sections 2 and 3 of the European Communities Act 1972. He stated clearly that if the time should come when our Parliament deliberately passed an act with the intention of repudiating a treaty or any provision in it, or intentionally acting inconsistently with it, and says so in express terms, as indeed Section 1 of the 2018 Withdrawal Act most clearly does, it would be the duty of our courts to follow the statute of our Parliament. Nothing could be clearer. I would add into this mix the fact that there are principles of sincere cooperation under Article 4 of the treaty and of wrongful reasons in international law, which I haven't got time to go into. This is the gravamen of the question and the manner in which I believe that we will be able, through the mechanisms provided under clauses 29 and 36, to give protection. I am deeply concerned about the provisions relating to Northern Ireland, and others have said, and I agree with what they have said on that subject. I will.
I wonder if the right honourable member, I appreciate what he has managed to get into the bill, but could he just clarify a little bit more how this could help in terms of the situation, which is very, very concerning to all of those who care about Northern Ireland?
The Honourable Lady is a member of my Select Committee, and I would simply add that by setting up evidence sessions with the departmental Select Committees and having taken control over the manner in which the report is made on that evidence, the ministers will be under an obligation to allow that motion to be moved, and furthermore that we will be able to vote on it. The bottom line, therefore, is that there will be real opportunities for this House to express its views in conjunction with any Select Committee that is brought into the arena with the European Scrutiny Committee, and we will work, as we have done, effectively with those other committees for the purpose of reducing that evidence. We will then be in a position to be able to rely on the fact, I believe, that the floor of the House of Commons will determine the outcome of that evidence, and when there is a vote on it, we will then be able to apply, I believe, the principles of parliamentary sovereignty in line with the judgment of Lord Denning, as I've just expressed it, which I don't need to repeat. But I will say this in general and leave it at this. These matters go to the very marrow of our body politic, which is the birthright of our citizens forged over centuries in war and peace throughout our history for centuries. I will simply say, we had a referendum, we had a decision of the British people, we must implement that decision, and anyone who opposes this bill is effectively undermining our democracy and our self-government.
Ian Smith.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure and instructive as ever to follow the Right Honourable Member for Stone, who has wanted this sort of a dramatic, draconian, destructive Brexit to be brought about in our country for 30 and more years, and he's obviously pleased because he thinks he's standing on the verge of achieving that. I sincerely hope he is wrong, Mr. Speaker. I think there are many deplorable things in this bill, and we could spend hours enumerating them. Unfortunately, we don't have hours to do that because of the way in which the government is trying to railroad through this debate in a few short hours. So I want to concentrate, if I may, Mr. Speaker, on Northern Ireland, a part of this country where I have worked and devoted a lot of my life to, and which I feel is being extremely ill-served by this government because of all of the awful things this government has done in respect of this bill. It is the cavalier, reckless way in which they have treated with Northern Ireland that is the most deplorable. And I want in particular to talk about the prosperity and the political stability of Northern Ireland, two things which have gone hand in hand since this Labour government created the very carefully crafted, uniquely balanced peace settlement of the Good Friday Agreement that is now in jeopardy as a result of the way in which the government is handling this. Now, Mr. Speaker, the worst thing about the way in which just today the government has handled it is frankly the deceitful way in which this has been caricatured. We've been told by the Prime Minister that there will be no additional burdens, no additional checks, no new border. None of these things are going to happen to Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland will be just the same as Kent. Well, Mr. Speaker, none of those things are true. That is the fact of this. And I don't know whether the Prime Minister didn't simply understand what was in his bill and his legislation, or he was misrepresenting what was in his legislation. Because yesterday evening, Mr. Speaker, late, the government did sneak out an impact assessment, and it makes very, very clear that for the 20,000 odd businesses in Northern Ireland that do around £7.5 billion worth of trade with GB, with the rest of the UK, every year they are going to have additional checks and burdens and costs and responsibilities. They're going to have to submit import and export documents. They're going to be subject to checks at the border. All agri-foods moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland will be subject to checks. That's at point 261 of the official sensitive assessment. There is going to be a new border, an agri-food good border. All goods entering Northern Ireland from Great Britain will do so via a border inspection post. Now, what sort of a non-border has a border inspection post? There will be impacts to businesses in Northern Ireland in terms of their distribution. Point 278 points out that there will be extra checks, cost delays and burdens for businesses in Northern Ireland. There will be new risks. Point 294. Economic risks associated with the proposals could include reduced trade, business investment and consumer spending due to uncertainty and divergence in regulation with the United Kingdom. That's not just for Northern Ireland, it's for the whole of the UK. And finally, Mr. Speaker, is this going to do anything good for the people of Northern Ireland? Well, no, because the document concludes that it's going to drive up prices. It's going to increase the cost to consumers in Northern Ireland. All of that, Mr. Speaker, all of that extra cost will undermine the political stability in Northern Ireland, as we've seen here today, and it is a disgrace that the government has not admitted it and has concealed it.
Owen Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great pleasure to follow the member for Pontypridd. We share a Christian name, I think the only two in Parliament, and I share his concerns about Northern Ireland, which I'll come to in a minute, but I don't think we have that much else in common. Mr. Speaker, people are looking at this debate absolutely exasperated. People were told that this Parliament would give them the power of decision to decide whether we stayed in the European Union or whether we left. And we have this collision, which I've mentioned numerous occasions before, between direct democracy and representative democracy. And the representatives here have royally let down the people of this country, because for the first time, the people have gone against the wishes of their elected members. And the elected members here have used every possible technique to thwart them, and they know it. So we promised to take back control. All Conservative members were elected on a manifesto to leave the single market, leave the customs union, leave the remit of the European Court of Justice. Does this bill do the business? It's a start. It is a very good start, Mr. Speaker. That would be my judgment. There are numerous things in it which I do not like, but it does set the process in train that we can honour what we promised the people.
Does he not agree that one of the most cardinal sins that you can commit in this House of Commons is to vote for a bill knowing fully well what it says and then to reverse those votes in effect at a later date?
Well, I totally agree with my old friend. It was wicked to promise the people that we would respect their judgment and not deliver it. So, this bill does begin to bring laws back. It does not yet begin to bring money back, but there is, I'm pleased to say, with this version, light at the end of the tunnel, which is a free trade agreement, which is where we should have gone from the very beginning. That's what President Tusk offered us back in 7th of March 2018. But we've inherited all this baggage from the previous negotiations, and in my opinion, an awful lot of that remains, which I regret. There are two big areas which I'm still very unhappy about. First of all, I'm concerned that the transition period could be used to take advantage to ruin what is left of our fishing industry. This is a wonderful natural resource. I find it completely extraordinary that members like the members for Brighton Pavilion talk in glowing terms about the environmental benefits of the EU. We throw back 1 million tonnes of healthy fish dead because of the stupidity of the way this common fisheries policy is managed. And I'm delighted by my honourable friend the Prime Minister's reply to me today that we will bring back complete control of our EEZ and all those resources, and we will manage them in a modern way, as I wrote in the Green Paper I wrote way back in 2005. The other area, but I'm concerned what will happen in transition. And then, secondly, I am concerned about this issue of Northern Ireland. Only, I think, 10 days ago, I wrote an article that I was concerned by antagonising the unionist community. There's great interest in the Republican activity, but I'm concerned about antagonising the unionist community. As the Honourable Lady Member for North Down has mentioned on numerous occasions, we had instances in Newton Ards Road last night. My feeling is that there has to be, and I'd hope that the Justice Secretary and Lord Chancellor, when he comes to reply, can give us some assurance that when we conclude a free trade agreement with the European Union, all these current arrangements in the protocol will be dissolved, and this sovereign UK Parliament and Government will pass a law that Northern Ireland moves into the free trade agreement on a level of absolute level pegging with the rest of the United Kingdom. And that might alleviate some of the concerns in Northern Ireland. My judgment is that if those two issues can be resolved, without any great enthusiasm, I will vote for this bill because it sets us on the road. And I think, touching on Ireland, it's worth looking at the example of the Republic of Ireland, which emerged from the Irish Free State. And Michael Collins, in the Dáil Éireann on the 19th of December 1921, said something which pretty well reflects my views this evening. As one of the signatories of the document, I naturally recommend its acceptance. I do not recommend it for more than it is. Equally, I do not recommend it for less than it is. In my opinion, it gives us freedom, not the ultimate freedom that all nations desire and develop to, but the freedom to achieve it. This bill does begin the process of establishing the freedom so that we can get our full freedom. And I hope I don't follow the fate of Michael Collins in wanting to see this delivered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nick Dakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Juno Elsie Dakin was born last Thursday at the time that this deal was being finalised in Europe. It will be, when she comes to majority and is able to vote, it will be able to judge with eyes looking backwards as to whether we've done the right thing or the wrong thing through the passage of this bill. She will be able to judge at that time whether we have taken steps that retain the Union together or whether the Union has been imperilled and we see Scotland and Northern Ireland leave the Union. She will be able to judge that at that time. She will be able to judge whether our place in the world is where it is now in 18 years' time. She will be able to judge whether workers' rights, consumer rights and environmental rights are as strong or stronger than they are now or not. It's a fact, Mr. Speaker, that no person born this century voted in the referendum. No person born this century has taken part in the process that has got us to so far. But every person born this century will have the biggest stake in the outcome of this. And they will have a duty, as we have a duty today, they will have a duty to shape
wherever we get to in the best possible way to keep this great country great, to keep the great in Great Britain, and make sure that the steps that we take today do not imperil that, do not put it at risk. From my perspective as a Member of Parliament for Scunthorpe, it is crucially important that manufacturing does well out of this. In many ways, my constituents are on the front line of Brexit at the moment. We have our largest private sector employer in its 4th month of liquidation due to the risk of a no-deal exit. So they desperately want certainty, and that's why I'm pleased we've got to this point in the process. It is a step towards certainty, but they do not want an outcome. Manufacturing and steel does not want an outcome that is not good for the industry. We do not want an outcome that ends up with 25% tariffs on steel being sold into Europe. That would be disastrous for steel communities. I give way.
Is it the fact that the outcome actually most of these would want is to remain in the European Union, which is the best deal, the current deal, and there's no country across the EU that would accept the tawdry deal that the Prime Minister negotiated with the EU?
In the end, we have to try and make this work. There's an obligation for us to work through it. And as my honourable friend for Ashfield said earlier, the opportunity, if this passes into committee and that we have a decent programme motion, because frankly, what's being said about the programme motion is outrageous. As the member for Beaconsfield said, there has been bully boy tactics in trying to thrust a programme motion down the throat of this House, when what should be happening is civilised British behaviour, people sitting down and agreeing a sensible programme motion. That's what the Labour Chief Whip wants to do. That's what the Government Chief Whip should be sitting down and doing, so that this can be worked through properly and we can see whether we can improve this bill to make sure that it is a good bill for the people of this country. People, yes, voted to come out. They did not vote to lose out, and it's our duty to square that circle, and that's what we should do, Mr. Speaker.
Roger Gale. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, and he's absolutely right to say that it is our grandchildren that will reap the harvest of what we sow tonight. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not our grandchildren that I'm concerned about this evening. You know better than most, because I've bored you to death with it for weeks, that I have a particular concern about the plight of United Kingdom citizens living in other parts of the European Union, and most particularly in respect of their pension rights and uprating of their exportable benefits and, of course, their health care. And because there has been confusion sown through government departments, there has been a very considerable degree of distress. And I have, over the last few weeks, received harrowing emails from citizens around Europe expressing their concern and the fact that they are very, very frightened indeed about what they may face. So last night I spent the greater part of the night actually reading the withdrawal bill and the explanatory notes. I found reference to European Union citizens living in the United Kingdom. I found reference to Swiss nationals. But scour as I could, I found not one word of comfort for United Kingdom citizens living abroad in Europe. So, somebody say goodbye? No. So this afternoon I spoke briefly with the Prime Minister, and I'm pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that he has taken this on board immediately and courteously. We'll come to the peroration in a moment, but he has taken this on board immediately and courteously, and I am assured that the rights and the concerns of UK citizens will be taken into account, and that a confirmatory letter to that effect will be with me within the next couple of days. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are people in this House who prefer the grievance to the solution. I am in the business, I'm not one of those, I'm in the business of seeking a solution. And I hope very much that what will have been achieved as a result of consultations with the Secretary of State for Health, with the Department for Work and Pensions, and now with the Prime Minister, will deliver something that will be of great comfort to some very frightened elderly people. And I also hope, Mr. Speaker, that it will enable me not to have to move the amendment that I have in preparation. Thank you.
Peter Grant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the chance to speak on this bill. It won't surprise anyone that I'll be opposing this bill tonight, and I'll continue to oppose it, because it's a bad bill. It does bad things to people that have trusted me to look after their interests. It diminishes the rights of every single one of my constituents. It diminishes the rights of every single one of our constituents. And for some people, for 3 million people, it potentially removes those rights altogether. People face being threatened with deportation, not because of what they've done, but because of what this Parliament and this government is threatening to do. I can't vote for that under any circumstances. For businesses in my constituency and everywhere else, it seeks to replace the certainty of free trade with the biggest market in the world. Preferential trade deals with many of our other trading partners as part of the EU, to replace that with uncertainty of having no idea what deal, if any, they will be trading under while they are still finalising their annual accounts for the financial year in which they are currently operating. We hear a lot about get Brexit done. This bill doesn't get Brexit done. The withdrawal agreement doesn't get Brexit done. It only starts the process. Next year we could still be tumbling out of the EU on no-deal terms. There's nothing in this bill and there's nothing in the withdrawal agreement that prevents that from happening. And until no deal is taken off the table, the businesses in my constituency and elsewhere will be faced with the greatest of all uncertainties. Most importantly, most fundamentally of all, I can't support this bill because it is a direct violation of the fundamental principle that brought me into politics, the principle of the sovereignty of the people. The people of my nation voted by almost 2 to 1 to reject this chaotic, ridiculous Brexit in its entirety. And that fact has been given no recognition, not a single word of recognition from Her Majesty's Government over the last 3.5 years. Going back to citizens' rights, on the 25th of July, I asked the Prime Minister to honour his promise that he made before the referendum that no EU citizen would have the rights diminished in any way. I asked him if he would guarantee the rights to healthcare, to pension rights, the right to leave the UK and return at any time, the right to bring the family over to join them, the right to vote, and all the other rights currently enjoyed by EU citizens. The Prime Minister at the dispatch box replied, "Those guarantees, as the honourable gentleman knows, we are giving unilaterally." So the Prime Minister promised at a dispatch box all these rights to our EU citizens, which he now intends to take away. And we are supposed to trust that the honourable gentleman on the bond bench is shaking his head. That is in Hansard, he can check it for himself. I wrote to the Prime Minister at the end of July to ask him to confirm what he said, and I'm still waiting for as much of an acknowledgement. I'm not looking for anything fancy. A bit of scrap paper without even a signature on it would do me quite well, seeing as that seems to be what it's about. And as far as, I'll give you just briefly.
Forgive me. Last week, the Queen's speech was the most important thing to the Prime Minister. Today and previously, all sorts of insurances. It was almost felt today from the dispatch box, if somebody had asked him, would he assure me the moon is made of cheese, the Prime Minister would have given that assurance. His assurance is the Queen's speech. It means nothing.
Can I just say to the honourable member, if he continually intervenes, he'll be stopping others speaking. Now, it may not bother him, but I'm just letting him know. Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend makes a very valid point. We've had a lot of assurances from the Prime Minister at the dispatch box. We know that some of them can't be trusted, and therefore we have to assume that we shouldn't rely too much on any of them. He also promised at that dispatch box that after Brexit, full control of Scottish fishing will be returned to Scotland, when in fact government policy is precisely the opposite. As far as the concerns of businesses are concerned, I've gone through the specific concerns that a lot of businesses in my constituency have been raising over the last several years, and I've tried to go through the withdrawal agreement and this bill to find out what parts of those documents address the specific worries that my businesses have got. And to date, I haven't found a single concern that's been raised with me that I can go back to those businesses and say it's been sorted if these documents go through. We've got a lot of platitudes, we've got a lot of reassuring noises. There's absolutely nothing in any of these documents that will give businesses the certainty that they're looking for. The Scottish Conservatives have even started to misrepresent the views of the Scottish Chambers of Commerce and their desperation to make it look as if the business community is telling us we should go ahead with this. What the Scottish Chambers of Commerce actually said was, on the surface this is good news, but the devil is in the detail. Until we see what the deal means for businesses on the ground, many are reserving judgment. And that was hailed as a ringing endorsement because it's as good an endorsement as is going to come. Mr Speaker, the previous Speaker, the Right Honourable Member for North Thanet, said he was looking for solutions. The House can be satisfied, Mr Speaker. Scotland has a solution. We have a solution that will get us out of this mess, and we will apply that solution if this bill goes forward tonight.
Ugly.
With the majority of most honourable members, I voted to trigger Article 50, and since then I voted 3 times for deals to leave presented to this House, and once again I intend to do the same today. However, over the last 3 years, I think it would be fair to say that I have not been blindly stumbling through the lobbies. Given the importance of this issue and my access to information as a member of the Brexit Select Committee, I have critically reviewed each stage of these admittedly tortuous negotiations in support of a withdrawal deal that I see as critical to supporting jobs and living standards for my constituents. And on the morning of the Ben Act vote, I was given the opportunity to meet with the Prime Minister with a number of other questioning colleagues. I came away from that meeting persuaded of 3 things. Firstly, that the Prime Minister wanted a deal. Secondly, that he would provide adequate resource to get that deal. And thirdly, that the following legislation could be delivered by 31st of October. In effect, I decided to put my trust in our Prime Minister. And so far, against the expectations of many and in difficult circumstances, the Prime Minister has delivered on the first 2 items on my list. Now I think it would be wrong for us not to give him his chance to deliver on the 3rd by the end of this month. The timetable is ambitious, but doable. But personally, if we needed a few more weeks into November, I would be totally supportive to push on, as for me the important thing is the deal, not a date pulled out of the ether, originally, by the way, by President Macron. Parliament has been good at stopping Brexit proposals, but bad at providing Brexit solutions. There are many arguments for delay, and I could be amongst the first to provide a list of reasons why I have issues with the terms of this deal, which is slightly less European-centric than the last proposed deal. But the last deal did not at any point have the momentum to pass this House as this deal does. And let's be realistic, that the chances of reopening this deal again are something less than remote. So if anyone is going to vote against this second reading, then they should be honest and say it's because they want a second referendum or to revoke the Article 50 trigger. Some honourable members have noted the lack of time to scrutinise the bill. But given that most of the deal is the same as the last version, this needs to be put in context. Other issues surround the non-legally binding political declaration. So we have some suggesting that extra provisions should be inserted for trade. But these are debates that can and will have to continue once we are in the transition period, but should not be used as wrecking amendments now. We should take the opportunity now to sort out EU withdrawal so that business knows where we stand and citizens know their rights. And so we can then actually move on to the important future relationship issues. Because here and now, the reality is that we can't know or legislate for all the things which will undoubtedly need to be covered in our FTA with the EU. So given all of that, for me, the main reason for delay now is, as I said, to frustrate Brexit or force a second referendum. And these are not positions that I could support, even more so now that we have a deal. To my mind, we should settle this bill and then move on to the FTA and start the difficult process of bringing British people back together post-Brexit, reinforcing the bonds of our union and creating a new, strong and lasting friendship with the EU. Given the momentum I now see exists towards doing this, the opportunity should not be squandered, and this bill and timetable has my support.
Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The argument for this bill is that it will get Brexit done, and that appears to be, listening to the debate today, the only argument for it. I've actually heard very few people advocate for the measures that are actually in this deal, and I understand that, because we're all tired, we're all a bit sick of this. We'd all, I think, like to talk about other things, but there are two things that we should acknowledge and be straight with the public about. And the first is that this deal, or any deal, doesn't get Brexit done. We have years of this to come, and we all know that. This is only the end of the beginning. We've got the future relationship with the EU to negotiate, and then we've got future trade deals, all of whom will raise the same issues of national sovereignty up against economic integration. The journalist Helen Lewis put it like this yesterday. She said, voting for this deal to get Brexit done was like saying you want your pregnancy to be over so you can get back to going to bed early and reading your favourite novels. And I couldn't put it better myself. And the Conservative Party just needs to acknowledge that. It needs to own that. It needs to be straight about that. And our job as MPs has surely got to be about asking, is this deal good for our constituents and for the country? Because we will never make a bigger decision. And if we get it wrong, we will never be forgiven. I'll give way to the honourable member.
On the matter of getting Brexit done, does the honourable member acknowledge that if this deal were to pass the House, we will very quickly be in transition negotiations, and whether the extension is going to be the transition is going to be extended, and that could cost about 10 billion euros a year, and that we should be honest with the public about this rather than pretend it's going to get done this month?
I absolutely agree with him, and I'm reminded of the debate about Article 50. There was tremendous pressure to trigger Article 50. I personally voted for that. It was the test of whether you accepted the referendum result, and now we all widely recognise that measure was a disaster. That the timetabling we got into, that the timescale we imposed on ourselves was a disaster for the national interest of this country. And there are three things, just three things I want to know. What does this deal mean for manufacturing? What does it mean for services? And what does it mean for the union? And I recognise that not everyone voted on economic grounds, and indeed that, yes, there will be a short-term boost to the economy because of investment decisions that have been deferred through the process so far. But that's not the issue. That isn't the measure of success. It's about the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the next 30 years, because if we get it wrong, this will be like a slow puncture at the heart of our economy, and we will regret everything we've done to get to that point. So let's just start with manufacturing. There is a big difference between this deal and the last one. The last one essentially offered some sort of voluntary single market alignment on goods, and that's been taken out of this deal. So what does that mean? Because this is quite a hard Brexit for Great Britain. What does that mean? I genuinely ask, because no one has given anyone in this chamber an explanation of that decision. Does it mean that just-in-time supply chains will no longer function? Does it mean that rules of origin will now be required? I think surely yes, looking at the evidence. Does it pass the Nissan test, that a business model like Nissan's, a huge success story for this country, will continue? I have no answers to those questions, and I have 3,500 jobs for my constituents that depend on that. And then let's talk about services. Because the biggest problem with a bare-bones FTA is what it does on services, and we are a services economy. The last deal was poor on services, this deal was equally poor. That's not a reason to walk away and pass it. So what is the plan? Because for all the imperfections of the single market in services, let's remember that trade and services between EU member states is freer than it is between federal states in the US or between different provinces in Canada. And the UK is a powerhouse of financial, business, legal, accountancy, consultancy, tertiary education services. What does this deal mean for them? We hear so much about fishing. With respect, the UK computer games industry is worth 10 times the value of the UK fishing industry. So let's talk about the things that really matter. And finally, let's talk about the union. Now, I don't want to vote for anything which will lead to the breakup of my own country. I don't think that is a dishonourable position to have. Now, Northern Ireland is getting a totally different Brexit deal in terms of what is being proposed. It could be a lucrative one, I admit that. It could be very lucrative at the expense of the northwest of England. But I can see why Northern Ireland is different, why the Good Friday Agreement requires something different. And I think, to be honest, for colleagues in the DUP, if you have to do a customs declaration to export from Northern Ireland to Great Britain, that is a huge question for them and whether they can sign up to it. But for me, the bigger danger is Scotland. It's about the precedent this sets for Scotland, because I believe England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland are stronger together, and I don't want to undermine that. We have no answers on those things. I just want to say in my final few seconds, in the 4 minutes I've got to discuss the biggest issue of all we'll ever be asked to vote on. I recognise it's possible that any deal could have these problems, that even the best deal possible to negotiate could be a bad deal for the UK. And I think in that situation, the public have to absolutely be told what they are getting, and they have to take responsibility for that. They have to know, with their eyes open, what that will mean. At the minimum, that requires a scrutiny process in Parliament, and I think, frankly, it now requires them having the final say on this.
Brian.
Mr. Speaker, the fundamental truth about Brexit for me is that it is as it always was. You can't have Brexit and have nothing change. And what I've heard throughout the last 3.5 years, and I've heard it in the House today constantly, from both ends of this divide, is that I want. We want the same customs arrangements, we want the same citizens arrangements, we want the same security arrangements, we want everything on the island of Ireland to stay the same, or for its relationship with GB to be likewise. No, Mr. Speaker, if everything is the same, then everything is the same. The British people chose a different path 3.5 years ago, and it's up to this House to decipher that and to come up with an answer. Now, I have voted 3 times for a withdrawal agreement. I've done it twice inside government, when I was part of the payroll. I've done it once outside government, and I will do it tonight outside of the party that I joined this House. And I have to say, the statecraft required of Brexit was always significant. It was significant with a big majority, it was very difficult with no majority. But it's a huge challenge, and I pay great credit to the previous Prime Minister and to the current Prime Minister for the statecraft and for the compromise that they've arrived at. Way too many people, and we heard it from the leader of the Liberal Party today, and many people in this House are still fighting the last war. So many people are still listening to respond and not listening to actually hear. And I cannot believe, Mr. Speaker, along with many of the people sitting in here who came into this House in 2010 when I did, that so much of my parliamentary career so far has been spent talking about the European Union. Just want to touch on no deal, if I may. The Prime Minister knows my view. I resigned from the government to stand against such, and I had the whip suspended because I do not believe that leaving with no withdrawal agreement is in the national interest in this country. I understand from a political reason for my former party the get it done mantra. I understand the please just make it stop. But we have to be better than that. It is literally our job to do that. Not least as a former health minister, I know that an exit with no withdrawal agreement in place would be an act of self-harm that we simply don't need to do to ourselves. I also know that to heal this country, as the Prime Minister said on Saturday, we have to move on from this in some way. In such a fractious situation with such a close result of this referendum, we've got to be generous in defeat and magnanimous in victory. As Nigel Farage said, and it's not often I quote him, Mr. Speaker, for a civilised society to work, you need the loser's consent. And fortunately, we now can have that because we are the dealers. We're the pro-dealers. The Prime Minister was true to his word and to this House that he would come back with a revised Brexit deal, and he's done that. It's not perfect. I fully understand that. But I think it is a good deal and it's a pathway to moving us on. And you know what? If you don't want no deal, this is your moment of truth, Mr. Speaker. This really is the moment. On environmental standards, I welcome, as I said in the Queen's Speech debate, the environmental bill, and I don't want to see us deviate at all from what the European Union pushes out in terms of European management. I want to see us do even better than that. On customs union, I wouldn't be supporting that. I voted Remain to remain part of a customs union. We are going to have to take a different path that we have chosen. On clause 30 and the extensions amendment, I think there are amendments that this House needs to consider carefully around that, and I welcome the stuff around the future relationship law. And just in closing, Mr. Speaker, having lost my party's whip over this process recently, I know it's difficult to go against your party. I know for members opposite this is really difficult, and I know the Leader of the Opposition says that he wants to persuade. I suspect it's a slightly different story in reality. I know it's different, but you only have to answer to yourself in the mirror at the end of the day.
Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everybody knows my position. I genuinely believe that any deal should go back to the people for confirmation. They have the right to compare the results of any negotiations between the UK and the EU with the promises made by the now Prime Minister and other leaders of the Leave campaign back in 2016. because in 2016 there was a vote to leave, but it was not a vote on how to leave. Mr. Speaker, Brexit started with a referendum, and any Brexit deal should therefore be confirmed or rejected by a referendum. This started with the people and it should end with the people. Mr. Speaker, there are some who raise the political temperature by using the language of the people versus Parliament. But it is those who don't want this deal to go back to the people for a final say who are being disingenuous and cynical when they use such language. There are dozens of parliamentarians in this House who want to include the people in the final decision. They are the ones who are on the side of the people, not those who use the pitch of the people against Parliament. But as my honourable friend Verhofstadt has said on Saturday during the debate then, the government says they are acting on the will of the people. We now have 2 negotiated withdrawal agreements and the threat of no deal. Mr. Speaker, it would seem to me, for some, the will of the people takes as many forms as they are of Brexit. So why not ask the people once again on a confirmatory and binding vote if they still want to go ahead? Whatever the agreement we achieve should go to the people. If they want to go ahead with the Brexit on that basis, then it should be implemented, and that should be the end of it. No third referendum, no never-endum. The next tactic deployed by those right honourable and honourable members supporting this agreement is just let's get on with it. People are sick of the process. They are tired of it. I think we all share that view. But you don't give up on an issue of this magnitude because you are tired. You keep going until you get it right.
Absolutely right.
So 3 days in debate for this withdrawal agreement is therefore outrageous. As an example of people's attitudes, on Saturday the right honourable member for Chingford and Woodford Green said people, metaphorically speaking, they're dying for a decision on Brexit. I agree. So let them make the decision. I say to my constituents, I will vote for a deal as long as it goes back to them to confirm whether they want to go ahead with it or not. I think that is fair, because I don't want the deal to get through this House and implemented with their agreement, because for them Brexit will not be over. We don't know its impact, their jobs will be under threat, and the deal negotiated isn't as good as the one we have now. We may try to reinvent the wheel, but we'll find out that it won't be as round as the original. And therefore, as I've said, we need to get this over in the right way. And we cannot do that, even if we do not have access to an economic assessment on the basis of this deal. And that's very important when 1 in 5 of the people who work in your constituency work in manufacturing. If we don't put this back to the people, I genuinely believe we will live to regret it as a democratic institution and as a country, because I don't want the deal to get through this House and implemented without the people agreeing one way or the other, only for them to find out that Brexit isn't over.
It's now extreme pressure of time, and therefore I would discourage interventions, though they are, of course, within the rules. Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've struggled against the excesses of the European project for as long as I can remember, perhaps even as long as you can remember, Mr. Speaker, and given that you can remember everything, that's a bold claim. And as it metamorphosised, if not in the eyes of its architects, certainly in the perception of the British people, from a common market to a political union, with successive treaties which I opposed in this House, I recognised that the British people were becoming less and less impressed with this project, so beloved of the privileged classes. And why did I struggle in that way? Because this is essentially about a single matter and no more than that. It is about from where power is exercised and how it's held to account. When power is detached from its effect, it first becomes careless and ultimately opens itself to corruption. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I've looked at these matters debated in this place, I've considered the 2 misassumptions which prevail amongst those who take a different view to my own. The first is about sovereignty. It is the Crown that is sovereign, not this Parliament, and the ministers of the Crown have a mission to govern. Parliament's job is to legislate and hold those ministers to account, but it is not this House's purpose or role to govern, and yet we've constantly been told over the course of the consideration of this matter, that Parliament should do just that. Secondly, there is a misassumption amongst the unreconstructed Remainers about the character of allegiance. Pan-Europeanism may have a certain appeal to elements of the bourgeoisie, but it is no substitute for the shared sense of patriotic belonging that nourishes individual purpose and nurtures national pride. Our legitimacy here depends upon the electors' faith in the bond between those they choose to represent them and the people. And rejecting this deal risks breaching the trust which that faith is founded. To face our democratic duty and to face down the alliance of nitpickers and doommongers is critical to maintain popular faith in the character of our democratic system of government. Now, there are some that agonise about the details of this deal who, frankly, would accept nothing that was negotiated. Nothing would ever be quite good enough. No detail would ever be entirely perfect or well-formed enough for those critics. Their endeavours are at best mischievous and at worst malign. Mr. Speaker, time and tide wait for no man. And the tidal wave of popular discontent about what this Parliament has done must not be resisted. G.K. Chesterton spoke of the people who had not spoken yet. Well, now their voices ring loud and clear. They are tired of waiting. They want Brexit, and they want it now.
There are many honourable members on both sides of this House who understand the risks this deal poses to the economy and their constituents' jobs and livelihoods. They understand the risks it poses to the Union of the United Kingdom too. But for some honourable members, the even greater concern is the risk that not getting a deal through Parliament poses to trust in politics and our democracy as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I have thought long and hard about this issue. Whilst Leicester as a whole voted Remain, my constituents voted Leave by around the same margin as the country nationally. And they voted Leave for all sorts of different reasons. Because they're fed up with the quality of local jobs and wages and problems in the NHS. Because there aren't enough affordable homes or local school places. Or because they believed that levels of immigration are too high. Some had never voted before and all wanted change. So believe me, I know the risk to our democracy and trust in our democracy, especially amongst people who feel their views have been ignored for years. But in the end, I believe those who voted Leave will feel even more betrayed when it becomes clear that this deal won't sort Brexit out. It won't provide answers to their problems or deliver the changes they desperately want and need. We have not even begun the negotiations over our future trading relationship with the EU. These will take years and years to conclude. And in the end, we will face exactly the same dilemma for Great Britain as the Prime Minister faced over Northern Ireland. Either we will decide we want to stay as close as possible and sign up to EU standards and regulations in order to get frictionless trade, as the Prime Minister has chosen in Northern Ireland, or we'll decide we want to break with those standards with all the implications that has for our service sector and manufacturing, which rely both on the customs union and single market alignment. And the government has never, ever been honest with the British people about the inevitable choice Brexit brings. And they're at it again with this bill, promising the ERG, of course we'll break free from all this nasty EU regulation and red tape. At the same time, promising Labour MPs, of course, we have no intention of slashing workers' rights and environmental standards. Mr. Speaker, both cannot be true. If we want frictionless trade, we'll have to sign up to EU rules, but give up our say over how those rules are decided. In which case, what is the point of Brexit? And if we want to break free from these rules, the EU will not give us frictionless trade. In which case, what is the price of Brexit? And crucially, who will pay? The truth is,
what the Prime Minister and the ERG want from the free trade agreement and their vision of the UK as a low-tax, small-state, deregulated country won't improve the quality of my constituents' jobs or livelihoods or give them more say and control. It will guarantee a race to the bottom. Yes, and it won't put more money into housing, schools or the NHS. It will risk the economic growth on which our public services depend. Mr. Speaker, we have to put the real, actual, inevitable choice on Brexit back to the British people, alongside the option to remain. That is the only way it will have any legitimacy, and the only way we will get Brexit done. Otherwise, we will simply end up back here again and again and again, and that would pose the biggest risk to our democracy and trust in politics of all.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a long 3 years, but two themes have arisen in this debate today. One, echoed just there, is a frustration with the length of time it has taken us to get anywhere, and then in the same breath, confirming an entrenched position on a preferred outcome of Brexit. The two do not tally. And it's with that backdrop that I actually congratulate the Prime Minister in the front bench and actually coming here with a deal that we can now discuss, which has been approved by the EU. The realpolitik has not changed. The parliamentary maths of this place means we're not going to get what our pure outcome wants to be. The thing that has changed is the frustration in the nation of looking at us saying, why haven't you actually moved forward? The Labour Party have moved forward in a position. They've kicked the can down the road and wanting a second referendum because they're divided about what they want to go. But they haven't made it clear as to what that second deal would be. Here is a deal. If you want to have that second deal, then you have no appetite to go round this buoy again. The Lib Dems want to disregard the referendum completely and go to revoke Article 50. The DUP have genuine concerns, and we must listen to those. As the part of the GB that has a land border with the EU, I hope they will be addressed in committee stage. But we should all admit, Mr. Speaker, how this unusual form of democracy, a referendum, with its closeness that took place 3 years ago, is testing our democratic process, our appreciation, our understanding of how we should interpret something which has been so close. I would ask the front bench just to qualify and make firm the position on Clause 30. This idea that's been put forward already, spun, that this is an attempt to say, let's take us to no deal. It's the government's position, I think, I'm right in saying, that we want to depart with a deal. I hope that will be confirmed here today. I would like to say that we have a simple choice. With opinion so divided, do we have the courage to compromise, to seek a strong, close and workable relationship that 100% of the nation can live with and tolerate, not just the half that actually voted to leave, nor the other half that might be wanting a second referendum, which would actually provide further delay and further division. But I will also say that I agree with many contributors today to say how this has been damaging. Damaging to British politics, damaging to this Parliament, and let's be honest, damaging to the Conservative Party, my party, in our complexion and our outlook. We have a repair job to do once we're on the other side of Brexit. It's also, Mr. Speaker, been distracting. It's been distracting. We had a spending review. It hardly got any airtime whatsoever. There are domestic issues the nation wants us to look at. And it's been distracting on the international level as well. Our voice is missed on the international stage, as events in Turkey and Syria underline. Today, Mr. Speaker, is a real opportunity to clear the fog of Brexit, to find a place of compromise, to break that impasse, and to move the nation forward.
A 3-minute limit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, it's worth noting that the Wild Animals in Circuses Act, which affected 19 animals, this House had more time to debate that than we've had this particular bill. The Institute for Government said that the timetable appears to have been deliberately designed to frustrate scrutiny. Clearly it was. And when the Leader of the House announced the business motion, I think the grin that kept on spreading across his face confirmed that. It's right that I think members have focused on the issue of Northern Ireland during this debate. And I just want to focus briefly on this issue of tariffs and the tariffs that are going to be applied to goods or intermediary goods at risk of being sold into the Republic of Ireland. And I do want some clarity on this in terms of what goods are we actually talking about and how on earth are they going to be tracked, because there is no technological solution which provides the granularity that's going to be required to accurately track goods movements, because obviously multiple goods may even be shared on the same pallet, let alone in the same lorry. And consequently, it's hard to see how, in fact, all companies are not going to have tariffs levied on them up front and then going to be required to seek a rebate. So clearly the impact of business in Northern Ireland is going to be significant, and we've heard about the export forms that they're going to have to complete to send goods to Great Britain. And of course all of this coming to them courtesy of a party which apparently was in favour of reducing red tape to businesses. Now the cost of the legislation, the impact assessment does in fact only look at the legislation, it doesn't actually look at the impact of Brexit, talks about costs running at £167 million per year, and interestingly says that the benefit to business is precisely zero. Now, the Minister or the Chancellor has said that self-evidently it's in our economic interests and to go for Brexit. Now, we have focused extensively on the issue of no deal, but it is worth focusing a little bit on this deal and whether, in fact, there is any economic interest in the United Kingdom in it. And we know from the various analyses looking at comparable deals that we are going to be at least £2,000 worse off, that the hit on wages is 6.4%, the hit on GDP is 6.7%, and the non-tariff barriers are going to be catastrophic for sectors like the automotive and chemical sectors. So how do we get out of the mess that we're in? As other members have said, there is only one way forward, and that is through a confirmatory vote, and certainly the Liberal Democrats, we are adding our name to the Kyle Wilson amendment, and I hope that that is an amendment which will secure the support of the House so that we can proceed with a sensible way out of the catastrophe that we are facing.
3-minute limit. Bob Seeley.
Mr. Speaker, I'm voting for this deal because the country voted to leave. My folks on the Isle of Wight voted to leave. It is a pleasure to represent them and to speak on their behalf. One of the things that confuses me with the party opposite, and indeed the honourable lady from Brighton Pavilion, was the extent to which the European Union is used as a device for improving standards or for the development of social Europe. The common agricultural policy has been bad for the environment. The common fisheries policy kills millions of fish needlessly every year. And yet the Liberals, the Greens, the Labour Party worship this institution, the European Union, as if it is good for animals, as if it is good for the environment. They want live animal exports. We want to ban them. We are not allowed to do so under European Union legislation. And regarding human beings, for the EU minimum for annual leave 20 days. In this country it's 28. Maternity leave 14 weeks minimum paid in the European Union, 35 weeks minimum here. The posting of workers to other countries to undercut them, illegal here, allowed in the rest of the European Union. 18 weeks of parental leave per person, per child in the UK, up in the European Union, up to the age of 8. If they want higher standards, Mr. Speaker, they should be leaving the European Union, not attempting to join it. The second point I'm going to make, above the din of the party opposite trying to ignore what I'm saying, is that out of 104 Labour MPs, out of all the Labour MPs, 104 are in majority leave seats. 52 have leave majorities of 60%. 8 have leave majorities of more than 70%. And we are getting into North Korean percentage territory here. And yet, if I were them, I would be listening to my constituents and my constituency more than I would its party leadership, because those constituents and those constituencies are likely to be there longer than that party's leadership is. That may be there for a period of weeks and months, those constituencies there for many, many years to come. It's easy for me to support this because I voted for Brexit, as did my constituency. But I respect very much those people here on this side and on the other side who are voting for Brexit or allowing it to happen despite not having supported it. And I think, for me, the most important thing is that we finally get on and deliver something which is recognisably Brexit, so that we can move on, and as the Right Honourable Gentleman for Aylesbury says, we can talk about all the important other things that we need to discuss in both domestic policy and international policy. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting this bill. Thank you.
Mrs. Marion Fellow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Scots Language Centre defines thrawn as twisted, crooked, distorted, which, in my opinion, applies to the Prime Minister's explanation of his withdrawal agreement bill this afternoon. And across the chamber, members have asked the Prime Minister questions on what he said, and none of them seem reassured in any way. Thrawn, referring to a person, means stubbornness and absolute conviction, which I have in equal measure, for I will vote against this bill and the procedure motion, as I am stubborn in wanting the best for the people of Motherwell and Wishaw, and have the firm conviction that Scotland will be damaged if this bill is passed, that its needs and economic interests are ignored by this bill's contents. I stubbornly refuse to vote to make my constituents poorer, limit free movement of people, lower environmental standards and reduce workers' rights. The Prime Minister referred to the law of the land in his speech. Perhaps he should remember that the Court of Session has a watching brief on his actions in relation to this Act of Parliament, requiring him to apply for an extension from the EU. The Prime Minister also referred to a great tide of investment which will come after we leave the EU. Will he tell that to those who have already lost their jobs in the financial services and manufacturing and other sectors across the UK? Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Director of the Institute of Government says anyone who claims meaningful legislative scrutiny is possible on this timetable is at best misguided. And I smell a rat, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister is trying to rush this bill through so quickly. Could it be it won't actually stand up to intense scrutiny? I agree with the Right Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber that this bill completely ignores the wishes of the majority of the people of Scotland. NI differentiation does not help Scotland. Ignoring the Scottish Parliament legislation that they've done doesn't help the people of Scotland. Devolution is being totally disrespected. Independence is now the only answer.
Thank you. Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in this debate. And after almost 3.5 long years, it is actually quite refreshing to get to the point where we can actually debate the legislation that is going to take us out of the EU. It's been a wandering and at times tortuous path, but at last we're here. And I'm sure that if this week we can see this bill progress and pass its third reading, there are many, many people across the country who will simply breathe a huge sigh of relief that we're getting on with it. Because the last thing we need in this country is delay, is more dither, is procrastination and prolonging the uncertainty. Actually, during passage of this debate today, I received a text message from the Chief Executive of one of our most prominent businesses in Cornwall, one of our largest companies that employs hundreds of people both in Cornwall and across the country. And he was concerned that the voice of business was not being heard in this debate enough, because I think there is a very clear message from the business community, and that is get on with it, back the deal, pass this bill, because they are concerned of the economic impact that further delay and dither will have on consumer confidence and on business investment. And I'm convinced that if we can get this bill passed, we will see a release of confidence and investment in our country and into our economy. In the time I've got left, I just want to address a couple of very specific points. Many members have talked about supporting this deal only if it is attached to another referendum. Well, what I would say to those honourable members is, where is the mandate for that? In 2015, when I was first elected, I stood on a manifesto commitment that if the Conservative Party won that election, we would bring a referendum in out of the EU. That was the mandate for that referendum. In 2017, the vast majority of members of this House were elected on a manifesto commitment to deliver on that referendum result. And I would say respectfully, I'm not going to take interventions to the members opposite, that if you wanted a second referendum, you should have put it in a manifesto and voted for a general election last month, and you could have had the election last month, and if you would have won the election, you could have had your second referendum. There is no mandate for a second referendum. I also want to put on record I do welcome in this bill the measures to protect the rights of EU citizens resident here, and I believe the government is doing the right thing. And what I would say is we need to send a very clear message from this House that all EU citizens resident in the UK are welcome to stay. And I would respectfully say to some of the members opposite that the reason some of them don't feel welcome is because what they hear from some members of this House is that the government don't want them, and that is blatantly untrue. We have an opportunity tonight to come together across this House to vote for this deal and to back the result of the referendum, and that's what we should do.
Michael Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make two very brief points. Firstly, one on workers' rights. You do not have to be a member of the European Union in order to protect workers' rights. The rights in this country already go above and beyond those in the European Union. Let me give you 4 examples. The living wage, sick pay, maternity, annual leave, all protected by legislation passed in this sovereign parliament, and we will continue to do so certainly on this side of the House. The second point, Mr. Speaker, is in relation to the programme motion. It seems to me that many of those who are complaining today about the programme motion were the same people who rushed through the Benn Act. Where were the voices complaining at that time about the lack of time for parliamentary scrutiny when that act was pushed through? It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, it is not an in-principle objection to scrutiny. It is one of convenience and one of political dogma. If you like the bill, it seems to me that you're happy for it to be rushed through. If you don't, you are not. And that seems to be the case even more strongly this evening.
I'm extremely grateful. Robert Core.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for longer than I have been alive, this country has struggled with its position within Europe. We've been tied by geography and culture with that continent, but by history and language to the wider English-speaking world. The country's attitude can perhaps be summed up as like a passenger in a car that has constantly been asking to slow down or to change direction. And this increased integration that has always been envisaged in the European project and which was made inevitable by the euro has meant that at some stage it's been inevitable the country had to deal with the consequences of joining a political union whilst trying to persuade itself that it was just a trade bloc. And so it was that 40 years of drift were succeeded by 3 years of division. But, Mr. Speaker, we have a chance to end all that tonight, because we are approaching the moment of decision in a country that is crying out for direction. It will not be possible for much longer to continue to say that you respect the result of the referendum, remembering 80% of us in this House were elected upon manifesto commitments to carry out the referendum result, but that you want a deal, because we have a deal here. Further delay will be interpreted by the public either as blocking Brexit or as an inability to put party politics aside in the national interest. I would suggest that the country will never be brought back together by telling the majority of the people in the country that their decision was wrong. The only way the country can be unified is by backing a compromise deal that brings democratic control of this country's laws to this country, whilst ensuring the continuation of the cooperation, of the trade and of the culture that's valued by all of us, but those who voted to remain fear losing. Mr. Speaker, this is such a deal, but it is a compromise. There are elements in all of it that many of us may have some reservations about, and I entirely understand that. But it does satisfy most of the requirements of the referendum. It does guarantee an open border in Ireland. It has a smooth handover for business. It sets the path for an independent, free-trading, future. And I would ask all those with concerns to stand behind the government and engage with a view to influencing the next stage and ensuring we have that free trade agreement. We must be clear, most of the objections we have heard tonight are those that really should be reserved for the future relationship. Only by voting for this bill tonight can the country be moved forward, and that includes the programme motion. Mr. Speaker, the country is crying out for a decision for us to move on. Any delay will just lead to more discord. The time has arrived for us to move on. Mr. Speaker, we must grasp it tonight.
Mr. Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister said it was 1,000,000 to 1 against no deal, some of us had doubts. And I would agree with the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central when he wrote that it was utterly irresponsible for this government to be rushing towards no deal if it were true. So now the Prime Minister has produced a deal. Surely all of those here against no deal can come together to support it. But in fact, too many members will never support leaving, despite the pledge they were elected on. They want a second referendum to overturn the original one, and the leader of the Liberal Democrats goes further. She would not accept the wrong result of a second referendum. So contrary to what some people argue, a second referendum will not bring us together. We cannot trust the opposition parties to carry out the results of a referendum that go the wrong way any more than they have so far. Now, some say there is not enough time to debate the bill. My friend, the Right Honourable Member for Penrith and the Borders, says he wishes there were 3 days more to debate it. But as the Institute for Government has said, there are some for whom no amount of debate will be enough. Then there is the Leader of the Opposition, who said that his greatest worry is the serious threat for manufacturing from not being in a customs union. So he should support both the second reading and the programme motion, table an amendment at committee stage, and if that didn't work, put it in their manifesto, campaign on it in an election, form the next government and negotiate that in the free trade agreement. The point, Mr. Speaker, is that the customs union, let alone the NHS, has nothing to do with the EU withdrawal agreement bill. And frankly, the manufacturers I know are a lot more concerned about what the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Chancellor will do to them than this deal. So, there are changes on the Northern Ireland Protocol which are very relevant, but because they're internal between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, they can be resolved between us. And that is why it is so important that the Democratic Union Party do support a deal in order to make sure they don't get the worst possible result for Northern Ireland, which would be no deal. So let our constituents be clear. There will never be a perfect deal any more than a perfect job or a perfect marriage. I said 3 years ago that we need a deal that few will love but most of us could live with. And there is enough in the political declaration to reassure those who are open to be reassured on environmental and workers' rights, enough to respect the Good Friday Agreement, and enough to reassure all of those elected to respect the result of the referendum that we are delivering the pledge that what you decide, we will implement. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why all of us should leave the EU in a sensible way and vote for this bill.
Nick Thomas-Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this bill will have profound economic, social and political consequences for our country for decades. The jobs and livelihoods of our constituents depend upon our deliberations on the bill and on our ability to look carefully at its profound consequences. And I've listened carefully to over 30 contributions from the backbenches and commend particularly contributions from my honourable friends for Leeds Central, Tottenham, Scunthorpe, Stalybridge and Hyde, Sedgefield and Leicester West. Yet this government, Mr. Speaker, having tried unlawfully to shut down Parliament altogether, now tries to shut down the ability of members to properly scrutinise the most important piece of legislation that's been brought to this House for generations. Weariness with the politics of the last 3 years is no good reason to wave through a bill of such huge significance in less than 36 hours. Rather, it's our duty to subject every clause of this monumental bill to close examination and to understand its full impact on people's lives up and down the country. There was and is no good reason for this government not to have extended the time allocated. And the Prime Minister comes in as an opportune moment, because it was at the behest of the Prime Minister that we sat last Saturday when it suited him. And yet this week we are closing down deliberations on Thursday. It's not only unnecessary, it's reckless, one moment, and it is an abomination to this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, the committee stage on the Treaty of Rome, not a matter of days, but 22 days. On Maastricht, 23 days. The truth is, whatever your view on the bill itself, conducting yourself in the way that this government does is totally and utterly unacceptable. But, Mr. Speaker, reading the bill, it's no wonder, one moment, I will give way in a moment, it is no wonder that the government and this Prime Minister is trying to ram through this bill in 3 days with such little scrutiny. Whatever the views across this House, the papers before us do not represent a secure future for our constituents. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Most grateful to the honourable for giving way. He says that we're not giving enough time for this discussion. Can you therefore explain why it was in this second reading debate, this very important second reading debate, the Labour Party ran out of speakers some hour ago?
Mr. Speaker, there were over 30 contributions from the backbenches, some excellent contributions from the benches behind me. And let me say this as well, Mr. Speaker. The withdrawal agreement and the bill, even if passed, do not end matters. Rather, they open up a whole new series of disputes. And what do we hear today? The party that championed employment tribunal fees now asks them to trust us on workers' rights. The Foreign Secretary on the weekend told us of smart regulations. Let me translate that. The Tory party, this Tory party, does not want to protect our rights, it wants to shred them. And let me go on and let me quote. The weight of employment regulation is now backbreaking. The Collective Redundancies Directive, the Atypical Workers Directive, the Working Time Directive and 1,000 more. Who said that? The man sat opposite me, the Prime Minister himself. He wants us to take his word on employment laws, but he mocks them when he gets the chance. He will never care about the working people of this country. And if we are to believe what the Prime Minister said, and he promised virtually everything in the debate earlier today, if he was so concerned about protecting workers' rights, about safeguarding our environment, he would have left those provisions in the legally binding withdrawal agreement and not shifted them to the non-legally binding political declaration. Why should we believe a word he says now? And that's why, Mr. Speaker, the TUC, Unison, Unite, the GMB all recognise that his 11th hour comments today are worthless. I'll give way.
Thank you. My honourable friend speaking very well. Doesn't he agree with me that there are no mention of environmental rights at all in this bill? And so we will have no surety at all around the environment. Shouldn't that be put back in?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And the truth is the damage this bill does to workers' rights is just the tip of the iceberg. It'll create a border in the Irish Sea and impose burdens on Northern Ireland Great Britain trade, something the Prime Minister himself promised would never happen. And by the way, Clause 21 of the bill makes it explicit, and yet, extraordinarily, the Prime Minister continued to deny it when he opened the debate today. What did he talk about? Light touch measures to illegal trade, endangered animal species and banned firearms. And yet, that completely contradicts what the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union eventually said at the House of Lords Select Committee yesterday, that there will be exit summary declarations required for Northern Ireland and GB. There's no point the Prime Minister shaking his head. That's what the bill says. The Prime Minister should read the bill. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the bill will reduce Parliament to... I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank him for giving way. I agree with the point he made earlier on that you can't trust this Prime Minister when it comes to workers' rights, and he mentioned the TUC. So is he disappointed then that so many Labour backbenches seem to be agreeing or seem to happy to take the Prime Minister's word, and they look like they're going to go through the lobbies and vote for this?
Mr. Speaker, I have respect for all honourable members who wish to try and change this bill in committee, but that only reinforces the point that a proper committee stage should be allowed for this bill. Because the bill, as it stands, reduces Parliament to the role of observer in the next phase of the negotiations. Read Clause 31. It's 31.3 if the Justice Secretary wishes to read it. And it makes very clear that nothing would be accepted that's inconsistent with the existing political declaration. It also includes, in Clause 30, as the Justice Secretary's got the bill in front of him, Clause 30 is the trapdoor to no deal at the end of transition. Anyone thinking this bill is a way to end no deal should read that clause and think again. Mr. Speaker, this is a flawed bill implementing a fundamentally bad deal. It would open the door to a low-regulation, low-wage economy. This deal can only lead to a bare-bones free trade agreement or no deal at the end of next year. And now the Prime Minister puts his agreement in front of the House and asks everyone to look away while he pushes it through. If he's so confident of his deal, why is he so afraid of scrutiny of it? Mr. Speaker, for working people, the rights and protections in our laws have been hard won. Rather than put all this at risk by waving this bill through, they need to be secured for future generations. This country deserves more than this botched deal and this rushed legislation, and that's why we'll be voting against it in the lobbies tonight.
Mr. Robert Buckland, Secretary for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, there comes a time in politics when all of us have to look at ourselves in the mirror and ask the following question, me included. Are we up to the level of events? Are we truly going to serve the people who put us here? Now, I have the honour of speaking last in what I think we would all agree is the most pivotal of parliamentary debates. And I suppose for me there's a sort of symmetry in this because of the long association I've had in supporting our membership of the European Union. I was a proud Remainer, somebody who campaigned assiduously for membership and for whom the result of June 2016 was a bitter blow. And you know, I've just heard a word sotto voce across the chamber, traitor. Now that concerns me, Mr. Speaker. It concerns and should concern all of us, because I do not believe that anybody in this place is a traitor. I do not believe that anybody, whatever view they might have, is somehow disloyal or dishonourable or dishonest or below the standards that we would expect in this place, because I believe that not only do we call ourselves honourable members, we are honourable men and women. And we come here with the best of intentions. We come here in all sincerity to try and find a way through for the people who we represent, to make a decision, a hard, a fast, and a specific decision at that. It's not easy, but we're here to do difficult, Mr. Speaker. That is our job. We are sent here by each of our constituents to get on with it. And over the last few months, the voices that I hear in my constituency, as right across the country, come out loud and clear. Whether we will leave or will remain, for the love of God, get on with it, is what I am being told. And I want to, Mr. Speaker, just deal a moment with the speech from my honourable friend, the member for Winchester, who I thought put it extremely well. He, in many respects, has found himself in the sort of moral dilemma that a lot of us in this chamber have been placed in the last 3 years. He resigned from government because of his convictions, and I think that is an act that speaks volumes. But he put it well when he said that the best way in the circumstances, the only way to avoid what he would regard as the problem of a no-deal Brexit, is to vote for both these motions this evening. And I say both these motions because the one will not work without the other. We're left, Mr. Speaker, with a fixed date, a date that was not chosen by us. It was never the subject of an application that we made to extend Article 50, but it was a date that was chosen by our friends in the European Union. That was the 31st of October. The 31st of October was not a mere caprice plucked out of the air. It was something real and meaningful for the 27. It was in their interests. It was administratively important for them. It was backed by proper reason, and therefore it is something that we should respect. For a moment, let us put ourselves in the shoes of our negotiating partners. They want certainty. They want to be able to move on, and they want to know that in their negotiating partner they have somebody who they can trust and rely upon. And I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
So, just on that point then, so how do they feel our negotiating partners look on this Parliament that was prorogued at a time when we could have been spending time on this issue? We had more than the 21 days to debate it in that circumstance.
Exactly. I think the Honourable Gentleman, who's been here a good few years, has lived, like all of us, through this process. And I think the hours, the days, the months, the years that we have debated this issue are ones that amply demonstrate that I think every one of 650 members, or those who are able to take part, Mr. Speaker, have had their say. Take this withdrawal agreement. The elements that, of course, have been significant and different relate to the provisions on Northern Ireland and the future relationship. But I think we would be kidding ourselves if we do not admit that large elements of this agreement were elements that we have known about, we have debated, and we have aired and analysed over the last few months. More than the last few months, the better part of a year. And therefore, I think with respect, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. Before he goes into the detail, will he agree with me that you don't have to love this deal, you don't have to love the programme motion, you might even think it's a very bad deal or a very bad programme motion, but for those of us who wish to avoid the worst, it is better than the worst.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman, my honourable friend, in his nuanced way, makes an important point. That in the pursuit, Mr. Speaker, in the pursuit of perfection, we are in danger of losing the entire House. And none of us, the majority of us in this chamber, have made it clear that the one thing we do not want is a no-deal Brexit. Through all the debates and all the decisions that we've had, that one thing has been clear. And I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. One concern that many of us still have is that we may end up for Great Britain with a no-deal exit. Can my right honourable friend assure me that on the face of the bill, we will make sure that Parliament has an opportunity to vote before the 1st of July on whether the implementation period should be extended, whether for 1 or 2 years, if the negotiations do not look like we're going to get a free trade agreement by the end of the year, and that the government will abide by that vote?
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. I know this issue has been concerning members right across the House. What is to happen if there is to be potential with regard to an extension of the implementation period? We believe that we can negotiate in the time that we have now, but we accept that Parliament has a legitimate role to play, and I can bring forward an amendment to that effect that would allow Parliament to have its say on the merits of an extension of the implementation period, and the government will abide by that. Now, there is an example of representative democracy working well, Mr. Speaker, because one of the things that we British are prided for is our ability to compromise, to listen to each other, to learn from each other, to respect each other, and to come to a reasonable compromise. I've done everything that I can in my political career to reflect those values, and I believe, and I see many other honourable and right honourable members who share that view, and I'll give way to the member for Bath.
I thank him for giving way. I have many times here made the argument for a compromise. I will vote for the government's deal, although I think it's rubbish, but I will vote for the deal if he will vote for a people's vote at the same time.
I have have to commend the honourable lady for her persistence. But to reopen the issue in that way would be, with the greatest of respect to my friends who support it, the ultimate cop-out for this Parliament. It is time, Mr. Speaker, that all of us who believe in representative democracy accept the fact that the whole concept of parliamentary representation is itself on trial. It's on trial in a way that perhaps none of us had ever envisaged. But acknowledging the fact that we are facing unprecedented challenge is something that should all make us...
Order. The Secretary of State is entitled to conclude his speech without being yelled at. Mr. Robert Buckland.
It's something that should all make us focus even more determinedly upon the need to make decisions, however imperfect, however unpalatable, however untimely they might seem to honourable members. The public demands nothing less than for us to make a positive move. The time for decision-making is now. The time for proposing nothing, opposing everything, and seeking to play old-fashioned politics is over. We have to get on with this. And as somebody who spent my life believing in the concept of our membership of the European Union, it comes as bitter gall to me personally. But it's not about me, and it's not about individuals, it's about all of us. And I'll give way very briefly to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you. The Justice Secretary has said it's time for decisions. Before making a decision, I would like the Justice Secretary to give the Unionist community of Northern Ireland a complete assurance that there is nothing in the Prime Minister's new Brexit deal which undermines the constitutional status of Northern Ireland and the consent principle of the Good Friday Agreement.
And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I'm able to give the Honourable Lady an unequivocal assurance that is positive. There is nothing to undermine that. Nothing that we will do will undermine that. And she can be assured of that fact. And on that important point, I commend this bill to the House.
Order! The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Division! Clear the lobby! Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Stuart Andrew and Ian Stewart. Tellers for the noes, Nick Dakin and Nick Smith. Lock the doors! Order.
The ayes to the right, 329. The noes to the left, 299.
The ayes to the right, 329. The noes to the left, 299. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlocked. Order. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
Move formally, thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the lobby. Question is as on the order paper in respect of the programme motion. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes. Stuart Andrew and Ian Stewart. Tellers for the noes. Nick Dakin and Nick Smith. Lock the doors! Order.
The ayes to the right, 308. The noes to the left, 322.
The ayes to the right, 308. The noes to the left, 322. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlocked. Order. Point of order, Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, this House emphatically rejected the Prime Minister's deal. Tonight, the House has... You're too hasty. I've not finished yet. Tonight, the House has refused to be bounced into debating a hugely significant piece of legislation in just 2 days, with barely any notice and an analysis of the economic impact of this bill. The Prime Minister is the author of his own misfortune. So I make this offer to him tonight. Work with us, all of us, to agree a reasonable timetable, and I suspect this House will vote to debate, scrutinise and, I hope, amend the detail of this bill. That would be the sensible way forward, and that's the offer I make on behalf of the opposition tonight.
Point of order, the Prime Minister.
Point of order. Let me say in response, Mr. Speaker, how welcome it is, even joyful, that for the first time in this long saga, this House has actually accepted its responsibilities together, come together and embraced a deal. I congratulate honourable members across the House on the scale of our collective achievement, because just a few weeks ago hardly anybody believed that we could reopen the withdrawal agreement, let alone abolish the backstop. That is indeed what they were saying. And certainly nobody thought that we could secure the approval of the House for a new deal. And we should not overlook the significance of this moment. And I pay particular tribute to those members of the House who were sceptical and who had difficulties and doubts and who decided to place the national interest ahead of any other consideration. But, Mr. Speaker, I must express my disappointment that the House has again voted for delay, rather than a timetable that would have guaranteed that the UK would be in a position to leave the EU on October the 31st with a deal. And we now face further uncertainty, and the EU must now make up their minds over how to answer Parliament's request for a delay. And the first consequence, Mr. Speaker, is that the government must take the only responsible course and accelerate our preparations for a no-deal outcome. But secondly, I will speak to EU member states about their intentions until they have reached a decision. Until they've reached a decision, I must say, we will pause this legislation. And let me be clear. Our policy remains that we should not delay, that we should leave the EU on October the 31st, and that is what I will say to the EU, and I will report back to the House. And one way or another, we will leave the EU with this deal to which this House has just given its assent. And I thank members across the House for that hard-won agreement.
Point of order, Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must say I find the response of the Prime Minister quite extraordinary. Because the facts of the matter are...
Order. The right honourable gentleman is entitled to raise a point of order, and he is entitled to be heard. Let's hear the right honourable member, and then we will expedite progress. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The facts of the matter are this is yet another humiliating defeat for the Prime Minister this evening, who has sought to railroad through this House legislation that requires proper scrutiny. And rightly, this House has spoken with a very clear voice to tell the Prime Minister he is not on. And furthermore, it is absolutely crystal clear what should now happen, because there is legislation passed by this House. It is the law of the land, on the basis of not agreeing a deal, that the Prime Minister is instructed, Prime Minister, to seek an extension. Go to Brussels and do as you have been instructed, and do not put yourself offside against this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is crystal clear that this is a government that has no confidence, but a government that has sought to ignore the wishes of the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish people. It is obvious to us that if we want to guarantee our rights as EU citizens, then Scotland has to become an independent country. And I wonder to that end if you could advise me as to what we must do in this House, both in terms of securing the extension, but also in terms of protecting Scotland's national interest, as to what options are open to us.
The right honourable gentleman, but I have a sense that his question is largely rhetorical. I say that in no disobliging spirit. I don't think the right honourable gentleman needs my advice, or even if he does, he doesn't need it tonight. And so we'll leave it there for now, and we can't... would the right honourable lady forgive me if I take the point of order from the Father of the House? Oh, well, he's being equally obliging. Equally obliging. No, in that case, very well. Press on. Point of order, Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Your decision, Mr. Speaker. I don't think either of us particularly mind. Can I? It is a point of order, almost, Mr. Speaker.
Ask the Father of the House, is it your first, sir?
Can I ask the Prime Minister and everybody else to reconsider the suggestion he made that we pause the progress of the bill tomorrow? I congratulate him on winning approval for the deal he negotiated. I think, said in the House once, I would apologise to him and congratulate him if he actually got it, and he has achieved it. And the second reading vote was the approval of his deal. The argument is how long the House is allowed to take over considering it. I can't quite see the logic of pausing progress on the bill when the whole House is expecting the next 2 days to be spent on it. It would enable us to see how quickly the House is actually proceeding, what sort of time is being looked for, and it may enable then, if people start filibustering, which I hope they won't, for the government to get a majority for a timetable motion if it came back, which was a modest adjustment to the one he had, because I think 3 or 4 days more would certainly do it.
Grateful to the right honourable and learned gentleman, the Father of the House, for his point of order, and I await the development of events, but I think it is not unreasonable for me to say that as of now, unless there's been any change, my understanding, I say to the Father of the House and for the benefit of colleagues, is that the Leader of the House intends, I have a draft copy, to make a business statement which sets out government intentions for the coming days. I say that cautiously in case the government has changed its mind, but I don't think it has changed its mind. I wasn't expecting it to do so. So we will hear from the leader ere long. Meanwhile, point of order, Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Twice in the last 3 days, the Prime Minister has failed to force his bad Brexit deal through this House without adequate scrutiny. Without adequate scrutiny. He continues in an irresponsible vein to talk up the prospect of no deal. Is it not time to end the brinksmanship and replace it with some statesmanship, to seriously and respectfully engage with our European friends to secure an extension to Article 50 to enable this House to pass legislation for a people's vote, or, if he prefers, to have proper scrutiny of his bill, or indeed, it may well be for a general election. All of those things require a decent extension to Article 50. He should be a statesman and go and secure it.
I'm grateful to the honourable lady. Do I get the impression that Mr. Nigel Dodds wishes to raise a point of order. Of course, Mr. Nigel Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I say, first of all, on the second reading vote, of course, many honourable members, certainly in my hearing, voted for that second reading, although they were against the contents of the deal and said that they would want to see changes. And it is perfectly proper and right, and the House has made a very wise decision to allow further time for detailed examination of some of the most important legislation that we will ever have to consider, particularly given the impact on Northern Ireland. And at this stage, I would say to the Prime Minister, as he reflects on the votes on Saturday and he studies the votes tonight, that he would sit down with us and talk to us again about what can be done even at this late stage to ensure that we join in this great quest to get Brexit done, but as one United Kingdom.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his point of order. Point of order, Mrs Anne Main.
From the Chair that this second reading has been passed with a significant majority, because the leader of the Liberal Democrats and the leader of the SNP keep saying it has not been passed. Can the Chair clarify that the second reading was passed with a majority?
That is undeniably true. That is undeniably true. I'm not sure that my clarification was required, certainly not for members, but nevertheless, for the benefit of those observing our proceedings, the honourable lady's got a very fair point. It is important to be clear, the second reading of the bill was carried, as I announced, by 329 votes to 299. It was the programme motion that was defeated by 322 to 308. So that is by way of being a public service broadcast. Yes, very well, yes. Point of order, Lucy Powell. Yes, I will come to the honourable lady whom I saw afterwards, but point of order, Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wondered if you could clarify for us how getting Brexit done sits with pausing Brexit, because this feels like a very churlish reaction to what is a straightforward request, which is this House just have a short amount of time.
Yes, it is.
Do those two things equate in your mind, Mr. Speaker?
Grateful to the honourable lady for her point of order. I think the fairest thing I can say to the honourable lady is this, and it's a factual point of which the leader and I'm sure the Prime Minister will be aware. As a result of the fact that the programme motion was turned out, it's very encouraging, the former government chief whip is nodding vigorously, we could not proceed, I must advise the House, we could not proceed with the start of committee consideration for which there is currently no authority. So, if I may say so, people are entitled to their own views about the attitude of one leader or another, but I certainly am not going to make any charge of churlishness at all. I think, to be fair, the Prime Minister is in pragmatic fashion accepting the immediate implications of the result. And it is literally a time to pause and consider how to proceed. I make no other point beyond that, but it's encouraging that I think Sir Patrick McLaughlin, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, can you confirm that what the Prime Minister has done tonight, he had actually no other alternative? Because under the last Labour government, they passed timetabling motions, which meant bills had to have a timetabling motion for them to carry on. Therefore, the action of members tonight to vote against the timetable motion means that we can't continue with the business as we used to be able to until the changes were made by the last Labour government.
That's right, well said, Patrick. I don't think the right honourable gentleman requires my endorsement. Suffice it to say that a book could be written on the subject of the genesis of programme motions, and it may well be the right honourable gentleman is tempted to pen it, though whether it would prove to be a bestseller is another matter. If the right honourable gentleman will forgive me, I'll come first of all to the honourable lady whom I've kept waiting. Point of order, Liz Saville-Roberts. And then...
Could he explain to me, and I'm sure to people outside, now that the government has chosen to pause legislation, and by doing that to extend the Brexit process,
Order. I accept that feelings are running high, but the honourable lady must be heard. Point of order, Liz Saville-Roberts.
The government will appreciate, and people outside, that there is now more opportunity to release the economic impact assessments, which we should all have sight of before we make such material decisions.
Before the honourable lady makes her own point in her own way, and it requires no comment from me, but I thank her for saying what she said. I will come to the right honourable lady. Point of order, the Father of the House.
I'm grateful for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Would it be in order for the House to adjourn for an hour so that the Leader of the House could come back with an amended timetable motion to put to the House for its approval?
No. Be inclined to accept that without notice. And what I would say to the right honourable and learned gentleman is that it would be potentially orderly, but I have, if he'll forgive me saying so, to read the runes. And I have no sense, notwithstanding the argument that he has advanced, that that is the wish of the government. The fact that the Prime Minister has just exited the chamber seems to me rather to reinforce that view. I make no criticism at all. I'm simply saying he's left the chamber. I don't think he has any appetite for the preference of the right honourable and learned gentleman, which I hope he can bear with stoically and with fortitude. And if the leader wanted to do that, he'd have said so, and he hasn't, so he doesn't. And point of order, Angela Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the leader of the opposition got up and made an offer to the party opposite to have a proper discussion about having a different programme motion, which would have given us more time for the release of things like impact assessments and more time to discuss what's a very complex and important bill. This, Mr. Speaker, has not been addressed, and whilst it's correct that we can't proceed tonight, it is the case, surely, if there was an agreement between the front benches, that we could re-establish a timetable and look and scrutinise this bill properly if we didn't have a Prime Minister that was behaving like a 2-year-old and playing silly games.
I note what the right honourable lady has said. The position is as I have explained, and colleagues will understand that senior figures in this place anticipate different scenarios, and it's not uncommon for them to communicate those to the chair. Members on both sides of the House, and the leader did me the courtesy of informing me in advance of what the government's attitude would be in the event of a particular result, and he has not departed from that view. So I'm telling the House what the government's current intention is, about which colleagues will hear more in the business statement. That is very much a matter for the government, and I'm not trying to choke off what the right honourable lady wants. I'm simply telling her we are where we are as things stand. The orderly thing, colleagues, forgive me, the orderly thing to do at this point is simply to proceed with what would be the choreography. I think I have a sense of how it's going to proceed, but with, in the first instance, the money resolution to be moved formally.
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you. Ways and Means resolution to be moved formally.
Not moved.
Thank you. Not moved. Colleagues, we come now to a series of motions, and I think number 9, 7, 8 and 19. Yes. And if I may suggest it, we will take number 6 first. Motion number 6, the whip to move exiting the European Union, brackets gas, close brackets.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. Members of that have been say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 7, exiting the European Union, the whip to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. Members of that have been say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No. No.
No. The division is deferred until tomorrow. Motion number 8, exiting the European Union, brackets auditors, close brackets, the whip to move.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is as on the order papers. Members of the other say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
Aye.
Very well. The division is deferred until tomorrow. Motion number 9, exiting the European Union, brackets sea fisheries, close brackets, whip to move.
I beg to move.
Sorry?
Agriculture.
I do beg your pardon. You're entirely correct. Agriculture. Yes, indeed. Number 9. He still begs to move, and that's helpful. The question is, as on the order papers, most of that have been say aye. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Up to 18. Yes. With the leave of the House, I propose to take motions 10 to 18 together. 10 to 18 together. Colleagues can see what they are if they look. The whip to move. The question is, as on the order paper, in respect of motions 10 to 18 inclusive. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 19, exiting the European Union, brackets, financial services, close brackets, whip to move.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The division is deferred until tomorrow. Motion number 20 on legal aid and advice. The whip to move.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is, as on the order papers, as many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. I think we come now to the business of the House. Motion number 21 on business of the House. The whip to move.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We come now to petitions.
If the statement isn't stated.
Sorry? Well, we will. Yeah, okay, we'll take the business statement first. Yes, very well. Yeah. Which will have a bigger audience than the petitions. Lord President of the Council and Leader of the House, Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm petitioning to make another statement. Because of the loss of the programme motion, I have to make a statement because the bill now stands referred to a committee under Standing Order 83A and Standing Order 63, and I mention that for the convenience of the House. Therefore, I have no option but to make a business statement, as we could not have continued with the business previously set out for tomorrow. Therefore, tomorrow, the 23rd of October, there will be the continuation of the debate on the Queen's speech on the NHS. On Thursday, the 24th of October, there will be conclusion of the debate on the Queen's speech on the economy, and on Friday, the 25th of October, the House will not be sitting.
The Shadow Leader of the House, Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Leader of the House for the business statement, which is as a business statement and not a point of order. But can I also say to the Leader of the House that he heard Her Majesty's opposition, and he will know that we on this side of the House stand ready to work with the government, and I know the Chief Whip is on our side. He's a very reasonable person and will be very happy to discuss through the usual channels a proper way that we can proceed. Mr. Speaker, this is important because it was only earlier this week that the Secretary of State for exiting the Union wasn't clear on what the tariffs were going from Northern Ireland to GB and GB to Northern Ireland. But as my honourable friend, the member for North Belfast, I think that's correct. My honourable friend from North Belfast has made it clear this is really important for the Union. So I'm obviously disappointed, Mr. Speaker, as are the rest of the right honourable and honourable members who have prepared the Queen's speech. This is no way to conduct business. We have been moved around, jerked around, quite frankly, by this government in the shambolic way. This is not done in an orderly fashion, and we now have the votes on the Queen's speech on the Thursday. I'd be grateful if the Leader could clarify there'll be votes on Wednesday and Thursday.
Well, just before I call other colleagues, I think it should be pretty clear, and I thought it emerged in the course of points of order and my responses to them, but just in case there is any doubt, the technical term for the status of the bill at present is that the bill is in limbo. That is the technical term advised to me by the clerks, and I would refer members to the ruling of the Chair on the 10th of July 2012 and paragraph 28.58 of Erskine May. Any motion to enable the bill to proceed to committee stage or beyond requires notice, and so will be considered on another day. So one could have had an indication of intent, but there does exist a requirement for notice. That, I think, pretty well completes the picture, but I will, at this point, take the... I beg your pardon. Oh, indeed, the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm fascinated to hear that the bill is in limbo, because I think, theologically speaking, it was reported that Pope Benedict XVI abolished limbo. So I do wonder whether the bill is not in the heaven that is having been passed, nor in the hell of having failed, but is in purgatory, where it is suffering the pains of those in purgatory. To reply to the Right Honourable Lady, I think original sin is beyond the immediate competence of my answer on this statement. To reply to the Right Honourable Lady, discussions always take place between whips' offices, as is well known. The difficulty was that the opposition wanted the debate to continue past the 31st of October, which is the deadline for leaving the European Union. I would like to correct her on the issue relating to tariffs, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, he did not say anything about tariffs. It was not a tariff issue. There are no tariffs between GB and Northern Ireland. With the issue, forms and tariffs are completely different things. I'm so sorry that the opposition is confused. After so many years of debate on this subject between a form and a tariff, we can put on, no doubt, specialist expertise to explain the difference. As regards the interruption of the Queen's speech, first of all, Mr. Speaker, this has a wonderful historic tradition, which is why we always take the Outlawries Bill, first reading, immediately after the Queen's speech, as a sign that this House is allowed to debate what it chooses to debate and is not there to oblige the Crown. But perhaps more relevantly, under this circumstance, there is the deadline of the 31st of October. And we on this side of the House are trying to meet that deadline by getting a deal through. The House has voted for that deal, but it seems to will the end but not the means currently.
Thank you. Yeah, no. Yes. The Honourable Gentleman is not in a classroom. He doesn't have to raise his hand in that way. Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Speaker, can I ask my right honourable friend that given everything else, they clearly must have an understanding in government of where there is the limit beyond which it will not be possible to go with this bill with regards to leaving by the 31st and completing its progress. So in that light, has my right honourable friend kept in reserve the consideration that it may be possible for this House to sit through the weekend if necessary, and, if necessary, round the clock to achieve whatever is required to meet that deadline of the 31st?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. The problem, the constraint is, of course, that this is a bicameral legislature, and however long we sat, the House of Lords also has to sit, and the deadline is Thursday week. And therefore, I think even if we were to sit round the clock, having lost the hours that we would have had today, with the time required for the House of Lords, there is now very, very little time left, and after people have complained that the time is insufficient, it might be peculiar if they were then to say that even shorter time were sufficient. So I very much welcome the intent of my right honourable friend's question, but I don't think that will work.
Speak Wisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House for his short business statement this evening. And he's absolutely right. He has met his obligations according to standard orders of the House for making a statement. And can I just say, can I thank him for not doing it through a point of order as he did on Saturday. And he's done the right thing by addressing this House with a business statement where we could question him about certain issues about what he's just said. And on that, and I listened very carefully to the Leader of the House, he's described the current bill, the withdrawal agreement bill, as in limbo. I was hearing from the Prime Minister, and I think several journalists throughout the whole of the gallery were being briefed today that the Prime Minister was prepared to withdraw the withdrawal agreement bill if this programme motion went through. That was a very clear statement that was made by the Prime Minister. So I'd like the Leader of the House to clarify this limbo that he describes. When are we likely to see the withdrawal agreement in front of the House again? And I'll remind them that the 31st is next Thursday. There's a commitment by this Prime Minister to adhere by the Benn Act to seek that extension. I think the Leader of the House has to describe a little bit more how these competing tensions will be met. Now, obviously, it's the Queen's speech that comes back, and that's right too. And I congratulate the Leader of the House for putting this forward. It's right that the House properly considers the Queen's speech and has an opportunity to vote on this. But we need to know what's happening beyond this. There is only 1 week until this deadline, this self-imposed deadline by the Prime Minister is reached. What is going to happen?
Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to quibble with the honourable gentleman, but it is not a self-imposed deadline. It is a deadline that was selected by the European Union. Honourable and right honourable members may recall that the previous government went to the European Union suggesting a deadline around June. This was rejected by the EU, which set a deadline of the 31st of October. In a remarkably short space of time, my right honourable friend renegotiated the deal, which almost everybody said was impossible, and the deadline has remained fixed. The honourable gentleman raises the question of limbo and how that correlates with my right honourable friend the Prime Minister's reference to the bill being withdrawn. Well, the key thing to remember about limbo, Mr. Speaker, is that to enter limbo you cannot still be alive, and therefore the bill is no longer a live bill.
Yes. Oh, we are wallowing in the realms of metaphysical abstraction, as Burke would have said, and almost certainly did, albeit not in relation to this bill. Very enjoyable. Mr. Philip Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I urge my right honourable friend to reconsider the point made by our right honourable friend, the member for Chingford? I think we all know that the people who voted against the programme motion tonight didn't really want more time to consider the bill. They wanted to frustrate Brexit. They wanted to block Brexit. Everybody knows what. Nobody's fooled by that. No. And so why doesn't the government actually play them at their own game? The Father of the House said another 3 days would do it. So why don't we start with the committee stage tomorrow? And the extra 3 days that seem to be required can be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where we can sit till any hour on all 3 days, and we can see how much appetite there really is for extra scrutiny of the bill, because I suspect if he was to do that, he'd find that actually there wouldn't be much scrutiny required from the benches opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for a characteristically good idea as to how we might be able to proceed. The only difficulty is that the programme motion has been voted down, and to sit in the way that my honourable friend suggests would require another programme motion, and there is no indication that that would meet with greater satisfaction from the opposition. And the House of Lords also has to consider this bill in due time, so I fear that his great solution is not going to be a way forward.
Dame Margaret Beckett.
Mr. Speaker, I had not intended to seek to intervene on this exchange, but I am so offended by the remarks of the honourable member who spoke a few moments ago that I feel inclined to do so. It is not the truth. It is, in fact, something which we are only allowed to call a terminological inexactitude. In other words, it is absolute rubbish to suggest that people who voted against this programme motion only did so in order to delay Brexit or because they are opposed to Brexit. Any honourable member who understands their duties in this place should never have voted for this programme motion in the first place. And I'd say further, and the right honourable gentleman who is the former leader of the Conservative Party, the member for Chingford, is equally at fault in not understanding when the sensible thing to do is to accept with good grace the very generous and sensible offer immediately made by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition. And finally, on the question of limbo, I rather thought you had to be pure of soul to get into it, so not many people are going to end up there.
Mr. Speaker,
don't even try.
I think the original understanding of limbo, one that is no longer widely accepted, is that it was a place for the souls of the unbaptized and for those who died before salvation was brought to us at the point of the resurrection. But I think the understanding now is that that is rather a narrow interpretation. I think the issue of what motivates people to vote in this House is one that it is always very difficult to settle. I have always accepted that honourable and right honourable members in this House want what is best for their country, but think that there are different ways to do it. But you must draw conclusions, Mr. Speaker, from people's actions. Yes. And I do not think it is unreasonable to conclude that people who voted against the second reading of this bill and against the programme motion are not the greatest admirers of the proposals towards Brexit.
Mark Harper.
Mr. Speaker, in the exchange that the leader and I had yesterday, I said, and he agreed with me, that if people voted against the programme motion, they would have blocked Brexit. Now, they have indeed done that for a period, and that is a fact. The question in front of all of us is whether they have blocked Brexit permanently, and that is something I think we should deal with. I'm grateful for those members who've taken difficult personal decisions on behalf of their constituents to vote for second reading of the bill, and I would urge my right honourable friend and the Treasury bench to think about ways in which we can deliver Brexit on the 31st of October, to get it done, whilst allowing the House more time to debate it, to see whether those two things can be reconciled. And I note, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that the Opposition Chief Whip did make an offer along those lines this afternoon, and it's something I think worthy of at least some consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is hard to see how the time could have been divided up otherwise. And my right honourable friend mentions the commitment to leave on the 31st of October and says that people may have voted to obstruct Brexit. They may find that all they voted for is for us to leave without a deal.
Clive Efford.
Speaker, it is a bit rich, actually, the Leader of the House, having prorogued Parliament and broken the law to do so, to now complain about a lack of time. But having said that, he has had an offer from the opposition benches to enter into negotiations to set out a timetable for proper scrutiny of this legislation. Now, if he was listening this afternoon, he would have heard many members on this side who said they were going to support the Prime Minister today, but they wanted more scrutiny of the bill. Now, he is arrogantly now taking those votes and saying we've got to go on the 31st, away with all your desire to have further scrutiny. That is not a reasonable position for the government to take. So now will he listen to Parliament for a change and go away and speak to through the usual channels and set out a timetable motion for proper scrutiny of this bill? That is what the House is asking for.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. He says I prorogued Parliament. There are two problems with that. One is it is above and beyond my authority, Mr. Speaker, to have done such a thing. But also, had he listened to the ruling of the Supreme Court, he would have discovered that Parliament was not, in fact, prorogued, and therefore, whether I'd done it or not, nothing had come of it. The Supreme Court said that the piece of paper read out proroguing Parliament was as a blank sheet of paper. So that is, I fear, erroneous. As to his second point, I don't want to be pedantic or to quibble, but we have had 3.5 years. Somebody's got an important call. I'm sorry, it's interrupting personal business. But that we have had 3.5 years going over all of this. We have had hours and hours of debate. We need to come to a conclusion. The deadline for the conclusion was set by the European Union. I'm sure the Right Honourable Lady will be called by Mr. Speaker, if only she's patient, that we have had plenty of debate, but ultimately a decision needs to be made.
Mr. Rowan Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend like to reflect that we've just gone through a second reading of an extraordinarily important bill, and you, Mr. Speaker, set limits of 4 minutes on backbenchers, and lo and behold, the Labour Party couldn't put up enough speakers in the last hour. So would my right honourable friend like to reflect that the Labour Party have made an offer, the opposition have made an offer, he should take it up? because I don't think they have the skills and the numbers to talk through the night, as suggested by my right honourable friend from Chingford and Woodford Green, and I think he might get a very pleasant surprise that these proceedings dry up much earlier than he's expecting, and we do reach the Elysian Fields on the 31st of October.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend makes an intriguing suggestion. Far be it from me to say that members opposite wouldn't be able to speak at considerable length. One of the skills of many politicians is to be able to speak at considerable, some might say inordinate length, though I do note that one of the great experts and exponents of this, my honourable friend the member for Shipley, is in the chamber, whose eloquence knows no bounds and entertains us all greatly on Fridays.
My earliest recollection of the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for North Shropshire speaking in the chamber was an occasion upon which he had to wait rather longer than he wanted to do so to ask a question. He was eventually called by Madam Speaker, and at the end of his question, it's only 20 years ago, so I'm sure the Right Honourable Gentleman remembers, Madam Speaker Boothroyd turned to the Right Honourable Gentleman, which he wasn't then, he was just an honourable gentleman, and said, "Now, Mr. Patterson, I hope you're satisfied." Lady Herman.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. Since the withdrawal bill has huge consequences for the people in Northern Ireland, and the Northern Ireland Assembly is still not sitting, I wonder if the Leader of the House could enlighten us about the steps that the government is now going to take to ask all the political parties in Northern Ireland about their reaction to the fact that this bill has received its second reading this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady obviously raises an important point, and everybody in the government wishes to see the Assembly brought back together, and the consequences of not having Assembly have been complicated for Northern Ireland in the Brexit process. I am reluctant, however, to trespass on the territory of the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and the Honourable Lady tempts me, but I think she will get a better answer from my right honourable friend than she will get from me, so I hope she will forgive me, and I will ask her to raise that with him. But if it would be helpful, I will certainly seek a written response for her from him. But may I reiterate what I said in my last business statement, that this government takes the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland not only seriously, but as a fundamental statement of what our nation is, and will do everything it can to support the United Kingdom.
Sir Desmond Sway.
I hate to be a pedant, but my recollection is that the souls of the upright and pure who preceded salvation actually ended up in Dante's first circle. The events of this evening prove to us all that actually we're all much further down in hell already.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very reluctant to quibble with my right honourable friend, but Dante cannot always be relied on for the theology of the Catholic Church.
You Gaffney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a new pupil, I believe now we're back to the Queen's speech, so maybe the Speaker can help us, or the House can help us, by telling us which amendment's going to be used, what amendment B for the TV licence.
Mr. Speaker, fortunately, the matter of selecting amendments doesn't fall to me, it falls to wiser heads.
Well, I don't know whether the heads are wiser, but the heads are different, and it might be helpful to the honourable gentleman if I explain, and as the leader knows, and many members know, but some members don't, that that selection is made on the day of the business. And I can say to the honourable gentleman, the selection will be announced to the House. So he can't know it now, because it hasn't been made, but he will know it when he needs to know it. Thank you. Point of order, Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by saying how delighted I am that finally, after over 3 years, there is a deal that the majority in this House has supported. And because many people outside this House will be confused, it's clear that we couldn't have voted on the deal before the deal was agreed. And it was only agreed on Friday. On Saturday, it was sidetracked by an amendment. Yesterday, it was sidetracked by the rules of procedure. Today, the deal went through with the majority, but now the timetable is sidetracked again. As somebody who wants to see a deal, can I urge the Leader of the House? I don't know if he's a Harry Potter fan, but I am. And the great Hermione Granger, of course, in challenging times, used a time turner. Can he work with all parties, especially those in Europe, to see how we can get this deal over the line as quickly as possible?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose we could repeal the Act that put us on the Gregorian rather than Julian calendar, which might buy us a few extra days.
Go Snell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't hope to match the wit of Dante or the knowledge of Harry Potter, but if I could suggest that Monty Python could come in, that the injury inflicted this evening was a mere flesh wound. And if the Leader of the House was willing to bring forward a motion tomorrow with a more considered timetable for committee stage, it would pass this House. And just to correct the point that was made by the member for Shipley, who is no longer in his place, some of us voted for second reading precisely so we could get on to the next stage for more scrutiny, and didn't support the programme motion because we did not believe there was sufficient time. There is clearly a goodwill in this House now to progress this bill to a point of conclusion, but to do so we need the appropriate time, and I would urge the Leader of the House to consider that this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point and for his very reasonable suggestion as to his own motives for voting. I quite understand that there is a conflict sometimes between wanting something to happen and feeling that the procedures for it are unduly truncated. I am a great believer that time in this House should be used for legislation. I think that is our primary purpose, and I rather have a hankering for the 19th century timetabling when we were able to go on at considerable length and weren't reduced to 4-minute speeches. However, there is a pressing deadline of the 31st of October, and this is where I have parted company with the honourable gentleman, because I feel it is very urgent to get it through by then.
Thank you, Mr. Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the selection of Queen's Speech amendments, I remember you very helpfully selected one in the name of John Barron previously. Leader of the House, can we interpret from what you are saying that it is now impossible to get the deal through this House and the other House prior to the 31st of October, and in that case it is effectively dead for approval before that date?
Mr. Speaker, impossible is a very strong word, but it is very hard to see how it is possible. But whilst answering the honourable gentleman, may I say I hope you had an enjoyable Saturday, and it was more enjoyable after the House had risen than before.
Point of order, not point of order, a question to the Leader of the House, Ruth Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm yet to do my first point of order. Today, many people on this side of the House walked through and voted for a second reading. All we're asking for is the opportunity to ensure that the deal that was only presented to us last night works for our constituents and works for my local economy. We need slightly more time. I urge the Leader of the House to find more time so that I can do my job, scrutinise properly and make sure that I deliver Brexit in a way that works for the posheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I encourage the honourable lady to make a point of order? First of all, they're a very good way of getting in when it otherwise would be disorderly. But secondly, if she were able to make one that is a real point of order, that would be almost historic. I think there have been very few in your 10 years in the chair, or almost none. But may I also congratulate her on her service to her constituents and for standing up for what they voted for, and her courage in doing so, because as somebody who did, when on the backbenches, occasionally break the whip, it is not the easiest thing to do, and people do it because they believe very strongly in the rightness of what they are voting for. So I thank her for that. And I am not unsympathetic to the point about time. It is simply the deadline of the 31st of October, which was set by the European Union, and therefore we are compressed in the time available to get this bill delivered, which is why I was willing to support the programme motion and felt that it was reasonable under the circumstances.
Mr. Marcus Fish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend consider it in order for the opposition chief whip, given that he is sitting there, to actually tell the House, how long exactly the opposition would like to discuss this, or is it just all about delay?
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend and Somerset neighbour raises an intriguing prospect that points of order should be determined by me. Should the House wish to do this, it could of course change standing orders and it could be delegated to the Leader of the House. But I think, Mr. Speaker, you might not be entirely happy with that, so I fear I cannot answer my honourable friend in the way he might like.
Not least on account of my concern for my successor, rather than for any particular concern on my own part, in the light of the announcement that I made a few weeks ago. But the right honourable gentleman's surmise is correct. Well, I will say bless whoever that was. Ah, it's the honourable lady. Yes, bless you. Point of order, Chris Leslie.
Question, Mr. Speaker, to the Leader of the House. As part of the business statement, I want to know if he would actually listen to lots of the voices from different perspectives on the Brexit question, who are all a bit puzzled as to why the Leader of the House and the Prime Minister have chosen not to enter into a continuing of the committee stage tomorrow or on Thursday, which would be perfectly in order for the Leader of the House and the Prime Minister to have scheduled, either by putting down and laying those motions this evening or at the first beginning of business tomorrow. It is very notable, Mr. Speaker, and I think a lot of people, there's a jovial atmosphere this evening, but a lot of people are very frustrated, not least because I've got some amendments which are first up in that committee stage whenever it actually occurs, who believe that it's the choice of the Leader of the House, it's the choice of the Prime Minister not to be progressing this bill tomorrow or on Thursday. They are therefore the architects of their own fate in this regard, and forevermore we will be able to say, when people say, why perhaps didn't this bill make progress before the 31st of October, it was his own doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to listen to the honourable gentleman's dulcet tones, which we had the joy of doing last night at considerable length. And I am sorry that his amendments are not going to be debated now, and that instead honourable and right honourable members have to listen to me. Had he voted for the programme motion, he would have found that his amendments were being debated. However, I think the honourable gentleman who talks much about listening did not listen to my opening comments about the interaction of standing orders on the business that we had before us today. Under Standing Order 83A, if a programme motion is lost that commits a bill to the floor of the House, that bill is then committed to a committee, and we would have to have another resolution to pull it out of committee. So it is not possible just to proceed tomorrow as if nothing had happened.
I'm advised by the clerk at the table that it's not committed to a committee. It stands in limbo. But in practical terms, so far as tonight is concerned, worry not, because it matters not, because it doesn't make any practical difference. But that point can always be discussed afterwards if it takes the fancy of colleagues. Yes, Mr. Charlie Elphick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is my right honourable friend not struck by the irony that those who voted against the programme motion in the hope of cancelling Brexit have in fact made a no-deal departure, which they supposedly fear, much more likely? And would he not agree with me that a deal departure is more preferable? And would he bring forward a programme motion tomorrow for the House to sit for as long as it takes, all through the night if necessary? Even if the party opposite want to knock off early, we should be able to carry on and make sure that we get this through and get out and get on with other stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the point that he is raising, but we have already gone through this. We would need a further programme motion if we were to sit through the night, and it seems unlikely that it would be possible to get a programme motion through when we have failed to get this programme motion through.
Thank you. And Lucy Powell.
Perhaps I could offer some advice to the Leader of the House in the spirit that it's intended. Many of us on this side of the House share his frustration that we can't proceed and get to some votes and start to see how this land lies. But the issue here, I think particularly, was the short amount of time for committee stage. I don't see why we needed a whole day for third reading. We could have a lot longer on committee stage, and he could bring forward tomorrow morning a fresh programme motion that allows for longer in committee for us to actually put amendments in a timely fashion. If he wants some assistance with a Gantt chart, I'm always here. I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility to find a time that would suffice, and we would vote for a programme motion tomorrow morning on that basis.
Mr. Speaker, we've already lost the 3 hours that we would have had today in committee, and we had 12 hours set aside for committee tomorrow. And Thursday would have been both for report stage and for third reading, not just for the committee stage, and it is important to have time available for report stage to consider further amendments that may be made, and it would be highly unusual to truncate the report stage so much and hand it all over to committee.
Wayne David.
Given that the Prime Minister decided to obey the law and apply for an extension from the European Union, if the European Union were to grant an extension, will the Leader of the House commit to coming back here and putting forward a new programme motion so that it be adequate consideration of the bill?
Leader of the House.
The Prime Minister has passed on Parliament's request for an extension. The Prime Minister has not signed that request, and I do not believe it is the Prime Minister's request. It is Parliament's request for an extension, and one that I think is a great error.
Absolutely right. Savannah Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What would persuade the government to consider bringing forward a new business motion?
Mr. Speaker, it seems there's no point in bringing forward a new business motion because this one has been defeated, and the time that there would have been for debating this issue has now been truncated because instead of getting on to it now with this committee stage, we are in fact having this business statement.
Thank you. That concludes the exchanges. Oh, very well. On the business statement, I'm grateful to the Leader of the House for the information that he's proffered. Point of order, Mr. Clive Efford.
Seeking clarification from you, Mr. Speaker, of what the term limbo means, because the Leader of the House has told us that the bill is dead. And from that, you read that it can't be resurrected in any way for a future business statement that can send it into committee and that the House can deal with it. So can you clarify that for us, Mr. Speaker?
If I may say so, I think the accurate characterisation is that the bill is not dead, but it is inert. It is not on a journey, it is not progressing, it is not moving from one place to another. It is inert, or alternatively it might be said to be static. But it is not a corpse. Is that adequate for the honourable gentleman? And I know that the clerk at the table would consult her scholarly cranium on this matter, and if I had urged, she would advise me that I had done, but she hasn't, so I haven't. Oh, very well. Yes, point of order, Hugh Gaffney.
Mr. Speaker, just a clarification before the Leader leaves the House. He just mentioned something. He just mentioned something very important there about the signature of Boris, the Prime Minister, to the EU. The Leader of the House just mentioned that. Can he make that point clear, what he just made? His last statement.
Very happy to oblige. It's not my responsibility to explain or communicate government actions, but I think that this matter has been covered in the media, and I think all the Leader was saying was that he didn't believe that this was the government's request for an extension, it was Parliament's request for an extension, and the Prime Minister has sent a number of letters to the European Union. The one specifically relating to the request for the extension was not signed by the Prime Minister, and I'm sure that that was a conscious decision on his part, and people have expressed their views about that matter, but I certainly don't wish to add to any controversy about that matter. I have no wish to add to any controversy about that matter. The simple fact is that the request for the extension has been submitted, and I don't want to cavil at what the Leader said. It is, in a sense, Parliament's request, and I don't want to conduct an argument about that. It's not necessary, but I hope that that's helpful to the honourable gentleman. Parliament did want the extension, the government didn't. Parliament voted for the extension, so the government passed it on as Parliament's wish. Yes, very well. Point of order, Mr. Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do hope this is a point of order. Clearly, the House, by virtue of those that voted for the government's programme motion and those of us that didn't but have expressed our desire to see committee stage, the House wishes to move to committee stage. Can you advise me if there is any procedure available to individual members or the House as a whole that could take committee stage forward, even if the Leader of the House is resistant to doing so?
Well, I think that is, at this point, hard to envisage. I won't say that there is no means by which that can be done. We have seen in recent times how the House can take ownership of matters, including of the paper, if I can put it that way, of the order paper, and to schedule business, including leading to legislation. So I don't say that there is no way that anything could be done, but I surmise from what's been said that at present the government's thinking is, as the Leader has explained, and the opposition's thinking is, as has been outlined by the Shadow Leader, the supporting evidence for which is the point of order by the Leader of the Opposition and the apparent conversations between the usual channels, that is to say, between the Opposition Whip's office and the Government Whip's office. I think it is probably prudent and seemly to leave it there at this stage, though I appreciate the fertile and vivid imagination of the honourable gentleman, which may avail the House at a later stage. If there are no further points of order, we come now to the petition. Mr. Ian Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my job to stand up for the people of Dudley, so I rise to present a petition signed by 1,500 residents demanding Dudley Council and the developers it's working with finally get Cavendish House demolished and get on with the redevelopment of this part of the town centre. Cavendish House has stood empty for decades, it's been vandalised and it's dangerous, it presents a terrible image of the town and it's delaying and deterring investment. We want the council and the developers to get on with the demolition so the site can be regenerated with the new shops and leisure facilities we've been promised for so many years. I'm really grateful to local residents like Sarah and Simon Townend and Gordon Laird, and to the staff and customers at businesses like the Arcade Cafe and Gather for helping collect so many names for our petition, and it's a privilege to present it on behalf of the people of Dudley. The petition states that the petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to press upon Dudley Council's Planning Committee the need to pull down Cavendish House Tower Block to improve the appearance of Dudley Town Centre, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Yeah. Well, he's practised that look.
Petition Cavendish House in Dudley Town Centre.
Thank you. Petition, Mr. Steve Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to present the petition of registered members of the Wickham Islamic Mission and Mosque Trust, High Wycombe. In May, I was approached by a member of the largest High Wycombe mosque who was rightly concerned about its governance. This evening, I'd like to present a petition on behalf of 1,095 members of the Wickham Islamic Mission and Mosque Trust. The Mosque Trust has approximately 9,000 members. It's one of the largest and most important, most valued voluntary organisations in the town of High Wycombe. I do not wish to tell members of the mosque how to run their affairs, but charitable status means the Management Committee's conduct is open to scrutiny. The petition asks the Charity Commission to oversee a general meeting of members and long overdue elections to the Management Committee at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps, like this House, some members fear losing. Although the details were never made public, I understand within the last 2 years a retired judge gave direction to the Management Committee on how it should conduct itself and the need to comply with charity law. Other informal petitions have been organised by members. Recently, 2,000 members of the Trust asked the Management Committee to hold elections. None have been announced. There are serious allegations of improper conduct contained in the petition. and the petitioners therefore request the House of Commons hears their grievance and requests that the House of Commons urges the Minister responsible for charities to instruct the Charity Commission to oversee a general meeting of members and elections to the Management Committee at the earliest opportunity, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition Wickham Islamic Mission and Mosque Trust elections.
Order. We come now to the adjournment. The whip to move.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
House of Commons